Thalia Says Hi by Petropoulos Chapter 1, The Last Meal with Elsa January 9, 1996 Patras, Greece. Jim's apartment was a mockery of comfort. It sat high up on the 6th floor of a forgotten building that should have been condemned years ago. The walls had the kind of yellowing you get after too many cigarettes, too many years, and not enough fresh air. The windows, cracked in the corners, looked out over a street where the shadows seemed to linger a little longer than they should. The place smelled like mold, stale coffee, and the last hints of cheap air fresheners he'd stopped using months ago. It wasn't much, but it was his. He stared at the microwave for a while. His mother had brought him the lasagna yesterday, smiling that tired, too forgiving smile she always wore, as if delivering him frozen meals would make up for the years she had watched him fail to live the life he'd promised himself. Lasagna from his mother. Cold and reheated. He could almost hear her voice, asking if he was eating well, if he was taking care of himself. He wasn't. He hadn't been for a long time. The microwave beeped. He opened the door, letting the smell of it fill the room. Comfort food. His last meal. A gun rested on the coffee table nearby, tucked under the crumpled 5-year-old newspaper with the heartbreaking news story that irreversibly ruined his life. It had been there since morning, resting quietly, waiting for him to make up his mind. Jim sat down at the small kitchen table, the lasagna steaming on the plate before him. The bright blue plastic of the fork looked out of place, like it belonged in the hand of a child who had just learned how to eat alone, not a man about to step off the edge of everything. He poked the lasagna, spinning the noodles around in the sauce. But there was no appetite left, just an overwhelming sense of regret. He was going to miss his mother. She'd never understand, and it would destroy her more than anything else could. That was the hardest part. She was the only one who had ever really cared. The only one who never gave up on him. Jim had been an English tutor all his life, his tired scooter constantly breaking down as he bounced from one poorly lit home to another, helping kids study for tests, preparing them for diplomas, pushing through endless lessons, trying to ignite something inside them that might give them a chance at something better than he had ever had. His students had become his family, and while he could take pride in how many certificates they'd earned, it never seemed to fill the empty spaces. The relationships? A fucking mess. A history of women who came and went, and a string of brief, passionate flames that flickered out the moment reality set in. Jim's mind drifted, a slow, heavy tide pulling him back to his last one. The memory crept into his thoughts, Elsa. She had come into his life like a summer storm, bright and fierce, a whirlwind of energy and demands. He had been drawn to her the way a moth is drawn to the flame, knowing the danger, yet unable to resist. Elsa was a teacher, like him, though her subject was something entirely foreign, math, a realm of numbers and equations that Jim couldn't even begin to understand. She spoke of logic and order like they were a religion. It was no surprise, really, that she saw people in the same cold, transactional way. Her love was an equation, a balanced sheet of give and take, but one that never seemed to favor Jim. He gave, and gave, and gave, and what he got in return was a relationship built on her terms, her rules. She was a master of manipulation. He knew that now, looking back, but at the time, he'd been so starved for affection, so eager to believe in something, anything, that he hadn't seen it. She didn't need him, she just needed what he could give her. His money. His time. His energy. Elsa didn't work much. She had a steady job as a math teacher in a public high school, but Jim had always been the one carrying the weight of their lives. He could still remember the way she would ask for things, small at first, the casual requests of someone who appeared to care. Could you pick up a few things from the store? I don't have time. Would you mind if we went out for dinner tonight? You know I love that place. And Jim, wanting to please her, wanting to keep the peace, always said yes. But as time passed, the requests grew. The bills piled up, small debts here and there. Jim didn't mind, at first. After all, love meant sacrifice, right? But Elsa was always the first to spend. When she had to pay for something, it was always, "Jim, I'll pay you back." But the repayment never came. There was always another excuse. Another thing she needed. Jim's bank account drained like a faucet left running, and still, she kept asking. Her lips would curl into that smile of hers, the one that made him forget the red flags, made him think it was okay, that this was normal. The promise of a life together, of a future, always on the horizon. But the future never came, only more of the same. And then came the emotional blows. The harsh words, the name-calling. "You're so pathetic, Jim. How can you be so weak? You let people walk all over you. You never stand up for yourself." She'd lash out in a fit of anger, always blaming him for everything that went wrong. If there was a mistake at work, it was Jim's fault. If a friend forgot her birthday, it was Jim's fault. If the weather was bad, it was Jim's fault. Everything was his fault, and Elsa always made sure he knew it. She was cruel in a way that Jim had never experienced before. Every time he thought he might be breaking free, she'd pull him back in, with a touch, some make-up sex, a promise that things would be different. And for a while, he believed it. For a while, he thought maybe they could fix things. It took years before Jim found the strength to finally walk away, years of self-doubt, of feeling small, of thinking maybe he deserved it. Now, as he sat in his small apartment on the 6th floor, 45-year-old Jim realized how far he'd fallen from the man he once was. Elsa had been his last shot at love and maybe a family, and it had ended in disaster. And that, more than anything, made the silence of the present feel even louder. So Jim never got to see his own children. And now, that was all he would ever have, his students. And he was about to say goodbye to them all. He finished his meal, pushing the plate away as the final mouthful slid down his throat. Jim sat there, numb. The last traces of the microwaved lasagna sat heavy in his stomach, an anchor to his last few moments in this world. He'd thought he might feel something more, maybe even peace, but instead, there was just this dull emptiness. The room was silent except for the hum of the microwave's cooling fan, but the television, flickering in the corner of the room, was louder than anything else. And it caught his attention. It was a news broadcast, one of those gratingly familiar voices that always felt like someone reading from a script, robotic and detached. The reporter on the screen was talking, but the words weren't registering at first. Jim was tired, more tired than he had ever been. Everything seemed to blur together in the haze of psychological exhaustion. Then, the words cut through the fog. The tragic crash of an Antonov An-32 aircraft occurred yesterday, claiming the lives of over 200 people, including at least 15 children. Jim's chest tightened, a feeling of dread bubbling up from deep within. His eyes locked onto the screen as the picture changed, showing an image of the wreckage. The scene was horrific: smoke, twisted metal, and pixelized bodies strewn across a barren landscape in Africa. The wreckage was so blackened that it looked like a scene from one of those post-apocalyptic movies he'd watched as a child. He felt it again, that feeling that had haunted him since he was a child. That overwhelming sense of unfairness, of chaos. The randomness of life. Of people simply vanishing, of things happening for no reason at all. It made him sick to his stomach. Children. It always came back to children. Why them? Why were they always the innocent victims of a world that seemed more like a grotesque joke than anything resembling order? Jim couldn't get the faces of the children out of his head. They weren't just statistics, they were real. They had parents. They had lives they hadn't even begun to live. And now they were gone. Just like that. Gone. If Elsa had been there with him that last day, sitting beside him as they watched the grim footage of the plane crash, she'd have said something dark. Something cold. Maybe a quip about how the numbers lined up, how everything was just a statistical blip in the endless stream of chaos. It wouldn't have bothered her. To her, it was just another random occurrence in a world that spun on without care. But for Jim? For Jim, it was the faces of dead children. The empty seats. The kind of loss that twisted the gut and burned the soul. Jim's finger hovered near the remote, but he couldn't bring himself to change the channel. He glanced back at the gun. It was still there, its cold barrel waiting. He wasn't going to be around to see what came next. This was the end of the road. He was done. The randomness of the crash felt like a fitting backdrop to his own end. A random death in a chaotic world. What else could it be? The reporter's voice, still detached, continued, "The investigation is ongoing, but it appears that the crash was caused by a technical malfunction. Emergency protocols failed, and the aircraft was unable to regain control in time." He turned back to the gun, staring at it for a long time. The cold metal seemed to mock him, its silent presence more real to him than the fleeting images on the screen. It wasn't just the crash. It wasn't just Elsa or the years of his life wasted. It was everything. But above all, it was the 5-year-old news story in the newspaper, the one that was, after years of torment, going to pull the trigger. With a soft exhale, he wiped his eyes, steadying his breath. The world would continue spinning tomorrow, and the day after that. And for the rest of it, Jim would be nothing but a memory, a name, a face, a teacher they once had, a statistic in a report, like the children in the crash. It wasn't about finding meaning, it was about survival. And he had failed at that. Jim took one last, deep breath, and his finger tightened around the trigger. The world was about to fade into nothing. His eyes wandered to the open newspaper, resting face up on the coffee table. The haunting headline jumped out at him. His heart beat a little faster as he read again the first few lines, the weight of the words hanging over him like a storm cloud. Teen cyclist tragedy, fatally struck in hit and run. That was it. That was the thing that had over the years pushed him to this moment, the thing that had twisted his already fragile mind into a knot. The thing that would pull the trigger. He stared at the paper for what felt like forever, the faint hum of the microwave still in the background. And maybe, just maybe, his last clear memory on this earth was Marco's visit a week ago. Marco, his old student who was now a young adult, the dyslexic kid who wrestled with English for years, letters slipping through his fingers like water. Jim hadn't let him in, although he said he was pleased to see him, and he meant it, because Marco had always been a favorite. Said the house was a mess, which was true, but not the real reason. So they stood there, talking in the doorway. Marco said he missed the good old days of their lessons, and then he asked about Thalia. And for a second, just a second, Jim's tongue turned to stone. The best he could do was warn him to stay away. So that's what he did. He warned him. He stared back into the barrel, breathing in shallow gasps. He had no idea what to expect. No idea how it would feel to splatter his brains all over the wall behind him. He wondered if there would be time to feel the bullet. Would there be time to register the sensation? He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and put the gun in his mouth. It didn't take long. What Jim felt wasn't what he expected. What it was, a bolt of pure electricity that exploded behind his eyes, a flash of light so bright it swallowed everything. The entire world disappeared in a blink, the colors, the sounds, the life, all of it wiped away in a moment of white-hot light. It felt like lightning. It was thunder. But there was no sound. No noise. Only a feeling, as if the universe had given him a final push, a final answer to the question he had been asking for so long: was there more? It didn't matter. His body stiffened, locked in a moment that wasn't a moment. Time didn't exist anymore. There was no more him, although his left leg twitched for a while. Then, there was nothing. Jim's life had ended in the silence that followed the explosion. There was no pain. Just a deep, eternal sleep that swallowed him whole. Chapter 2, You sure you want to knock on this one? The road stretched ahead of him, winding through the mountains like a black ribbon frayed at the edges. Snow piled up on the shoulders, dirty and slushed where tires had chewed it apart. Marco kept one hand on the wheel of his father's old Opel Kadett and the other near the heater vent, trying to thaw his fingers. January in Achaia could be brutal, and up here, on the way to Kalavrita, winter still had its claws dug deep into the land. He hadn't slept much since hearing the news about Jim. Shot himself in the head. The words played over and over in his mind. Marco had never known anyone who killed themselves. Let alone someone he actually liked. Jim had been more than a teacher. More than the guy who made English tolerable. He had taught him how to solve a Rubik's Cube, how to see patterns in life the way one saw them in the little colored squares. And he had listened. Really listened, when Marco talked about his future, about how he wanted to get out of Patra one day, maybe go to university somewhere far, somewhere where life felt like it was happening, not just passing by. But Jim was gone now, and Marco was driving into the mountains chasing a ghost. Or maybe just a name. Thalia. The name itched at the back of his mind. He'd knocked on Jim's door, casual as ever, hands in his pockets, the January cold biting at his fingers even in the corridors of the building. Asked how things were going, if his favorite teacher was holding up all right. And then, almost as an afterthought, but not really, he'd asked about Thalia. If Jim could put him in touch. Jim's face had changed. A crack had appeared in his usual easygoing expression. He let out a slow breath, then met Marco's gaze with something that wasn't quite a smile. Some doors, once opened, don't close the way they used to. You sure you want to knock on this one? Then he had left, disappointed and a little weirded out. A week later, Jim was dead. Marco inhaled sharply and tightened his grip on the wheel. He had reached out to Helen, a girl he barely knew from the Taekwondo class when they were both kids, who used to be one of Jim's students years ago. They had spoken on the phone the night before. If you're looking for one of Jim's students, maybe try Kalavrita, she had said. He used to teach at a private school there. His own place, I think. Not just private lessons. He had a small language school. Drove there 3 times a week. I think he closed it down a few years ago, but maybe someone there remembers him. And maybe this Thalia you are looking for was a student there. So here he was, in the mountains, looking for answers. Kalavrita was small, the kind of place where time moved slower, where the mountains stood like ancient sentinels, their snowy peaks cutting into the sky. Marco rolled into the village late in the afternoon. The streets were wet, the air crisp. A few old men stood outside a cafeteria, smoking and watching the world go by like it was their favorite television show. He pulled over and killed the engine. He had no idea where to start. The first man he asked, a grizzled guy in a heavy coat who smelled like Sapporo, just squinted at him. Jim. The English teacher. Oh yeah, he had a little school here. But it's been closed for years. Ain't seen him around since. Where is it? Marco asked. The man pointed down a narrow alley. End of that road. The sign's still up, I think. But it's shut. Marco followed the alley, the snow crunching under his boots. The buildings were old, stone and wood, their roofs weighed down by years of heavy winters. And there it was at the very end, a small, 2-classroom school, its sign hanging at an angle, its windows dark and dust-covered. The stickers on the glass doors had begun to peel, curling at the edges like dead leaves. He tried the door. Locked, of course. He pressed his face against the glass. Inside, the classroom was a frozen moment in time. Wooden desks, some overturned. A blackboard smeared with faded chalk. A world abandoned. And yet, something about it called to him. The past was here, maybe Thalia was somewhere in there, somewhere between the broken chairs and the dust motes dancing in the pale afternoon light. Jim had spent time here, taught here. And maybe, just maybe, there was something left of him inside. Marco took a deep breath and stepped back. No one was around. The alley was empty. If he wanted to find out more, he'd have to get inside. It wouldn't be difficult. Just one good push. The wind was biting, sliding between the buildings like a whisper passed between ghosts. Marco stood at the entrance of the old language school, hands in his pockets, scanning the street. A few skiers bustled near the equipment rentals at the far end of the road, returning their equipment, the typical Athenians flocking to Kalavritas slopes. No one was paying him any mind. Good. He turned back to the door. The wood was worn, the once polished brass handle dulled by time and weather. He gave it a gentle push, then a harder one. It rattled but held firm. Locked. His pulse picked up, but then his eyes caught something, a small sliding window on the side, just above waist height. He reached out, fingers curling around its frame. A light tug. It shifted. Unlocked. Someone had left a door open for him, even if they hadn't meant to. Marco hesitated, the cold air thick with the scent of damp wood and old dust. Then, with a deep breath, he slid the window fully open, gripped the ledge, and hoisted himself through. Marco landed in a crouch, the floor creaking beneath his weight. He straightened, taking in the abandoned classroom. Desks, a dozen or so, stood in uneven rows, their metal legs rusted, their wooden surfaces scratched and scarred. The chalkboard at the front was smudged with old writing, barely legible now. He stepped closer. Someone had once tried to erase the words, but faint impressions remained, conjugated verbs, a list of prepositions, by, with, through, between. It felt familiar. For a second, he was 8 years old again, sitting in his elementary school classroom, eyes fixed on the towering figure of Mrs. Aphrodite. Her voice, sharp, scolding, echoed in his head. Marco, sit up straight. Marco, stop fidgeting. Marco, eyes on your book. She had made his skin crawl back then, but standing here now, in this rotting classroom, he almost wished he could hear her voice again. Almost. He walked forward, running a hand over the nearest desk. Dust lifted in lazy swirls. Had Thalia sat in one of these? Had she been a local? Did she ever press her palms to this same wood, her fingers tapping anxiously as she tried to master irregular verbs? He needed proof. A list. A student directory Jim might have kept. Something that tied her to this place. The second classroom was worse. Marco stepped through the doorway, his breath turning shallow. It was darker in here, the only window covered in grime, allowing just enough light to make the shadows seem deeper. Some of the desks had been overturned, a few papers still clinging to their splintered surfaces. The floor was littered with old textbooks, pages curled with age, covers peeled back like old wounds. A forgotten place. A dead place. He pressed forward, drawn by something unseen, something pulling him toward the small room at the back, the office. Jim's office. The door was slightly ajar, revealing a desk barely visible beneath layers of dust and neglect. A cracked coffee mug sat near the edge, the faded imprint of a travel agency's logo barely readable. Marco could picture Jim here, sitting behind the desk, smoking between lessons, his weary eyes scanning test papers as he counted the hours until he could leave Kalavrita behind and return to Patras for his private lessons. Marco walked around the desk, lowered himself onto the chair. The old leather groaned beneath his weight. He rested his hands on the desk, breathing in the stale scent of abandoned time. Then he opened the drawer. Inside, among stray pens and yellowed receipts, was a notebook. His heart kicked against his ribs as he lifted it. The cover was plain, unmarked. He flipped it open. And there, in Jim's neat, deliberate handwriting, was a list of names. Names, addresses, phone numbers, students who had passed through Jim's school during its 10-year run. Some names were carefully written in ink, others hastily scrawled in pencil. Some had been crossed out, their numbers scratched through. His eyes scanned the list, looking for one name. Thalia. Nothing. He flipped through the pages, growing more frustrated. Still, no Thalia. But then, his fingers paused over a blank space. It was subtle, easy to miss, but once seen, it was obvious. A name had been there. Someone had been erased. And not just the name, contact details, too. Whoever had done this had taken their time, ensuring no trace remained. Could it have been Thalia? A slow chill crept up Marco's spine. He ran his fingers over the paper, feeling the indentation left by the erased letters. If he had a pencil, he could try shading over it, see if anything remained beneath. But he doubted he'd get that lucky. His heartbeat picked up. Someone had wanted this person to disappear, at least on paper. But why? He turned back to the drawers, pulling them open with renewed urgency. More papers, old lesson plans, faded attendance sheets, a broken stapler, nothing that gave him a new lead. He checked the bookshelves next, flipping through forgotten grammar books, hoping for a tucked-away note, a hidden scrap of paper. But the room yielded nothing more. Marco exhaled, rubbing a hand over his face. If this erased name had been Thalia, then someone had gone through the trouble of making sure she was wiped clean. That meant someone knew something. And that meant he needed to take his search elsewhere. He closed the notebook and tucked it under his arm. It wasn't much, but it was something. But instead of leaving, Marco sat back in Jim's old reclining office chair, the leather cracked and stiff beneath him, the scent of dust thick in the air. Outside, the last sliver of daylight bled away behind the old houses across the street, their rooftops jagged against the bruised evening sky. Some of their windows were boarded up, others left open like empty eye sockets, watching. The flickering light from a distant street lamp cast long, creeping shadows, stretching toward the abandoned school. The chair let out a long, tired creak as he leaned back, stretching his legs under Jim's desk. It almost felt like he belonged there, like he had slipped into Jim's skin for a moment, occupying the same space, breathing the same stale air. He wondered if Jim had felt pain in those final seconds, the moment he pulled the trigger. Did it come fast? Or was there just enough time for regret to bloom? His fingers traced the cracked wood of the desk as memories washed over him, pulling him back to those afternoons of private lessons. Jim had once brought a book on solving Rubik's cubes, and they had sat together, twisting and turning the little puzzle, speaking only in English. Because above all, Jim was a teacher. That was his religion. Even when it didn't feel like a lesson, Marco now realized, it was a lesson. Every game, every puzzle, every casual conversation, Jim had been planting seeds. But Jim was gone, and this school, his temple, was abandoned. Forgotten. Marco looked around at the ghost of a classroom. The cracked blackboard. The missing tiles in the ceiling. The faint graffiti on the far wall where some kids had scribbled their names long ago, names now faded into oblivion. And then there was the notebook. It now sat on the desk in front of him, still open to that page in the student directory where a name had been erased. Marco stared at the ghostly indentation left behind. Thalia. That's why he was here anyway. A slow, creeping unease settled into his bones. He glanced toward the window on the other side. The sky now was probably the color of an old bruise, and it was getting darker by the second. The school, already empty and forgotten, now felt swallowed by something deeper. Something hungry. The thought struck him suddenly, he had stayed too long. And then he heard it. A sound, soft, almost like a sigh, coming from one of the two classrooms in front of him. The door to Jim's office was half open, and through the gap, Marco could see the faintest flicker of movement. His breath hitched. It was just the wind. It had to be. Maybe the sliding window he came in through, left a little open, a breeze whispering through the ruins of this place. But then he saw it, a shape. A figure, sitting in one of the chairs, barely visible through the gloom. His body turned rigid, muscles locking as his mind scrambled for logic, for reason. But reason had no place here. The figure wasn't moving. It was just sitting there, the way a student would. Waiting. His breath came shallow, his heartbeat hammering against his ribs. The air had changed, thickened, taken on a different temperature. Colder. He told himself to move, to get up, to leave, but something about that figure held him in place. It looked small. Young. A girl. He couldn't make out her features, just the outline of her shape, seated in the gloom with her back turned to Marco and facing the blackboard, like she was waiting for class to begin. His throat was dry. He tried to swallow but couldn't. The wind sighed again, and the papers on Jim's desk fluttered, but Marco barely noticed. His eyes were locked on the girl. Then, very slowly, her head turned sideways, like she was trying to hear what was going on behind her. Marco jerked back, knocking against the chair. His breathing was ragged now, his fingers gripping the edge of the desk like it was the only thing keeping him from slipping into some unseen abyss. Marco's legs finally obeyed. He shot up from the chair, sending it skidding backward. His pulse was a roaring tide in his ears. But when he focused back, the girl was gone. The chair was empty. The room was silent, except for the wind whispering through the half-open window. Marco exhaled shakily, forcing himself to move, to grab the notebook and shove it into his backpack with trembling hands. He turned toward the exit, ready to leave, but something deep in his gut told him that he wasn't alone in there. That whatever had been sitting there was still watching him, just from somewhere else now. Somewhere close. Chapter 3, He was a good teacher, but kinda strange the smell hit Tom first. Coppery, thick, mixed with the sourness of a man's last meal and the stink of days-old sweat. The kind of smell that stuck to your clothes, your skin, the back of your throat. He had been to enough crime scenes to know it well, but that didn't mean it got any easier. Jim was slumped on the sofa, or what was left of him. The top of his head was gone, blown apart by the shot, leaving behind a ragged ruin where his skull used to be. Bone fragments, clotted with gray matter, had sprayed across the couch, the wall, the ceiling. A fine mist of blood had settled on everything, turning the pale wallpaper into a grotesque Rorschach test. The apartment itself was a monument to loneliness. A single lamp in the corner cast weak, yellow light over a room that smelled of old books, stale cigarettes, and something faintly rotten. The coffee table in front of the sofa was littered with beer bottles, an overflowing ashtray, and a single newspaper, its pages stiff with time. The edges had curled, yellowing, the ink slightly faded, but the headline stood out clear as a scream: Teen Cyclist Tragedy, Fatally Struck in Hit and Run. Tom knelt down, careful not to step in the mess. The blood had soaked into the floorboards, seeping between them like it was trying to escape. He didn't touch the newspaper yet, just let his eyes move over the article, something nagging at the back of his mind. He remembered this case. Christ, it had been years ago. A kid, maybe 13, wiped out on a back road. No witnesses, no suspects. Just a wrecked bike and a grieving family left in the wake. A camera clicked behind him. The department's crime scene photographer, Petropoulos, moved methodically, snapping pictures of the body, the wall, the floor. Another shot. Another. The sound was like the ticking of a clock, counting down the moments before the neighbors outside would get impatient and start whispering theories about the dead man in 6B. They heard the shot, Tom asked, not looking up. Yeah. Lady in 6D called it in, Petropoulos muttered, focusing his lens on a particularly nasty smear of brain matter on the armrest. Said it sounded like a goddamn cannon went off. Tom sighed and rose to his feet. Outside the door, he could hear them, neighbors murmuring, shifting, someone jostling against the peeling wooden frame to get a better look inside. A voice, low and urgent, muttered something about poor bastard and always kept to himself. Another said he was a good teacher and a good man, but kinda strange. They were waiting for an explanation, something to make sense of why the quiet, lonely English teacher had decided to eat a bullet tonight. But Tom had nothing for them. Not yet. He turned back to the body. The gun, a Smith & Wesson revolver, was still in Jim's limp hand, his fingers curled loosely around the grip. A clean suicide. No signs of struggle. No forced entry. No note, at least not one that he could see. Just the newspaper. 5 years old, soaked in flecks of blood and bits of skull, open to the article about the dead kid. Tom exhaled sharply. Maybe Jim had been holding on to a secret all these years, something heavy enough to finally break him. Maybe he had been the driver that night. Maybe he had watched that kid die and spent every night since drowning in regret until he couldn't take it anymore. Tom reached for the newspaper, brushing off the bits of gore, and read the name of the victim, Alexandros Papadopoulos. Something in his stomach tightened. The case had always felt unfinished, the way some things just didn't sit right. Now, looking down at Jim's ruined face, at the old newspaper, Tom had the sinking feeling that this was only the beginning. Chapter 4, like Tom and Becky, the house smelled like old books and lemon cleaner. Marco's mother always scrubbed the floors before Jim arrived, as if polishing the tiles would make up for Marco's struggles with words. She greeted the English teacher with her usual nervous smile, offered him some coffee, then disappeared into the kitchen, leaving the two of them alone in the living room. Jim set his worn-out briefcase on the coffee table and opened it, revealing a stack of worksheets. Marco sat across from him, swinging his legs under the chair, his face half-lit by the afternoon sun slanting through the curtains. He was 11 years old, bright-eyed, but words twisted in his mind like tangled shoelaces. Jim had the look of someone who lived between two worlds, too laid back for a schoolroom, too sharp for the streets. His brown hair was long enough to tuck behind his ears, though he rarely bothered. A single earring hung from his left ear, glinting in the light when he turned his head. He was always unshaven, not quite a beard, just that permanent roughness, like he never had time for a razor. He was skinny, almost wiry, and his voice, deep and smooth, carried the kind of calm that made Marco want to listen. "All right, champ," Jim said, pulling out Marco's last test paper. "You did well." Marco's eyes flickered up. "I did," Jim nodded. "Yup. Better than last time. You're getting the hang of this." Marco smiled, a small, lopsided thing, like he wasn't sure if he should believe it. Jim leaned forward. "Listen to me, Marco. Dyslexia's not a wall. It's just a different road. Reading and writing aren't the only ways to learn a language. You hear me?" Marco hesitated, then nodded. "I hearing." Jim grinned. "Good. You understand my English, don't you? You are talking to me right now. That's skill. That's language. And you, my friend, are doing great." Marco's smile widened. Jim flipped through the pages. "Now, I know there's something else you want to ask me." Marco stiffened. He felt it like a weight in his chest, that question, but he didn't know how to say it without feeling stupid. Jim had taught another student, a girl, and sometimes, through Jim, Marco and this girl exchanged messages. He knew her name. Thalia. Knew how well she did on tests. Knew she occasionally said hi. But he had never met her. Never even heard her voice. Jim chuckled. "She says hi, by the way." Marco blinked. "Thalia," he blushed. Jim nodded, then leaned in, voice dropping like he was sharing a secret. "And guess what? You did a little better than her on this test." Marco's heart stuttered. "I did, yup. But she said," Jim cleared his throat, putting on a playful, mock-serious tone. "Next time, you're eating her dust." Marco laughed, a real laugh. He could picture it, this unseen girl, challenging him like she was right there, smirking. A fire lit in his stomach. Jim clapped a hand on Marco's shoulder. "Ready for today?" Marco nodded. Jim pulled out a fresh worksheet and pointed at the title. "Today's lesson, the present perfect." He met Marco's eyes. "It's not so different from Greek, you know. You guys use it the same way we do, talking about things that happened in the past but still matter now. I have seen this movie." She has finished her homework. That kinda thing. Marco nodded slowly, his brows furrowed in concentration. Like. I have learned English, Jim snapped his fingers. Exactly. And you have learned English. You see. You're using it already. Just use the past participle next time. I'll tell you all about it. They worked through exercises together, forming sentences, correcting mistakes, repeating structures until they started to feel natural. Marco stumbled sometimes, hesitated, but Jim was patient, guiding him with a steady hand. Halfway through, Marco grinned, realizing he had gotten 3 sentences right in a row. I have done it, he exclaimed. Jim laughed. Yes, you have. And now you're just showing off. They continued until the lesson wound down. Marco felt good. The present perfect wasn't some impossible monster. It made sense. And Jim had made it feel easy, like just another step forward. Alright, let's wrap up for today. Your homework's in here. He tapped a folder and slid it toward Marco. See you next week, kiddo. So the lesson was over. Jim snapped his textbook shut, stretched his back with a crack, and slung his bag over his shoulder. But just as he was about to step out, something tugged at his mind. He set his briefcase on the table, fingers fumbling through the clutter inside until they closed around a small, well-worn paperback. The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, simplified edition for young learners of English. The cover was creased, the pages slightly yellowed. He held it up, weighing it in his hand like a treasure. Listen, Marco, he said, fixing his student with a knowing look. It's all well and good to drill tenses. But the real reason you're starting to get English, the reason you don't have to think so hard anymore, is because of these. He tapped the book against his palm. The readers. The stories you've been reading. Marco frowned slightly but took the book when Jim held it out to him. This one's a classic. A boy who fakes his own death, hunts for treasure, raises hell on the Mississippi. It's got everything, adventure, trickery, a little bit of rebellion. You'll love it. Jim paused at the door, then grinned. Thalia sure did. Marco watched Jim go, watched his mother walk him to the door. Then he was alone, with Tom Sawyer in his hands and his thoughts for company. And they were full of her. Thalia. She was just a name, a voice carried through another person. But somehow, she felt realer than anything. Marco sat by his window that night, staring at the street below, watching the headlights of passing cars paint gold streaks on the pavement. Tom Sawyer lay open on his lap, but he wasn't reading. He was thinking. Wondering. What did Thalia look like? He had never asked. In his mind, she had dark hair. Long, maybe, like the girls in his school. He imagined her eyes bright, sharp, the kind that held secrets. He wondered if her voice was soft or strong. If she'd laugh at his mistakes or help him through them. The thought made his stomach twist in a way he didn't understand. As Marco sat by the window, his mind wasn't only on Thalia. His Sega Master System was waiting for him, the controller calling his name. He was stuck on Wonder Boy in Monster Land, deep in the labyrinthine castle of terror. The dragon boss awaited, and he had nearly gathered enough gold for the legendary sword that could defeat it. He bit his lip, torn. The game was right there, the adventure unfinished. But the simplified reader sat beside him. Thalia had read it and enjoyed it. And next time she would ask if Marco had enjoyed it too. With a sigh, he picked Tom up. The dragon would have to wait. Tonight, he had a different battle to win. Chapter 5, The Outsider. The cold bit through Marco's jacket as he marched away from the abandoned language school. His breath curled in white wisps, fading into the January night. Kalavrita lay still around him, the cobbled streets glazed with frost, the stone buildings standing like silent watchers. He should have left. He should have climbed into his father's Opel Kadett and driven back to Patra, back to his parents, back to something resembling normal. But he couldn't. His fingers still trembled from what he had seen, or thought he had seen. The girl. Sitting there, back straight, her dark shape blending with the shadows of the dead classroom. She hadn't looked at him, not once. Just sat facing the blackboard, frozen in a moment that wasn't supposed to exist. Thalia? A ghost? A hallucination? He had no idea. But something deep in his gut, in the marrow of his bones, told him it was real. And if it was real, then what the hell did that mean? The streets were nearly empty, save for a few locals huddled in doorways, bundled up against the cold. He walked past shuttered stores and darkened windows, his boots scraping against the cobblestones. His hands found their way into his pockets, and he walked with no destination, just circling the block around the school, as if something unseen still tethered him to it. Then he saw the bar. A warm, dim glow spilled from the windows, the sign above the door worn and unreadable. He hesitated only a second before stepping inside. Marco pushed open the heavy wooden door, and a faint chime announced his arrival. The warmth inside hit him like a wave, thick with the scent of burnt coffee and stale cigarettes. The cafe bar was dimly lit, the glow of a single neon sign above the bar humming a sickly blue against the cracked plaster walls. To the right, a battered billiards table sat beneath a buzzing fluorescent tube, its green felt scarred from years of careless play. A couple of old men hunched over their drinks at a corner table, their low voices blending with the distant crackle of a radio playing something faintly melancholic. The bar stretched along the left side, its wooden surface chipped and sticky with the ghosts of 1,000 spilled drinks. Rows of dusty bottles lined the shelves behind it, some half empty, their labels peeling like old wallpaper. It felt like a place forgotten by time, waiting for something, or someone, to stir it back to life. Marco stepped inside, shaking the snow from his boots, and felt tired eyes settle on him. An outsider. Even in a place as worn and indifferent as this, he had the distinct feeling that he didn't belong. A weathered man with a thick beard, sat hunched over a beer at the bar, talking in a low voice to the bartender, a woman in her 60s, wearing a heavy sweater. They both looked up as Marco entered, then went back to their conversation as if his presence didn't matter. Maybe it didn't. He slid onto a stool. "A beer," he said, his voice hoarse. The bartender nodded, grabbed a glass, filled it from the tap. He lit a cigarette and let the first drag settle him, the warmth of the smoke sinking into his lungs. His fingers were still cold. He wanted to ask about Jim. If they knew him. If they knew why he had done it. But the words wouldn't come. His mind was still back in that classroom, staring at that figure. A normal person would have left Kalavrita by now. Driven out of this place and never looked back. But Marco felt like he had to go back. Even if it was the worst mistake of his life. The beer was warm by the time Marco took his last sip. The old man and the other two regulars had left, and the bartender had retreated to a back room. He sat there, staring at the wood grain of the bar, running his fingers over the condensation on his glass. Outside, the night stretched on, cold and black, and the thought of the dead classrooms gnawed at the edges of his mind. Something had happened there. Something unfinished. Something that had been waiting for him. He stood up, left 150 drachmas on the counter, and stepped outside. The night air hit him like a slap. His feet moved on their own. Back toward Jim's forgotten school. The streets were deserted, the village asleep. He felt it before he saw it, that oppressive stillness, that awareness of something watching from the darkness. The school loomed ahead, its windows black, its walls soaked in shadow. Marco walked down the narrow alley, his breath curling in the cold. Jim's dead-end alley stretched to his left now, leading straight to his old language school, a squat, forgotten ground floor hunched in the dark. This alley was mostly lined with abandoned houses, crumbling stone, rotted shutters, places where the past had settled in. The only light came from that single street lamp halfway down, throwing long, jittery shadows on the frost-glazed pavement. He kept going, his boots scuffing against the uneven stones, until he reached the old train station where his father's Opel Kadett sat waiting. He slid behind the wheel, turned the key. The engine coughed, then caught a low mechanical growl in the stillness. He switched on the heater, but the thing wouldn't push out warmth until the engine warmed up, so he waited, rubbing his hands together, watching his own breath swirl in the dim interior light. What now? Drive back to Patra, forget about Thalia, forget about Jim, chalk the whole thing up to an overactive imagination? Or push it further? His remembered the school's silhouette, the dark windows, the gap in the sliding pane where he'd climbed through. Had the night played tricks on him? Or had he really seen her, sitting there, facing the blackboard, her back straight, waiting for a lesson that would never start? And had she really moved? Just the slightest tilt of her head when Jim's old armchair creaked under the weight of silence. The heater was warm now. He let out a slow breath, engaged first gear, and let the car roll toward the junction. But when he reached it, he didn't turn for home. Instead, he eased into the dead-end alley, creeping forward until Jim's school loomed in front of him again. He pulled over. Killed the engine. From the safety of the driver's seat, he stared at the broken sliding window, trying to decide. Would he sit here till morning, watching from a distance, pretending that was enough? Or would he do the stupid thing? Would he go back in? Chapter 6. The ferry. Tom stood on the deck of the ferry, the January wind cutting through his coat like a blade. The mist lay heavy over the water, blurring the city of Patra behind him, turning its image into ghostly smears of gray. He took a drag of his cigarette, feeling the burn in his throat, the warmth spreading in his chest. It was cold enough that the exhale of smoke and breath merged into one, twisting into the damp air before vanishing like a ghost. A week ago, Jim had put a gun in his mouth and painted his apartment walls with his brains. That image, his body slumped on the sofa, the shattered skull, the blood pooling into the cushions, was burned into Tom's mind like an afterimage from staring at the sun too long. It wasn't the first time Tom had seen a gunshot suicide though, and it certainly wasn't the worst. A few years back, a farmer from Koletsy had tried the same thing, propping his hunting rifle under his chin, but the dumb bastard had panicked. He hadn't been able to sit still and face it, his fear swallowing him whole, and when he pulled the trigger, his head defensively jerked back. The result was something so ugly, so brutal, it could have been lifted straight from a nightmare. Nurses and doctors had gathered in the emergency room at Ryan Hospital to witness it. The farmer was still alive, but barely, sitting there on the stretcher like some kind of macabre display. His jaw was gone, vanished into a bloody mess, and his face, if you could even call it that, was little more than a gaping hole. Blood poured from him in steady streams, like someone had broken a faucet. He wasn't a man anymore, just a half-face, trapped in some awful in-between. He wished he could scrape both memories off the back of his skull, but they stuck. And then there was the newspaper. 5 years old, brittle and yellowed, its front page screaming about a hit-and-run. A boy, 13 years old. Alexandros Papadopoulos. Killed while riding his bike. The case was closed. The driver never found. Now, Tom had questions. And Jim might have had answers before he put a bullet through them. The ferry's horn sounded, low and mournful. Ahead, the seaside village of Antirio emerged from the mist, its cluster of houses and fishing boats taking shape. Jim's mother lived here, in a small house outside the village. She was mourning, but Tom had no choice. This was the only lead he had. The ferry would dock soon. Tom flicked his cigarette overboard and watched it spiral down into the gray waves, swallowed instantly by the sea. The house was small, perched on the edge of the village, just before the land gave way to the endless expanse of the sea. A rusted gate led to a narrow garden, where patches of dying grass fought to hold on against the winter chill. An old fig tree stood in the corner, its twisted branches bare, looking skeletal against the overcast sky. A dog, some mixed breed with patches of gray in its fur, lifted its head from a patch of dirt near the steps and barked, more out of duty than aggression. Its tail wagged half-heartedly, uncertain whether to greet or warn him. Tom knocked. After a long pause, the door creaked open, and a woman stood there, small and frail in a long black dress. Morning clothes. Her face was lined, her eyes rimmed red. Mrs. Urania Antoniadi, she nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. You're the policeman? Yes, ma'am. Detective Tom Skouras. She stepped aside, motioning him in. The warmth inside the house was a sharp contrast to the raw chill outside. It smelled of coffee and something sweet, maybe cinnamon. The place was simple but tidy, more inviting than the weather-beaten exterior suggested. A few framed photographs lined a wooden shelf. One of them had a lit candle in front of it. Jim. A boy in his 20s, smiling. Frozen in time. She led him to a small wooden table in the kitchen, where 2 cups of coffee were set. She sat across from him, her hands wrapped around her cup as though it might somehow warm the grief from her bones. Tom let her take a breath before he spoke. I'm very sorry for your loss. She nodded, eyes wet but composed. He was all I had left. Did you have any idea that he was struggling? She exhaled, a slow, shaking breath. He had sadness in him. He took medicine sometimes. But nothing that would make me think he'd do this. Tom hesitated, then placed the old newspaper on the table, smoothing out the creases. The headline glared up at them. She frowned. Why are you showing me this? Your son knew this boy, didn't he? A pause. A shadow passed over her face. Yes. Alexandros was one of his students. Jim was devastated when it happened. He was upset for days. I remember. Did Jim own a car? She shook her head. A scooter, mostly. And he had a motorcycle, but he didn't ride it much in winter. To Kalavrita, for his classes, he'd go with his girlfriend a few times a week. She was a teacher in Klatoria, she drove. I never saw him driving a car, although he did possess a driver's license. Tom nodded. That lined up with what he'd suspected. But something still felt off. Jim's mom and the detective drifted away from the painful subject of her son's suicide. She went on talking about things that felt safer to her. It was a story of a family that stretched across borders and time. She told him about the old days, back when she and her late husband had packed their lives into suitcases and boarded an airplane to Canada. They'd settled in London, Ontario, a place where the chill of the Canadian air felt more biting than the one they'd left behind. It was there that Jim was conceived, and it was there, in the humdrum of a foreign life, that he'd grown up. He'd gone to school there, learned the language of the land, but they hadn't forgotten who they were. So, Jim had attended the Greek school, one of the many immigrant institutions that dotted the cities. He'd learned his mother's tongue, not just the words, but the weight of them too. It was his parents' homesickness that finally brought them back home to Greece. Jim had started teaching English, and life had rolled on, the rhythm of it slow and steady. Tom stepped outside, back into the cold. The dog had given up on barking and was now stretched out near the gate, uninterested in his departure. He stood for a moment, staring at the sea, the waves churning beneath the heavy gray sky. Jim had been devastated by the hit and run, sure. But was that grief, or was it guilt? And if it was guilt, why? If he hadn't been the driver, then what was his connection? Tom lit another cigarette, taking a deep drag as he walked toward his car. He had a long ride back to Patra, a ferry ride across the turbulent waters of the Rhine-Antiraean Canal. Plenty of time to think, to turn the puzzle over in his mind, trying to find the missing piece. Had Jim carried some weight with him all these years? And if so, was it enough to finally break him? Or was there something else, lurking in the cracks, waiting to be found? The case wasn't closed. Not anymore. Chapter 7. Dostoevsky Marko had always known that words didn't sit still. When he tried to read, they swam on the page, drifting like fallen leaves on a restless pond. Letters flipped, tangled, switched places like mischievous ghosts. B became D, P turned into Q, and entire sentences seemed to shift under his gaze, as if they were alive and playing tricks on him. Writing was no better. His pencil felt like a foreign object in his hand, stubborn and awkward, and the words that made it to paper looked like the work of a madman. His parents, frustrated and confused, whispered about him when they thought he wasn't listening. "Maybe he's just slow," his mother had said once, in the other room, when she thought Marco was asleep. That word, slow, had stuck to him like a stain. It made his skin prickle. He wasn't slow. He was trying. But the more he tried, the more the words defied him. Then came Jim. Jim was the English tutor his parents hired when Marco hit 3rd grade. He was a lanky guy with a kind voice and the patience of a saint, but most importantly, Jim knew. Right away, he saw what was happening. He had taught plenty of Greek kids English, and by 3rd grade, most could at least fumble their way through simple sentences, reading aloud without their brains seizing up like rusted gears. But Marco? Marco was different. Jim saw it in the way Marco hesitated, the way his eyes darted back and forth over a single word, trying to make sense of it. He saw it in the frustration, the way Marco's fingers gripped the edge of his chair like he was holding on for dear life. He saw it in the way Marco struggled with English just as much as he did with Greek. And so, Jim adapted. He played songs, spoke to Marco in English without making him read, let him listen and repeat instead of struggle over text. Step by step, Marco began to understand the language in a way that had nothing to do with the written word. He could speak. He could listen. But reading? That was still a war. Then came Mrs. Sturgeon. High school was different. In elementary school, there was just one teacher who handled everything, but in junior high, every subject had its own specialist. Marco felt doomed from day one. It would only be a matter of time before Mrs. Sturgeon, the Greek literature teacher, picked up on his deficiencies and cast him into the abyss, just like all the others. But something happened on that first day. She was talking about literature, about why it mattered, why it shaped the world, and somewhere along the way, she started talking about Fyodor Dostoevsky. One of the greatest minds of Russian literature, she said. A writer who explored the darkest corners of human nature. And that was when Marco, against all logic, did something insane. He raised his hand. Mrs. Sturgeon paused, eyebrows raised. Yes. His voice felt like it was coming from someone else's throat. I have 2 books by Dostoevsky in my backpack. Illustrated editions. Would you like to see them? For a moment, the class was silent. Then Mrs. Sturgeon gave him a look, half amusement, half curiosity. Well, that's quite a coincidence, isn't it? Let's see them. Marco unzipped his backpack and pulled them out. 2 massive, hardcover volumes, their covers glossy and dramatic. Mrs. Sturgeon took them in her hands, flipping through the pages, nodding to herself. Then she looked at Marco, a strange little smile on her lips. Why do you have these with you? She asked. Marco hesitated, then shrugged. I like to read. It was the right answer. Mrs. Sturgeon beamed at him, and from that day on, she saw Marco differently. She smiled at him in class, called on him often, encouraged him, made him feel, if only for an hour a day, like he was worth something. His grades improved. His confidence grew. He still struggled, but now, for the first time, he felt like he had a shot. It was almost too good to be true. Because, of course, it was. Here's the thing, Marco didn't carry those books because he loved Dostoevsky. He carried them because of his goddamn backpack. In his first days of junior high, Marco had a problem. His brand new, purple backpack, cool as hell, in his opinion, had a structural issue. When he slung it over his shoulders, it sagged like a sack of potatoes, drooping awkwardly no matter how he adjusted the straps. He caught his reflection in the mirror and scowled. He wasn't about to go to school looking like a turtle with a broken shell. And then he had an idea. His parents' bookshelf was full of big, heavy books, and among them were two perfect candidates, Dostoevsky's illustrated editions, thick, wide, and solid as bricks. He slid them into his backpack, wedged his schoolbooks between them, and just like that, problem solved. The bag stood upright, the weight distributed evenly. It felt good. And then, out of nowhere, Mrs. Sturgeon had brought up Dostoevsky. And Marco had played along. What were the odds? Years later, he would look back on that moment and wonder, was it all just dumb luck, or was the universe messing with him? Either way, it didn't matter. Mrs. Sturgeon thought he was some kind of literary prodigy, and Marco wasn't about to correct her. And then, of course, there was Thalia. His spiritual companion in English lessons. The other side of the mirror. Thalia. Marco's last images of his dream were of this enigmatic girl. Dark hair cascading over her shoulders, a beautiful face lit by an otherworldly glow, standing like some Gothic prophet. She held the two Dostoevsky illustrated books in her hands, gripping them the way Moses must have clutched the 10 Commandments, except she wasn't preaching salvation. She had that sly, knowing smile, the kind that made you feel like you'd forgotten something important, and then she spoke. "Marco," she said, her voice dripping with amusement. "You do realize these books are just here to fix your posture, right?" And then he woke up. His eyes flicked open to the cold darkness of his father's Opel, parked right in front of Jim's abandoned language school in Kalavrita. His breath was fogging up the windshield. A tremor ran through him, not just from the chill, but from the way the dream clung to his skin, sticky and persistent, like cobwebs you can't shake off. He checked his watch. 2:30 a.m. Marco straightened up in the seat, rolling his shoulders, feeling the stiffness in his back from falling asleep like that. The air inside the car was thick with the damp scent of worn fabric. He exhaled, watching the white mist curl up and vanish. And then, he turned his head toward the school. The sliding window was still open, the way he had left it when he fled. Just a sliver. A dark mouth, waiting. He'd seen something in there. Something that made his feet hit the pavement like the hounds of hell were snapping at his heels. Something that made his guts twist and his vision go blurry with panic. And yet, instead of jumping into the cadet and hightailing it back to Patra, he'd stayed. 1 hour's drive through the dark, curving mountain roads, he could have left. Should have left. Instead, he'd grabbed a beer at the local cafe bar, let the villagers stare at him with that blank, unreadable gaze. Let the cold seep into his bones. Something had kept him tethered to Kalavrita, something he couldn't explain. Could that thing he saw have been Thalia? Was she a ghost? He shivered, but not from the cold. There was something real about it, something that clawed into his mind and refused to let go. Now, at 3 a.m., he sat in his father's old German car, watching the sliding window of the school through the windshield. The building loomed, hunched and forgotten, its edges blurred by the darkness. It was strange, really, how Jim's place had never found another tenant. Years had passed, and yet it stood, untouched, 2 dust-coated classrooms and Jim's old office frozen in time. Marco had sat in that office once, just hours ago. He had leaned back in the chair, let his fingers trace the old wooden desk, wondering what it had been like for Jim to sit here all those years, correcting test scores, muttering about verb tenses. And then he had seen her. The girl. She had been sitting at one of the desks in the classroom, back straight, hands folded. She hadn't looked at him, hadn't acknowledged his presence at all, just stared ahead at the blackboard, as though waiting. Waiting for Jim's ghost to step into the room and start the lesson. And then, just as Marco moved, her head had turned. Just slightly. She had known he was there. Or she had heard him. He had run then. Now he was going back in. The sliding window groaned as he pushed it open, the sound unnervingly loud in the silence. The air inside was now familiar, thick, stale, the scent of old paper and damp creeping up the walls. He pulled the flashlight, the one his old man always kept in the glove compartment, a habit from back when he drove late at night. The beam of light cut through the darkness, sweeping across the first classroom. Desks stood in stiff rows, their wooden surfaces scarred with carvings, initials dug in by bored students who had long since moved on. A poster on the far wall, once colorful, now curled at the edges, bore the faded outlines of the English alphabet. A for apple in peeling letters. The blackboard was smeared with ghostly remnants of past lessons. Then there were the chairs. They were wrong. At first glance, they looked normal, but as Marco's light passed over them, he realized something unsettling: they were all facing slightly different directions. Just a fraction. As if the students who had once occupied them had all turned in their seats to look at something behind them before they disappeared forever. He swallowed, the back of his neck prickling. And then he stepped into the second classroom. This was the bad one. The one where he had seen her. The flashlight beam wavered as he moved it across the room. This one was smaller, more claustrophobic. The desks were still in place, but the air here felt different, thick, charged with something he couldn't name. His stomach twisted when his light landed on the desk where she had sat. It was empty. What did you expect, idiot? She's a ghost. But Marco wasn't convinced. He had seen her. Noticed that tiny movement when she turned her head. She had been real in some way. And if she was the only version of Thalia he was ever going to meet, then fine. He'd take it. He needed to do what he had done before. He needed to sit in Jim's office. Marco slid into the chair, the old wood creaking beneath him. From here, through the half-open door, he could see the classroom. The bad classroom. And then he waited. The silence pressed in around him, thick as a wool blanket, suffocating. His heartbeat sounded too loud in his ears. He watched the classroom through the gap in the door, the beam of his flashlight steady on the empty desk. Then, a sound. A whisper of air, a barely there breeze that sent a shiver down his spine. His fingers tightened around the flashlight. It was happening again. Chapter 8, Maggots. Detective Tom parked the undercover police car, a 1996 Chevrolet Caprice, under the crumbling 5-floor apartment building. The concrete was stained with years of neglect, graffiti scrawled across the entrance like battle scars of a neighborhood that had long given up. On the 4th floor, according to police records, lived Alexander's mother, the mother of the kid who had been hit and run over years ago while riding his BMX in a neighborhood near Ryan. Alexander had been Jim's student, and Jim had blown his brains out next to the newspaper that had reported the accident. Could this mean Jim was connected? Maybe. His visit to Jim's mother in Ontario hadn't yielded much, he already knew the basics. Alexander had been Jim's English student. Jim didn't own or drive a car. Maybe Alexander's mother knew something more, something buried in her memory across these lost years, now that the case was open again. Tom stepped into the wheezing elevator. It groaned, the metal walls scratched and rusted, a graveyard of old stickers peeling away like dead skin. The overhead light flickered erratically, casting shadows that twitched and jumped. A sour, metallic smell lingered, maybe piss, maybe just years of decay. He pressed the button for the 4th floor, and the doors shuddered shut with a reluctant clang. The whole thing rattled as it climbed, like it might give out at any moment. The thought struck him, had Jim taken this same ride up, years ago, to teach Alexander? What kind of connection had they shared? A typical teacher-student relationship, or something else? Had Alexander enjoyed his lessons, or had Jim's classes been the dullest, most dreaded moments of his week? The elevator shuddered to a stop, and Tom found 4D. He rang the bell. The door opened, and the first thing that hit him was the thick, skunky scent of weed. The woman who answered was thin, with dull, sunken eyes and a jittery look, like a dog that had been kicked too many times. Her hair was greasy, sticking to the sides of her face, and her oversized t-shirt hung off her bony frame. She had big breasts though. She glanced past him nervously, as if checking for backup. Behind her, the apartment was a disaster zone. The carpet was stained, the walls yellowed with years of nicotine and God knew what else. The flickering light bulb overhead barely held back the shadows. On the sagging couch, a skeletal man in a sleeveless shirt and torn jeans was sprawled out, his pupils blown wide, either too high to acknowledge Tom or just too far gone to care. A cracked coffee table in front of him was littered with ashtrays, empty beer cans, and the remnants of whatever the hell they'd been using to escape reality. She looked terrified. She thought she was busted. "I'm not here for that," Tom said, keeping his voice even. "I just want to talk about Alexander." She hesitated, then nodded quickly, stepping back to let him in. "Kitchen," she muttered, leading him through the wreckage. The kitchen was worse. The sink was full of filthy dishes swimming in gray water, something writhing beneath the surface, maggots, most likely. The counter was an archaeological dig of past meals, half-eaten and abandoned. Tom didn't sit. He didn't touch a thing. He sure as hell wasn't drinking the coffee she half-heartedly offered as she lit a cigarette with shaky hands. She looked like a woman who had never recovered. A woman who had lost everything the day her son died. "My husband left after the accident," she said, exhaling her smoke. "He never forgave me for the bike. It was my idea to get it for him. He always made Alexander wear a helmet, but me, sometimes I let him go without it." She blinked, her eyes glassy, lost somewhere far away. "He blamed me. I blamed myself." Tom nodded, absorbing it. "The driver was never found." She let out a bitter, broken laugh. "No. And it ate me up. It still does. Someone out there killed my boy and kept on driving like he was a damn speed bump." Tom let the silence settle before he asked, "Did Alexander usually ride his bike near Ryan?" She frowned, confused by the question. No, that was a little too far. He normally didn't go all the way there. At least, not that I knew of. He rode around here with his friends, but I don't think he ever went that far." "Not that you knew of," Tom echoed. She hesitated, then sighed. "Kids do things we don't know about." Tom filed it away, another detail in a puzzle that didn't quite fit. "What about Jim?" he asked. She exhaled slowly. "I heard about what happened. The suicide." Her voice softened. "I liked Jim. He was patient with Alexander. You know, my boy had Tourette's. Gave Jim a hard time at first, but Jim, he found a way to get through to him. Alexander looked forward to those lessons. A ghost of a smile. Sometimes he talked about another student of Jim's. Thalia. I think Alex had a crush on her before he was gone. We invited her over once, but she never came." Tom stared at her. Another name. Another thread. He wouldn't drink the coffee, wouldn't dare in this filth, but he had something to follow now. He left the apartment with a question gnawing at him. Who was Thalia? And could she know something about the accident? Not likely. She had just been another student and Alex's crush. But then again, nothing about this case felt likely anymore. Chapter 9, I Think You Know Me. It was happening again. Marco was sitting in Jim's old office chair, staring through the open door at the wrong classroom. The abandoned language school in Kalavrita, Jim's abandoned little school, seemed to breathe around him, the air shifting, a vacuum forming in the way it had the first time he saw her. Thalia. She was there again. Taking shape in the same chair, facing the forgotten blackboard. The first time, Marco had been too afraid to move. Too afraid to make a sound. But now, as fear flooded his body, he watched the outline of the girl form again. A silhouette, darker than the surrounding shadows, shifting into place. He could see her. Her back toward him, waiting, as if a class was about to start. The last time, she had turned her head when he made a noise. And though every nerve in his body screamed against it, Marco did it again. Shifted in the chair. The cracked leather let out a soft, uneasy squeak. Thalia turned. And this time, she spoke. "Marco, is that you?" His breath caught. He was trembling, unable to answer. But then, as quickly as she had come, she began to fade. The shadows swallowed her, the darkness drinking her shape away. He tried to focus. Tried to bring her back. Marco's heartbeat was loud, drumming in his ears as he leaned forward, adjusting his posture. His pupils stretched wide as he tried to adjust his focus, as if he were looking at an old 3D stereogram. You know the ones, those stupid pictures that looked like a bunch of random dots, but, if you focused hard enough and crossed your eyes a little, something started to emerge. He had hated them when he was younger. The headache, the frustration of the constant adjusting, until, finally, a hidden hologram would snap into view. That's how it felt. Marco let his focus blur, his eyes half-lidded, like he was staring at a distant horizon. The world around him softened, blurred at the edges, and he leaned into the idea that Thalia wasn't trying to show herself to him, she was waiting for him to adjust. A presence, waiting to be seen. There she was again. "Thalia," his voice was barely above a whisper. "It's Marco. I think you know me." A pause. And then, her voice, small and distant. "Of course I know you, Marco. But I can't see you." "Where are you?" Marco swallowed hard. "I'm here." Her voice was sweet but had an odd metallic ring to it, like it was coming from everywhere at once, close enough to whisper in his ear, but distant, like a memory that wouldn't settle. It seemed to vibrate in the air, not just sound but something deeper, something felt in the bones. And the strangest thing? It was familiar. Not just in a déjà vu kind of way, but in the way Jim used to talk about her during lessons, like she was someone worth remembering. Marco had pictured her 100 times, her face, her body, the way she moved. He had even tried to imagine her voice. And now that he was hearing it, it was exactly the way he thought it would be. And then the strange thing happened. He could still hear her voice, but he couldn't see her anymore. "Marco? Where are you?" A beat of silence. Then he asked the question that made the room go dead still. "Thalia, are you dead?" And just like that, she was gone. Marco felt cold. Alone. The kind of alone that settled deep in your bones. Despite the fear coiled in his gut, he wanted her back. Wanted to hear that strange, sweet, impossible voice again. And then it hit him, the most important thing. He'd made contact. Chapter 10, the beginning. Jim revved the engine of his 100 cubic centimeter scooter as he zipped through the streets of Patra. The city in early October 1986 was worn down already, its edges frayed like the pages of an old book, its buildings hunched against the weight of time. The sky was a bruised low-hanging gray, the air heavy with the smell of saltwater and decay. Every pothole and cracked sidewalk seemed to whisper history, but Jim wasn't listening to any of it today. He was late. Marco was waiting. The scooter hummed beneath him, a machine that was far too small for the task at hand. Jim sped past rows of shops, their neon signs flickering. Old men sat on benches, their faces as wrinkled as the city, talking in low voices. He finally reached a 2-floor house in Eglakota, a place that always smelled like fresh bread and laundry hung out to dry. Pippies, the dog, was already there at the gate, wagging his tail furiously at Jim's arrival, like he was the best thing that ever happened. He parked the scooter, shaking off the sweat that had collected on his brow. Inside, the house felt warm, almost too warm for the late afternoon. Marco's room was upstairs, a small space filled with mismatched furniture and walls plastered with posters of bands Jim didn't recognize. Marco sat at his desk, flipping through his coursebook. His face was a mask of concentration, but Jim could see the flicker of boredom in his eyes. He sat down across from him, opening his own book, ready to dive into the endless tide of verbs and tenses. "All right, Marco," Jim said, his voice gruff, but steady. "We've got some work to do. Countable and uncountable nouns for our next test." You remember this, right? Marco nodded, the familiarity of the words not lost on him. Jim could tell he was doing his best, but his mind was already 1,000 miles away, drifting towards something Jim couldn't name. Present continuous versus present simple, a pain for Greek kids who only use one present tense in Greek, Jim continued, his finger tapping on the page, the rhythm a small distraction. We need to get this down. The test's next week, and if you fail, little man, well, you know what happens. Jim leaned back in his chair, his eyes twinkling with a mischievous glint. Marco sat up straighter, his gaze flickering up to meet Jim's. You know what happens if we fail this test, Marco? Jim asked, dragging out the suspense. Marco's lips quirked into a smile, waiting for the punchline. He knew it was coming. We go all the way back to pre-junior class, Jim said, his voice lowering for effect. And you know what they do in that class? Just the letter A, all year. Reciting the letter A, tracing the dots for A. And when they sing the alphabet song, it goes like this, A. Stop. That's it. And you have to wait until next year to move on to B. Marco chuckled, rolling his eyes. It was the same dumb joke, the one Jim always told before a test. He'd heard it 100 times, and it never got old. Jim was a great storyteller. Once, a girl was thrown back to that class, Jim added, his voice turning serious, leaning in a little. She turned 30 before she could move to Q, Marco snorted, a burst of laughter breaking free, the kind of laugh that could only come from someone who knew a lie when they heard it. Jim knew Marco loved this story. It was the shared secret between them. And Thalia, Jim added casually, as if the thought just occurred to him. Thalia likes this story, too. Thalia? Marco asked, raising an eyebrow. Jim nodded, his face unreadable. Yeah, I haven't told you about her. She's your age, same level. She's doing the test next week, too. That was how it started. From that day on, Marco couldn't stop thinking about Thalia. Every lesson, every exchange of greetings, every mention of test results or exercise performance, it all became a secret correspondence between Marco and the mystery girl, with Jim as a go-between. Marco, with his eyes wide open, began to imagine a world in which he wasn't the only student in the room. In his mind, Thalia became a shadow, a phantom classmate whose presence lingered in every conversation, in every corner of his thoughts. Every lesson, every question Jim asked, all of it had become a bridge to someone else, someone who was never quite there, but always somehow present. Chapter 11, What if God was one of us? Marco slept for a couple of hours in his dad's Opel, curled awkwardly in the driver's seat, his jacket bunched up against the window as a makeshift pillow. The cold had seeped into the car overnight, and now, as he opened his eyes, he could see his breath fogging up the windshield. He sat up slowly, rolling his stiff shoulders, and glanced outside. Jim's school loomed across the street, its dull, gray facade looking less menacing in the soft light of morning. Snowflakes had begun to fall again, light and delicate, dusting the empty sidewalks. Calavritas snow would be renewed these days. He could already imagine the slopes covered in fresh powder, the tourists flocking in, their laughter echoing through the mountain town. But there was no time for that now. He needed coffee. Badly. Marco turned the key in the ignition, the old engine grumbling awake, and guided the Opel toward the train station. He parked in front of a small cafe, the kind of place with steamed-up windows and an old radio humming a static-laced tune. He stepped inside, rubbing his hands together for warmth, and ordered a black coffee. The scent of burnt espresso filled the air, mingling with the distant smell of fresh bread. He took his cup and stepped back outside, leaning against the car as he sipped. The 1-hour drive through the winding mountain roads to Patras stretched ahead of him, and he needed the caffeine. He also needed to remind himself that, somehow, in the midst of all this ghost chasing, he was still a university student. The geology department was strict, his professors didn't care about mysterious apparitions or dead English tutors. Exams were coming, and he had to study. He climbed back into the car and pulled out onto the road, letting his mind wander as the opal snaked down the mountain. The snowfall became thinner, giving way to dark patches of earth and skeletal trees. The closer he got to Patras, the more the landscape shifted, mountains fading into lush hills, then into the urban sprawl of the city. But Marco's mind wasn't on the road. It was on last night. On Thalia. The way he had experienced her was unsettling, to say the least. Not just a shadow or a whisper, but something more. A presence that felt tethered to him rather than the abandoned school itself. It was almost as if she depended on him to exist. That thought alone sent a shiver through him. Maybe it had been an illusion, a trick of the dark, the exhaustion messing with his head. But then again, he had heard her voice. Loud and clear. And she had heard his. That was real. That was contact. The radio crackled, snapping him out of his thoughts. The familiar melody of "What If God Was One of Us" floated through the speakers. He turned up the volume, not because he particularly loved the song, but because he needed a break from Thalia, from the weight of last night. He let the music fill the car, drowning out the questions swirling in his head. His eyes flicked to the passenger seat. Jim's notebook sat there, the one with the erased name. A student directory, a list of people who might have answers. But not now. Not yet. First, coffee. Then, exams. Then, maybe the next step. Patras appeared on the horizon, sprawling and familiar. Home. He needed a lead. Someone who had known Jim. A former student, perhaps. Now that Jim was gone, there had to be people who were at least a little upset. He had been a great teacher, after all. Someone had to remember something. Someone had to know something. Marco parked outside his apartment and grabbed his contact notebook. Helen again. The one who had tipped him off about Jim's language school in Kalavrita. They used to do taekwondo together as kids, back when life was simpler. When ghosts were just stories and death was something that happened to other people. He dialed the number. The phone rang. Once. Twice. Then, Helen's voice came through, warm and familiar. Of course I remember you. You were asking about Jim, right? Marco took a deep breath. Yeah. Listen, can we grab a coffee? I need to talk to you about something. A pause. Then, sure. I'd love to. They arranged to meet downtown, in the heart of Patras, at a cafe called Embargo. It was nestled inside an old arcade, a dead-end alleyway that led to a dimly lit, cozy spot. When Marco arrived, Helen was already there, sitting at a corner table, a cigarette smoldering between her fingers. She looked up, smiled, and gestured for him to sit. The cafe smelled of coffee beans and burnt sugar. The low hum of conversation filled the air, mingling with the clatter of cups and spoons. Marco ordered an espresso and leaned forward. How many years did Jim teach you? He asked. Helen exhaled a slow stream of smoke, thinking. 6, maybe. Until I got my first certificate. Then I did some proficiency, but I quit after that. Did he ever mention Thalia? Helen's brow furrowed. Who? Marco hesitated, then explained. The phantom classmate. The updates, the test scores, the exchange of greetings. He told her how he had asked Jim about her outside his apartment. How Jim had given him a cryptic answer about opening and closing doors. And how, a week later, Jim had killed himself. Helen listened, her cigarette burning down to the filter. She didn't interrupt. Didn't scoff. She just nodded, like she understood. When Marco finally stopped, she took a final drag and crushed the cigarette into the ashtray. Then she said, Marco, you were a victim of Jim's methods. He blinked. What? She leaned back, folding her arms. You weren't the only one. Thalia wouldn't work on me, right? But Jim, he had a way of making people believe. For me, it wasn't a phantom girl. It was 3 boys. Marco frowned. 3 boys, Helen smiled, but there was something dark in it. Yeah. 3 dumbasses who never stood a chance against me. Their dream was to beat me at least once in a test score. But they were hopeless. So dumb that Jim and I would laugh about them. She exhaled. But let me tell you about these 3 guys, Marco. Chapter 12. Like Orgo's, Jim stepped into the elevator of the old apartment building, the kind where the buttons were worn down to their brass underpinnings and the overhead light buzzed like an angry wasp. He pressed the button for the 5th floor, shifting the strap of his leather satchel across his chest, feeling the weight of a long day settling into his bones. The elevator shuddered as it began its slow, groaning ascent. He exhaled, rolling his neck from side to side. Teaching English to kids wasn't the worst gig in the world, but it did come with its share of strange moments. The hallway outside Helen's apartment was quiet, the kind of quiet that always made him uneasy. It wasn't the comforting silence of solitude, it was the heavy, listening kind. He knocked twice on the wooden door, the sound dull against its surface. A second later, it swung open, revealing Helen's mother, a small woman with permanently tired eyes. She smiled politely. "Jim, come in." He stepped inside, slipping off his shoes in the entryway. The apartment smelled of chamomile tea and lavender, a warm, inviting scent that was the exact opposite of the stale corridors outside. The living room was cozy, plush furniture, a bookcase crammed with novels and framed photographs, a soft yellow glow from the overhead light. Helen appeared in the doorway of her room, grinning. She held up a small bronze medal dangling from a red and white ribbon. "3rd place," she announced, eyes shining. Jim let out a low whistle. "Sorry, I thought you were aiming for 1st. She scoffed. "It was a tough match. I bet. Did you at least break any bones?" He widened his eyes in mock concern. "Yours or someone else's?" Helen giggled, shaking her head. "No bones broken." Jim sighed dramatically. "That's disappointing. I always pictured Taekwondo as an absolute bloodbath. You know, teeth scattered across the mats, blood everywhere, referees trying to scoop up eyeballs with plastic cups." Helen doubled over laughing. "It's not like that," Jim pretended to look confused. "Really? Are you sure? Because every time you talk about your training, I imagine the Colosseum. Gladiators, swords, an emperor giving the thumbs up or down." He made a solemn gesture. "If there's no blood, what's the point?" Helen's laughter echoed through the apartment. Her mother shook her head from the kitchen, muttering something about Jim's sense of humor. They moved to Helen's bedroom, where she took her usual seat at the desk, a space that was undeniably hers, pink walls, a lineup of My Little Ponies on the shelf, and a large poster of Helene Segura, the French singer, smiling down at them. Jim set his satchel on the floor and pulled out her latest test, sliding it across the desk toward her. 75%, he said. Helen's eyes widened. "Really?" Jim nodded. "Not bad. A minefield of irregular verbs, passive voice, and tenses, and yet you survived, you little critter." Helen grinned. "I read. Clearly you studied." He leaned in conspiratorially. Meanwhile, Lycoergos was sad. Helen perked up at the name. "Oh no, how bad was it?" Jim shook his head gravely. "Epic failure. Utter disaster. We're talking Hindenburg levels of crash and burn." He asked how you did, by the way. Helen sat up straighter. "Really?" Jim nodded, keeping his expression neutral, though he could see the curiosity flicker in her eyes. "Yeah. In fact, he has a hard time believing you exist." Helen frowned. "What?" Jim grinned. "Said I must be making you up. Because, and I quote, no one can be that good. So I don't believe Helen exists." Helen felt a warm little thrill in her chest, though she only shrugged. "He's just jealous. And tell him I am real." "Oh, absolutely. But he did say he'd like to meet you someday." Helen tilted her head, as if considering the possibility. Maybe, she said, feigning nonchalance, but Jim caught the quick flicker of a smile. They spent the next hour going over mistakes and analyzing grammar. By the time the lesson ended, Helen was still grinning. As Jim packed up his things, he glanced at the medal one last time. Next time, we aim for first place, yeah, Helen smirked. Only if you promise to tell Lycoergos I won him at English too. Jim laughed without correcting her. Deal. As he stepped back into the hallway, the silence returned, heavier now. But inside that apartment, behind that door, there was warmth. Chapter 13, Fossils. But let me tell you about these three guys, Marco. Helen lit another cigarette. She took a slow drag, exhaled through her nose, and then looked Marco dead in the eyes. Before I tell you about these three losers, she said, tapping ash into the tray, you need to understand something. You were a victim of Jim's methods. And while effective, they were a little unorthodox, if you know what I mean. Marco stayed quiet. He had a feeling he wasn't going to like where this was going. You see, in my case, it wasn't just one imaginary classmate. It was three of them. Thrasivoulos, Lycoergos, Gerasimos. She gave a humorless chuckle. And before I move on, I just want you to consider the names themselves. They're a telltale sign, a goddamn statistical anomaly. And that's what made Jim a genius. He built a self-destruct timer into his method. The names, Marco, the names. Lycoergos, Gerasimos, Thrasivoulos. Get it? Marco frowned. Not really. Helen smirked. They're discontinued grandfather names. Fossils. You ever met a kid under 50 with one of those names? Naming your son Thrasivoulos is basically child abuse. It's like Jim designed it so that one day, we'd grow up, look back, and go, wait a minute. What the hell? 3 kids with names like that in the same class? No chance. It was a statistical impossibility. She took another drag. That's why I say we were both victims. Jim wasn't just a teacher. He was an architect. A manipulator, but not in some terrible sense. A guy who could build a reality inside your head and make you live in it. Marco shifted in his seat. The coffee in front of him had gone cold. Jim was a class guy, Helen continued. He wasn't a fan of private tutoring. Always said so. When he started the school in Kalavrita, he was happier there. Small classes, local kids, none of that high pressure, big city bullshit. Maybe he thought private students felt lonely and isolated, and by adding imaginary classmates, he was giving them something. Giving us something. A sense of belonging or something. A reason to push harder. And, well, it worked. I got my first certificate without sweating. And look at me now, Greek literature at the University of Patra. If it wasn't for Jim, maybe I wouldn't have made it this far. She smiled, but it wasn't a happy smile. More like someone who just realized they'd been the punchline of a joke they never knew they were a part of. And competing against a bunch of dumbasses. That was fun. He even had this whole story about them, that the 3 of them didn't believe I was real. That I was the imaginary one, that Jim had made me up. She exhaled sharply through her nose. The guy was a genius. But look at the side effects of this little educational experiment. You got obsessed. And now here you are, Marco. Obsessed with a girl that never even existed. Doesn't sound so good when you say it out loud, does it? Marco sat there, stunned, the weight of her words pressing down on him like the air before a thunderstorm. Thalia was a lie. An illusion. A phantom created by his own teacher to push him, to make him feel like part of something bigger, to help him bypass his dyslexia. And yet, here he was. Obsessed. Chasing shadows. Listening to whispers in an abandoned school. But then, if Thalia wasn't real, What the hell had he seen in that school last night? Helen had to go. After dropping the bomb on Marco, she thanked him for the coffee and left, vanishing into the cold Patra afternoon. He sat there for a while longer, nursing the dregs of his coffee, replaying everything she'd said in his head. Around him, the Embargo Cafe carried on as usual, a few tired customers, some soft jazz humming from the speakers, the scent of cigarettes and cheap espresso hanging thick in the air. But Marco was alone. Alone with his thoughts. Up in Kalavrita, he had made some sort of contact. But now, he wasn't so sure what it had been. Thalia had been a lie. A make-believe classmate devised by Jim to keep him going, to give him a purpose. Maybe years of experience and failed attempts at teaching difficult students had made Jim come up with such methods. Questionable ones. Outside, the air was sharp with winter's bite. Marco pulled his jacket tighter around himself as he walked toward his dad's car. The city felt worn. This was Patra, 1996. Cold and faded. The streetlights buzzed faintly, washing the sidewalks in pools of sickly yellow light. Giorgio Square was nearly empty, the lion fountains pouring water, their stone bodies slick with grime and bird shit. A few pigeons pecked at scraps near the benches, their greasy feathers shifting as they moved. Marco had always thought of them as flying rats. He still did. He got into the car, started the engine, and let the heater rumble to life. The drive home was quiet. The road stretched ahead, empty but for the occasional car passing the other way. His parents' house sat on a hill overlooking the old castle of Patra, its dark silhouette cutting against the sky. Warm light glowed from the kitchen window. Inside, the smell of something rich and spiced filled the air. His mother was cooking, humming softly to herself as she stirred a pot. She turned when he walked in, brushing a stray curl from her face. "You're home late." "Yeah. Coffee with an old friend." She nodded, not pressing for more. "You hungry? There's stew." He wasn't, but he sat at the table anyway, watching her move around the kitchen, listening to the quiet clink of utensils. They talked, about nothing and everything. The way the neighbors had gotten a new dog that wouldn't stop barking. His father's latest complaints about work. How cold it was going to get this winter. Normal things. Safe things. But all the while, Marco's thoughts kept circling back to Helen's words. And to Jim. And to Thalia. Later, in his room, he shut the door and let out a long breath. It was still the same room he'd had as a teenager, posters of Queensryche and Def Leppard on the walls, a stack of old cassette tapes on his desk. He tossed his jacket onto the chair, dug through his CDs, and threw on Def Leppard's latest. It was their greatest hits. The first song kicked in, A Wall of Sound, and he lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Helen's story made sense. Jim had a morbid sense of humor, a little too grotesque for young kids, but he was effective. And this imaginary classmates thing? That was a little too much. An image flashed in Marco's mind, Jim, slumped over, a gun in his hand. Did he aim at his temple? Or did he swallow the barrel? A shiver crawled up his spine. Maybe Thalia had been his imagination after all. But then why, deep in his gut, did something tell him to go back? Back to Jim's school. Chapter 14, The Gorgon. The quiet hum of Elsa's apartment was a familiar comfort, a stark contrast to the chaos beyond her windows. The city sprawled out there, restless, its neon arteries pulsing with the weekend crowd, drunken laughter, the distant blare of car horns, the ceaseless tide of life carrying on. But in here, in her dimly lit sanctuary, all was still. The only movement came from the flickering glow of the television screen, where ERT1 was committed, as always, to boring its audience into submission. Some dry-as-dust documentary droned on about the mating habits of the lesser spotted woodpecker, the narrator's monotone nearly lulling her to sleep. But Elsa knew what came next. Friday night. Horror night. Soon, the mustache guy would appear, stepping out of the shadows like an undertaker to introduce the night's feature. His voice was a low, sepulchral rumble, steeped in eerie nostalgia. It would be something old, something drenched in the kind of atmosphere that modern horror didn't quite capture. Maybe Christopher Lee, his elegant menace wrapped in a cape. Or Boris Karloff, stitched together in a nightmare of bolts and scars. It wasn't the real horror, though. Not the kind that made your popcorn crawl out of the bowl and hide under the couch. That kind, the good kind, required a trip downtown to the Pantheon, that ancient, musty temple of celluloid where the projector flickered with ghosts. If she was lucky, they'd be playing something fresh, raw and vibrant, something with claws. A Nightmare on Elm Street, maybe. Or Friday the 13th. State TV was decades behind the curve, a graveyard of forgotten films, but tonight, it would have to do. She took a sip of Coke, the glass sweating in her palm, condensation cold against her fingertips. A bag of chips rustled beside her, unopened, waiting. The perfect setup. A night to get lost in shadows. But something was missing. Jim. The thought of him came with a dull ache behind her ribs. They had broken up, again, a few days ago. The fight, if you could call it that, was maybe Elsa's fault this time. Or maybe Jim's. Or maybe it was just the universe setting them up for another round of, let's see how much these two can stand before one of them snaps. It started at the supermarket, like all truly apocalyptic arguments do. They had wandered into separate aisles, Jim off to hunt down snacks, Elsa circling like a jealous hawk near the dairy section. That's when she saw the woman. The kind of woman who didn't just have breasts but capital B breasts, the kind Jim had a history of sneaking glances at. And now, Elsa had a hypothesis to test. Jim, unsuspecting, came rolling into the aisle, pushing the cart like a man with absolutely no idea his relationship was about to go through a crash test. The aisle was narrow. Too narrow. On one side, Jim. On the other, the walking embodiment of a teenage boy's dream. Their carts squeezed past each other, a minor traffic jam of domestic doom. And Jim? Well, he looked. Or at least, Elsa was sure he did. A full-body scan, a top-to-bottom, hormone-fueled, primal assessment of the situation. By the time they got to the parking lot, Elsa was screaming. The kind of screaming that makes strangers slow their carts and pretend to examine the nutritional facts on a box of cereal so they can listen. Jim, of course, had a different version of events. I wasn't checking her out, I was just gauging the space, Elsa. Just trying to see if the carts could fit. Yeah, right. And the last guy to say it's just a scratch wasn't standing in front of a totaled car. Elsa's philosophy was simple, better to accuse him and be wrong than to trust him and be a fool. Her own twisted sense of justice. And maybe, Jim was telling the truth. But it didn't matter now. They weren't speaking. Maybe they had broken up. Hard to tell. Some breakups happen like car crashes, fast, loud, and sudden. Others take months to fully sink in, like slow poison. This one was still unfolding. And somewhere, in some parallel universe, a version of Jim had just kept his damn eyes forward and picked out the right brand of milk. Anyway, it wasn't only that. Jim also had these, dark patches. Moments where the light seemed to go out behind his eyes, where she could almost see him receding into himself, like the tide pulling back before a storm. She suspected depression, though he never admitted it. He saw a shrink. She knew that much. But Jim was a clam, his secrets locked up tight. She missed him. Friday night, horror night, had been their ritual. They'd sit curled up on the couch, his arm draped lazily across her shoulders, sharing nervous laughter whenever a predictable scare got the best of them. Safe horror. The kind where you could turn off the TV and it was gone. A strange, perverse urge gripped her. Normally, she liked the surprise, letting the mustache guy unveil the night's movie with theatrical gravitas. But tonight felt different. Like she needed control over something. No surprises tonight. She grabbed the TV guide from the coffee table, flipping through the Friday listings. There it was. 2345, The Gorgon, 1964. Peter Cushing. Not bad. She'd never seen it. A flicker of disappointment twisted in her gut. Jim would have liked this one. He had a soft spot for Cushing, always rambling about his quiet intensity or whatever. He'd be here, making his stupid little asides, nudging her whenever something Cushing-esque happened. But Jim. He always came back. No matter how bad the fights got, he always showed up, usually on her doorstep, looking sheepish, apologies tumbling from his lips like loose change. And then, ding-dong. Elsa's heart kicked against her ribs. There he is. Ha! She barely suppressed a smile as she stood, forcing herself to move casually toward the door, even as her pulse hammered beneath her skin. She reached for the handle, already picturing the familiar sight of Jim's lopsided grin, that mixture of mischief and regret he always wore when he came crawling back. She swung the door open. And froze. It was Jim. But the grin was gone. He stood hunched in the sickly glow of the porch light, his body trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. His eyes, those warm brown eyes she knew so well, were wide and bloodshot, pupils huge, darting across the shadows behind her as if something lurked just out of sight. His face was pale, ashen, slick with sweat. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. Jim, she whispered, stepping forward instinctively. He flinched. She stopped short, a cold prickle crawling up her spine. Jim, what's wrong? Is everything okay? His breath hitched. His fingers clenched and unclenched at his sides. His gaze darted left, right, over her shoulder, behind him. And then, finally, no, the word came out hoarse. Broken. His lips parted again, but for a second, nothing came out. And then, I killed Alex. Chapter 15, Alex. Jim checked the address again, just to make sure. 2-story house. Slightly weathered shutters. A plastic flamingo in the front yard with one leg broken, leaning forward like it was about to faceplant into the flower bed. Yep, this was the place. He exhaled and looked down at his notebook. Alex, short for Alexandros, 7 years old, difficult. Mother's words, he's a handful. Referring parents' words, he's got Tourette's, and he's a little terror. But you're good with kids who have, you know, issues. Jim had nodded politely back then, hiding the deep existential sigh forming in his chest. Issues. A nice way of saying brace yourself. He adjusted the strap of his worn-out messenger bag, took another breath, and rang the doorbell. It was opened by a man who looked like he had once cared about his appearance but had long since surrendered to beer and fatherhood. Balding, slight gut, a shirt with a faded logo that probably said something witty back in 1981. The man sighed, rubbing his temple like he had a headache that had started around 1983 and never left. Hey, I'm Jim. The English, yeah, the dad interrupted. Listen, we have a situation. Jim tensed. Situation, the dad turned and waved him inside with the weary air of a man who had accepted that life was just a series of minor disasters. Jim stepped in and immediately noticed 2 kids at the dining table, bent over their homework. They barely acknowledged his presence. They had seen some things, clearly. Then Jim saw the staircase. At the top, a closed door. Locked. From the inside. That's Alex's room, the dad explained. Jim stared. So, he knows I'm here, oh yeah. And he won't come out, the dad finished. Jim was a patient man, but this was new. He had dealt with kids throwing tantrums before. One had even faked a seizure once just to avoid learning a list of irregular verbs. But full-blown barricades? That was fresh. The dad trudged up the stairs, motioning for Jim to follow. When they reached the door, the man knocked, doing his best calm, understanding parent voice. "Alex, buddy, come on. Your English teacher's here. He's a cool guy. You should meet him." From behind the door, "Tell him to go to hell," Jim blinked. The dad exhaled like a man who had lost all hope years ago. "Alex, come on. Be nice. He's really cool. You'll like him. He's not coming into my house. Tell him to leave. I don't need English or a teacher. Go to hell, all of you." Jim folded his arms. "You know, I don't think he likes me." The dad gave him a look. "You think?" Jim sighed and leaned against the hallway wall. He thought about the money he made doing this. About how, once upon a time, he thought his life might be cooler than this. Maybe he'd travel. Write a book. Have some kind of legacy. Instead, here he was, arguing with a 7-year-old who had just condemned him to eternal damnation. Inside the room, there was a scraping noise, like furniture being dragged. Jim raised an eyebrow. "He's barricading the door, isn't he?" "Oh yeah," the dad muttered. "He's thorough." Jim rubbed his temples. "Has this happened before?" The dad hesitated. "Not exactly." Jim narrowed his eyes. The dad sighed. "Okay, fine. Once. When we tried to make him eat lentil soup." Jim nodded. "Right. English lessons and lentils, equally traumatic experiences." From downstairs, one of the kids called out helpfully, "Try bribing him with candy." Jim smirked. "That work?" the dad grimaced. "Not since he figured out the concept of manipulation." There was a pause. Then Alex's voice boomed from behind the door. "I can hear you talking about me, swipes." Jim sighed again and massaged his forehead. He considered his options. Could he reason with Alex? Probably not. Could he bribe him? Maybe, but he doubted he had anything valuable enough. Could he just leave? Now that was an idea. But then, a voice from behind the door, "If I learn English, can I cuss at my brother in English?" Jim smiled. There it was. The crack in the armor. He exchanged a look with the dad, then leaned toward the door. "Oh yeah, kid. You learn English, and you'll have global insult power. You'll be able to call your brother things he won't even understand." A pause. "Like what?" Jim thought for a moment. Then, slowly, he said, "Dingus." Silence. Then, a curious, hesitant voice, "What's that mean?" Jim grinned. "Open the door, and I'll tell you." A long, painful pause. Then, soft footsteps. The click of a lock turning. Jim and the dad exchanged a glance of pure disbelief. And just like that, the door creaked open. Jim stepped forward, notebook in hand, as Alex peered up at him suspiciously. "All right, kid," Jim said, rolling up his sleeves. Lesson 1, Dingus. And Thalia says hi. Chapter 16, Waving Detective Tom parked his car outside a block of flats, 5 kilometers west of the bustling center of Patra. The road was quiet, too quiet for this part of town. It had that eerie, post-sunset feel, like the place had given up for the night, leaving just the shadows to linger. He checked the notes on the passenger seat, the paper crinkling under his fingertips. Elsa Petridis. 38, math teacher. Single. No kids. The story was written there in black and white. A woman with a history, a woman somehow tied to the death of a 13-year-old. The death of Alexandros Papadopoulos, a name that no local could forget, even if they tried. It had happened 5 years ago, over in Ryan, the seaside village near Patra. A hit and run that had stolen the life of the boy, leaving behind a family fractured and shattered. Tom didn't think much of coincidences, but he had a gnawing feeling in the pit of his stomach. The fact that Jim, Elsa's former boyfriend, had blown his brains out just weeks ago, next to a newspaper clipping of Alex's death, was suspicious. Unsettling. At the very least, it was a lead. He glanced up at the balconies. His eyes narrowed at the third floor. There it was. The apartment. It looked just as it had been described. A little run down, but nothing to call attention to. Another interview. Another piece of the puzzle. When Elsa opened the door, she didn't even have to announce herself. Her face was a mask, a well-rehearsed smile that didn't reach her eyes. She'd been expecting him, of course. Maybe she'd been expecting this for years. Tom stepped inside. The apartment was interesting. If you could call it that. It wasn't what he was used to, too many colors, too many textures. An Eastern feel. The place was cluttered with deep red tapestries on the walls, their intricate patterns like eyes that seemed to watch you from every corner. The furniture was mismatched, some pieces old and worn, others new and out of place, a testament to a home cobbled together by different lives. Scents of incense, strong, almost overpowering, hung thick in the air, mingling with the faint traces of something older, like dust and forgotten memories. Elsa disappeared into the kitchen to prepare tea. The way she moved, deliberate, almost robotic, struck him as odd. When she returned, placing the tea in front of him, she didn't sit. She hovered. Waiting. "Please sit, and tell me about Jim," Tom said, his voice a little too rough for his liking. "And about the accident. Like I said on the phone, we found an old newspaper reporting the accident next to his body." Elsa stared at him for a moment before speaking. Her words came slowly. "Well, at the time of the accident involving Jim's student, we weren't exactly together," she began, her voice soft, almost detached. "We had kind of broken up. I mean, we'd had our occasional get-togethers after that, but we both felt like we were losing ground. Step by step, we were losing what we had. It wasn't the accident, though. It was just that we had issues before." Tom studied her, waiting. There was something in the air, something unsaid. Elsa's fingers wrapped tighter around her teacup, and he noticed the slight tremble in them. "Jim was not happy," she continued, her voice tighter now. "He never really told me what was wrong. He had depression, I think. He was often sad. But not with his students. They loved him. I mean, they adored him. He had a great time with them. Jim loved kids. He was sensitive toward them, you know. He'd get so depressed whenever he saw a news story about a hurt child. He'd linger on it for days. But he was the kind of teacher who never bailed out on a kid. Even the ones who were a mess. He wouldn't let go of them." Tom leaned forward. "What about Alex?" Elsa blinked, her gaze flickering. "Alex. As far as I remember, he was obsessed with a girl Jim had in his class. Thalia, if I remember well. He always asked about her, wanted to meet her. At some point, though, he started telling Jim that he was having conversations with her. Which was weird because he wasn't supposed to have met her." Tom's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" Elsa exhaled, her grip tightening around the teacup. "Alex told Jim he could hear her voice at night. That she spoke to him. Sometimes, he even said he saw her in the school playground, mingling with the other girls." The room felt colder. "And then what?" Tom pressed. "Jim told him that was impossible," Elsa continued. "That she lived far away, in Ryan, somewhere he couldn't go easily as a kid. But Alex didn't listen. The night of the accident, Jim came to my door, in shock, telling me that Alex had gone to find her." A shiver ran down Tom's spine. So Jim knew Alex was out there, looking for someone who what? Wasn't really there. Elsa hesitated. "I asked Jim why it was such a problem, why Alex meeting Thalia was such a big deal. I mean, their parents could arrange a sleepover or something, right? And he wouldn't answer me. He just kept saying, he shouldn't have gone. He shouldn't have gone. I think something about this terrified him. Tom watched her carefully. Why didn't you report this to the police? Elsa let out a bitter laugh. Jim said he was going to. That night, he promised he would. But he never did he? And now he's dead. Silence filled the space between them. Tom sighed and reached for the file in his coat pocket. For a while he ignored the woman as he flipped through the pages, his gaze landing on a specific section. An eyewitness account. A witness had seen Alex riding his bicycle, waving to someone on his left. Not looking ahead. Running a stop sign. And then, the car. The impact. The name of the eyewitness, Maria Antonopoulou. Resident of Agio. Tom read the passage again, slower this time. Who had Alex been waving at? His gut twisted. This case was heading in a completely new direction. He closed the file and stood. Thank you for your time, Elsa. She didn't respond. Tom walked back to his car, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the hallway. The case felt weird. He climbed into the driver's seat. The engine rumbled to life, and Tom took a long, deep breath, the weight of it all pressing down on him. Maybe he should close the case again. Maybe that was the right thing to do. Even if he found this girl Thalia, what would it change? What would it solve? Jim wasn't guilty. He wasn't the driver. And poor Alex, he was just a boy who got lost in his own obsession, in his own desperate need to connect with some other kid. But the world wasn't kind. The world didn't care about people like Alex. Or people like Jim. Tom lit another cigarette, the smoke swirling in the air like his thoughts. And as he pulled out of the parking lot, the city lights flickering in the rearview mirror, he couldn't shake the thought, the world was cold. So damn cold. Chapter 17, I Can't See My Body. Marco sat hunched over his old CRT monitor, the dim glow flickering against his face, the room otherwise shrouded in darkness. The whir of the PC tower hummed beneath the desk, broken only by the shrieks and moans coming from the speakers. He was playing Phantasmagoria, a puzzle of flesh, a horror game that had crawled under his skin the way only certain things could. It was supposed to be a distraction, something to get his mind off her, off what had happened at Jim's abandoned language school in Kalavrita. Instead, it had burrowed into his nerves, twisted something inside him, made the shadows of his room feel closer, thicker. In the game, Curtis Craig was trapped in Winteca's grotesque underground facility, a place dripping with flesh and wire, walls pulsating like living organs. Marco had spent the last hour trying to escape the meat-laden corridors, dodging faceless abominations that shrieked like dying children. The section he was stuck on required him to navigate a narrow passage where the walls closed in with every step. Behind him, the monster lurked, a grotesque amalgamation of limbs and twisted metal, a thing that whispered in a voice he swore sounded like Jim's the last time he saw him, right before he had put the bullet through his head. Marco flinched as Curtis's scream erupted from the speakers. The monster had caught him. Again. It ripped through flesh and bone, digitized blood splattering across the screen as the words "you have failed" scrawled in crimson. God damn it. Marco slammed his fist against the desk, the old wooden surface rattling. His last life. Enough. He yanked himself away from the chair and hit the power button. The screen went black with a static whine, leaving the room in a heavy silence, the only sound his own breathing. But it wasn't enough. The game had done nothing to push away the thoughts, the memories. Jim's blood-stained carpet. The empty hallways of that school. And Thalia. Marco reached for a CD from the stack by his bed, slipping Promised Land by Queensryche into the player. A moment later, Jeff Tate's voice poured into the silence, a familiar comfort. I'm different today, hey, something she said has stuck in my head. He grabbed his latest issue of Metal Hammer, sprawled out on the bed, and tried to lose himself in the pages. But his eyes weren't processing the words. Focus, damn it. He had exams coming up, Geological school at Patras University wasn't going to wait for him to untangle the shitstorm in his head. But none of it mattered. Thalia. 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 She was the only thing in his mind, that voice, that figure, the thing he had spoken to in Jim's cobweb-covered classroom. Was she real? Was she dead? The ceiling stared back at him, a blank void, but Marco wasn't seeing it. He was seeing the old school. Seeing Jim's hollowed-out skull. Seeing the corner of that classroom, the place where something had answered him back when he whispered, "Thalia." And then, "Marco." A whisper. Soft, fragile, but unmistakable. Marco froze. The voice had come from the corner of his room, the one spot that the street lamp outside couldn't reach. He turned his head slowly, heart hammering in his chest. The shadows in the corner were thick, darker than dark, like a hole had opened in his very bedroom. Marco. His breath came out in a tight gasp. He remembered how, as a child, he would mistake the shape of a chair and clothes for a lurking figure. But this wasn't like that. This was something else. A shadow beyond shadows. A shape that shouldn't be there. "Yes," he whispered. The voice shivered through the darkness. "Can you see me?" He squinted. "No. I need you to see me." A chill raced up Marco's spine. His throat was dry. Are you dead?" The same question he had asked in Jim's classroom, the same question he had felt in his gut but hadn't wanted to hear the answer to. A pause. Then, a trembling, uncertain response. "I don't think so. I just want you to see me." "I can see you," Marco lied. "No, you can't." A deep sorrow in her tone now. "I can't see me. That's what scares me, Marco. I can't see my body. I don't know where I am. I don't know what I am." Marco's fingers curled into the sheets. He didn't move. He couldn't. "I've known you all my life," the voice said, fragile, desperate. "Always wanted to meet you. And now I'm in the dark. And I can't see you." Marco swallowed, forcing his voice not to shake. "If I go back to the school, will it help?" The darkness trembled. He felt it tremble. "Yes," Thalia whispered. "We can try that. I'd love that." Her voice was slipping away, dissolving into the air like mist, but before it vanished completely, she added, I just want to make contact. But it's so hard." Marco hesitated. He reached out toward the dark corner, toward the place where her voice had been. His hand hovered, fingertips brushing the icy air. Then he snapped on the bedside lamp. Light flooded the room. The corner was empty. No shadow. No shape. No voice. Marco sat there, breathing hard, waiting for his fear to catch up with him, waiting for his pulse to hammer in his ears. But it never did. He wasn't afraid. Not in the way he should be. Anyone else would have bolted out the door, run screaming into the streets. But Marco wasn't afraid. Because he knew, deep down, this wasn't over. Thalia was asking for his help. And he was going to give it. Even if it meant going back to that school. Even if it meant facing whatever waited for him there. Even if it meant standing at the edge of the dark, and stepping in. Chapter 18, Broken Detective Tom leaned against his car, finishing his cigarette, the crisp afternoon air mixing with the smoke in his lungs. Outside the third elementary school in Agio, children burst from the doors like water breaking through a dam, their laughter and shouts echoing across the schoolyard. Some sprinted wildly while others clung to the fences, trading secrets and last-minute jokes. A group of boys had already started a soccer game with a half-deflated ball, while a cluster of girls sat cross-legged in the dirt, drawing shapes with sticks. The carefree chaos of childhood unfolded before Tom, making his stomach twist. His own daughter, back in Patra, might be doing the same thing right now, chatting with her friends, kicking at pebbles, oblivious to the weight of the world. This weekend was his with her, and they'd promised each other a movie night. He sighed, tossed the cigarette to the pavement, and crushed it under his heel. He stepped inside the school, where the scent of chalk and overused cleaning solution hung in the air. The hallway was a familiar kind of empty, the kind that held echoes of recent noise but had now settled into something quieter, something expectant. A boy, maybe 9 or 10, passed him, clutching a worn-out textbook to his chest. "Hey, kid," Tom said. "Where's Mrs. Antonopoulos' class?" The boy pointed down the corridor without a word. Tom gave him a nod and made his way there, his shoes squeaking against the linoleum. He found her just as she was stepping out of the classroom, her arms full of folders. Her eyes widened at the sight of him. "Oh," she said, adjusting her grip on the papers. "I wasn't expecting." Mrs. Antonopoulos had the kind of tired beauty that only time and teaching could bring, her hair dark and streaked with hints of gray, pulled back in a loose bun. Her face was pale, framed by the sharp lines of age, but her eyes still held a spark, maybe not of youth, but of something harder to describe, something that suggested resilience. She wore a simple cardigan over a blouse, practical, almost as if she wanted to blend into the walls of the classroom. There was a thin layer of worry etched into her features, the way someone who had lived through trauma carries its weight, even when they try not to show it. "Detective Tom," he said, flashing his badge. "I tried calling, but no one answered." She exhaled sharply, nodding. "Yes, the phone. It's old. Sometimes you have to jiggle the cord a little." She gave him an apologetic smile. "How can I help?" "I need to talk to you about Alex," Tom said, watching for a reaction. "The boy who was hit and killed while riding his bike near Ryan. 5 years ago." The smile faded from her face. I don't know what more I can say. I told everything to the police then." "I understand," Tom said, keeping his voice calm. "But sometimes, with time, memories shift. You remember details you didn't think were important before. I just need to go over it one more time." Mrs. Antonopoulos hesitated, glancing down at the stack of folders as if they could save her. But there was nothing in those papers that would change what had happened 5 years ago. Finally, she sighed and gestured to an empty classroom. "Come in." Tom sat across from her at one of the small student desks, his knees uncomfortably high. "You were the only witness," he said. "You said you didn't remember the car." She nodded slowly. "I never could. I know that's not helpful, but it happened so fast. The car came out of nowhere. If a man had been standing there instead of me, maybe he would have known the make, the model. All I could ever say was that I thought it might have been a Corolla, but I wasn't sure." Tom let that hang in the air for a moment. He tapped a knuckle against the desk. "What do you remember about Alex? Right before it happened?" Her face changed, brows knitting, lips pressing into a thin line. "He wasn't paying attention," she murmured. "He was riding down the street, but he wasn't looking ahead. He was looking to his left. Waving at someone." "Someone?" Tom leaned forward. "Who?" "I don't know." Her voice grew smaller. "That's the strange part. I looked around after it happened, but I didn't see anyone." Tom's stomach coiled. He'd been working this case long enough to know when a lead was running thin. "So you were in Patra when it happened. What were you doing there, since you live in Agio?" She glanced down for a moment before answering, her voice soft. "I was there for my sister's wedding. She lives in Patra, and I had gone to the village center to pick up some things from the supermarket. That's when I passed by and saw him." Tom nodded, letting her words settle. He could almost picture her in the bustling heart of the village, carrying bags of food or gifts, oblivious to what awaited her. He leaned forward, his voice gentle but insistent. "And when you saw Alex, what did you see?" Her eyes glazed over, as if trying to pull the memory from a deep place. "The boy," she whispered. He was lying face down in the street, next to the mangled bike. One of the wheels was still spinning. I thought he would be okay. But then I saw how he was lying, his body twisted in a way no one could just get up from. His arms and legs. They were broken, bent at angles that didn't make sense. His head was turned at a strange angle. Tom felt the hairs on his neck stand up at the description. His eyes studied her face, watching the pain flicker through her expression as she recalled the moment. It was clear the memory still haunted her. Did you see anyone near him? Anyone who could have helped him? She shook her head slowly. No. No one. It was just me, and him, and the street. Empty. There was no one around. The sound of the crash, it was still in my ears as I ran over to him. But by the time I reached him. Her voice trailed off, the weight of the memory pressing down again. Tom stood, silently processing what she had said. Thank you for your time, Mrs. Antonopoulou. She nodded numbly. On the drive back, Tom stared at the road ahead but saw none of it. The case was closing again, the same as it had before. Alex had seen someone who had distracted him, someone he had recognized. But there was no evidence, no other witness, nothing left to chase. Jim wasn't the driver. Tom was certain of that now. And the real killer? Gone, free, lost to time like a shadow slipping between streetlights. And that meant there would be no justice. No reckoning. No punishment for the wicked. He had spent years hoping, maybe even believing, that there was some kind of balance in the universe. That good and evil played by a set of rules. But as he stared at the endless stretch of road ahead, the truth felt heavier than ever. There was nothing. No heaven. No hell. Only this empty, indifferent world. And that, more than anything, made life feel unbearably, inexcusably vain. Chapter 19, Tremors. Marco's small finger traced the words as he read, his voice steady, deliberate. He stumbled, hesitated, then caught himself. Jim gave an encouraging nod, a soft smile. Good, Marco. Keep going. For a dyslexic kid, Marco was doing well, better than Jim had expected, actually. They had avoided too much reading for the first couple of years, focusing instead on listening and speaking. Jim had a theory, understanding always came before production. First, you swim in the language, let it soak into you, and only then do you try to shape it into words of your own. Marco had reached that stage. Now, he could follow Jim's narration of entire classic stories, grasping them at a deeper level. Last week, it was Jane Eyre. Jim hadn't read it to him, no, that wouldn't have worked. Instead, he told it, beginning to end, at a slow, steady pace, cutting away the clutter of description but keeping the bones of the story intact. Marco had understood everything. The way his eyes stayed fixed on Jim, the little nods when something made sense, proof that the theory held water. Today, though, they had returned to the book. Marco turned the page, and there it was, a full-color photograph of a boy and a girl, each holding a melting ice cream cone. Below the image, the words, I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. The girl in the photo had dark hair, cut in a sharp, straight bob that framed her small, round face. Her eyes, large and dark, were widened in delight, her mouth open in a mock scream, revealing slightly uneven teeth. She wore a striped t-shirt, slightly oversized, and there was something almost too perfect about her, like she belonged more to an advertisement than a real childhood moment. The ice cream in her hand was half melted, a thick line of pinkish cream dripping down her wrist. She looks like my student Thalia, Jim said absently, like he hadn't mentioned Thalia like a million times before, tapping a finger on the page. Marco stiffened. It was barely noticeable, a tiny tremor running through his shoulders. But Jim saw it. It was the kind of thing you didn't see unless you'd spent enough time studying a kid, watching them closely. A shake, small, fleeting, but odd. Almost like a seizure. Jim's stomach tightened. He glanced at Marco, whose eyes were locked on the photo. The boy didn't blink, didn't move. Just stared. Jim realized, with a creeping unease, that he'd done something strange, something possibly wrong. He had introduced Thalia into Marco's mind as a competitor, an unseen force in their lessons. He had made her into something more than a name. And now, with this photograph, he had given her a face. This was what she looked like. Something had been set in motion. "Marco?" Jim asked carefully. "You okay, buddy?" Marco blinked, shook his head slightly, as if waking from a dream. "Yeah," he said, but his voice was distant, his eyes still glued to the picture. Jim forced a smile. "Cool, let's keep going." They continued the lesson. Marco wrote a letter to a friend, his small hand gripping the pen tightly as he carefully shaped the words. Jim watched him, a knot forming in his stomach. He wasn't sure why, but something about all of this felt off. He'd spent so long thinking about Marco's dyslexia, working around it, pushing him forward. Had he missed something else? Because that shake. Jim had seen something like it before. A boy he'd taught years ago, who was later diagnosed as being on the spectrum. His parents had only ever mentioned the dyslexia, but now Jim wondered, was Marco somewhere in the broad, endless spectrum of autism, barely noticeable but still there, like a shadow just beyond sight? And had Jim made a mistake by planting Thalia in his mind like this? Had he pushed too hard, crossed some kind of invisible line? Had he given Marco something to obsess over? Jim exhaled and rubbed his temples. Marco kept writing, his tongue peeking out from the corner of his mouth in concentration. Maybe he was overthinking it. Maybe not. Chapter 20, She'll Be Mine Dad, Can I Have the Cadet Again? I'm going to Thomas's house in Fteri, we're spending the night at his grandpa's place. Of course, it was a lie. Marco was headed back to Jim's abandoned language school. To meet Thalia. Thomas was his best friend since 5th grade. His grandfather did have a house in Fteri, a quiet village near Kalavrita, and it had served as the perfect alibi before. Marco's parents could never imagine, not even in their worst nightmares, where their son was actually going, to spend the night inside a dead man's classroom, a place where dust and ghosts had settled into the corners of forgotten lessons. His father tossed him the keys without much thought. Drive carefully on those mountain roads. You are inexperienced. Marco nodded, stuffing his overnight bag with a couple of Coke cans, 2 beers, and a bag of chips. It was going to be a long night. A live horror night. He pulled over at a roadside cafe before leaving Patra, grabbing a coffee, then started his hour-long drive towards Kalavrita. The light dimmed as he went, the sky bruising purple and gray. The Accept CD spun in the player, filling the car with raspy vocals. She's a dreamer and I imagine her that she'll be mine. He sang along, terribly, but with heart. The winding roads were treacherous at night, slick with humidity, riddled with unseen creatures, foxes, ferrets, sometimes even wild boars lumbering across. He kept his high beams on, watching for movement. By the time he reached Kalavrita, the village seemed abandoned, like time had stripped it of life. Jim's school wasn't the only thing left for dead, most of the buildings bore the same neglected wounds, crumbling shutters, sagging rooftops, a place left to ghosts and silence. He let the emptiness soak into him. The streetlights flickered feebly, like old men straining to remember their purpose. He parked at the dead end of the alley, just in front of Jim's school. No one was around to see him. He took a deep breath and grabbed Jim's old student directory from the passenger seat, the one with the erased name. Maybe Thalia's name. The sliding window was still unlocked. Inside, everything remained frozen in time. The chairs twisted at the same odd angles, the blackboard with the same half-faded grammar lessons scrawled across it. Papers and books littered the floor. He moved carefully through the wreckage, flashlight in hand, until he reached Jim's office. The chair stood waiting. His throne for the night. Marco sat back, exhaling. She had been here, in this room, in the classroom ahead, in that chair in front of the blackboard. Thalia. His unseen companion for years during Jim's tutoring sessions. She had known about him, followed his progress, celebrated his successes from the other side. Now, he could finally see her. Talk to her. And maybe tonight, something more. He let the darkness settle, turned off the flashlight. The void deepened, black swallowing black. But then, like before, he saw it. The figure forming in the shadows, a shape darker than the darkness itself, a girl-shaped absence in the universe. A void with weight. Thalia, Marco, a whisper, coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. You there? He asked, barely above a breath. I can't see my body. What's wrong with me? A cold ripple passed through him. Marco asked her what she remembered from her life. I remember being Jim's student. I always knew about you, your scores, your tests. I was happy when you did well. I wanted to meet you. Marco swallowed hard. His mind lurched in strange directions. Had Jim hurt her? Killed her? Was he speaking to a spirit bound to this place by some unspoken horror? Was she buried under the floor? No, she said, almost reading his thoughts. Jim was the best teacher. Then, she asked something that sent ice through his veins. Come closer. Marco hesitated. Why? I need to feel the world through you. Let me have a ride. Just for a little while. A bicycle ride around the block, she made it sound like. Just borrow a body for a spin. Marco's heart thumped against his ribs. He focused on her shape, the head tilted slightly as if listening, her black form blending with the shadows. If he turned on the flashlight, she would disappear. He was sure of it. Please, Marco. Sit on me. His breath came sharp. Why would I do that? I just want to feel something. He stood. Walked toward her. The classroom stretched around him, the dead air thick with dust. Moonlight seeped through broken blinds, casting pale slashes across the abandoned desks. The blackboard loomed ahead, chalk dust still lingering like a whisper of past lessons. Faded posters of irregular verbs clung to the walls, their edges curled with time. A cracked windowpane hummed softly with the night breeze. The scent of mildew, of forgotten paper and ink, filled his nostrils. Despite the dark, his eyes caught the outlines of names carved into desktops, students long gone, ghosts in their own right. The silence held echoes, like the place still remembered the laughter, the drudgery, the lives that had once pulsed through it. Details to keep part of his mind busy, to evade sheer panic. He was there, next to her. Closed his eyes. Saturday. At first, nothing. Just the cold emptiness of the chair. Then, Marco. Do you feel me inside you? The voice wasn't in the air anymore. It was inside his head. Then his body moved. Stood up. Walked. But he hadn't commanded it. Marco, this is beautiful. I see better. I feel. His hands flexed, touched his chest, his face. Not his movements. Hers. The sliding window creaked open, and Marco stepped outside into the cold night air. His breath clouded in front of him. The snow had melted, leaving behind slick cobblestones that glistened under a lone streetlight. It flickered, its orange glow barely illuminating the alley, casting broken shadows along the walls. A battered bicycle leaned against a rusted railing, long abandoned. A mangled cat wandered past, one eye missing, tail twitching. The buildings loomed, windows like black sockets, watching. Thalia moved him forward. Past the kiosk in the square, where a locked ice cream freezer stood covered in dampness. A broken coin-operated airplane for toddlers sat motionless, waiting for a 10-drachma coin that would make it go up and down. She reached out, his hand reached out, touching its cold metal surface. A tremor ran through his fingers. She touched the leaves of the tree above it, feeling their wet texture, savoring sensations she had been deprived of for God knows how long. They wandered together through the silent, dead village. Then, Marco woke up. Daylight. Fog curled through the alley. His car. He was in his car, parked exactly where he had left it the night before, in front of Jim's school. His heart pounded as he sat up, trying to piece it together. Was it a dream? No. It couldn't have been. He looked down at his boots. Caked in mud. Oh, he had walked. Wandered. Through Calavrita's alleys in the middle of the night. And someone else had been behind the wheel. Thalia. She had been inside him. And she had liked it. The memories surged back, not as a dream, but as real sensations. He opened the car door and stepped out. He walked to the center of the village. The square was alive now, no longer a graveyard of memories. The kiosk stood open. The broken airplane ride was still there, but it looked different in daylight, less haunted, less forgotten. He walked past the tree, running his fingers over the bark, remembering the cool wetness from the night before. The world had been more vivid then, more textured. He had made contact. A deeper level than before. Thalia had existed, in flesh and bone, through him. Marco sat on a bench in the square, watching people pass by, the light mist swirling around them. He let the weight of it all settle into his bones. What now? What was next? Chapter 21, Carnival. Marco was 10 years old when he first joined Sunday school, though to say he joined would be inaccurate. He had been enlisted, drafted, conscripted, none of it his choice. His parents weren't the religious type, not by a long shot, but his aunt was. A true believer. A woman with a strict church-going routine and the kind of faith that could boil a lake. And Aunt Anna had decided that little Marco could use some religion in his life. So every Sunday morning, Marco was dragged out of bed and shoved into his nicest, itchiest clothes to attend Sunday school. The first year was fine. The teacher, a plump, bespectacled woman named Mrs. Eleftheria, read from the Bible, explaining passages however she saw fit, and Marco listened, because what else was there to do? Sometimes, at the end, there were treats, candy, if the church was feeling generous. Other times, it was just a little paper icon of Jesus. A gamble. A 50-50 shot. Marco prayed for candy, which felt ironic. Then came year 2. That's when Marco met Mr. Takis. Mr. Takis was no priest. Just a deeply pious old man with a mission, to mold the minds of young boys into proper God-fearing men. He wore the same suit every Sunday, a drab gray thing that looked like it had been cut from the fabric of a rainy day. His voice was deep and slow, the kind that made kids sit up straight even when they didn't mean to. Marco listened, as he always did, never questioning much. Until late January 1986. Carnival season. For the city of Patras, the carnival was everything. It was big. It was wild. It was, in Marco's mind, second only to Christmas. No, scratch that, better than Christmas, because Christmas didn't have parades, costumes, or an entire city turning into a festival of music, color, and mayhem. Marco wasn't in any parade group, his parents wouldn't go that far, but he had his routine, dress as a cowboy, same as last year, same as the year before that, hit a few costume parties, soak in the madness. A guaranteed highlight of the year. Which is why he wasn't expecting Sunday school to turn into a sermon of doom. Now, children, Mr. Takis began, lacing his fingers together like a spider weaving a trap, let us talk about the carnival. Marco perked up, half expecting an enthusiastic discussion about the joy and tradition of it all. We all know what the carnival is, don't we? A few kids nodded. What is it? Mr. Takis prompted, his tone light, inviting. Fun, ventured Georgios. A time to dress up, added Giannis. A festival, Nikos said brightly. Mr. Takis sighed, the sigh of a man who has just been told that the earth is flat. No, children. The carnival is the feast of the devil. Silence. Marco frowned. He had not been expecting that. He waited for some kind of clarification, a chuckle maybe, a just kidding, children, but none came. Tell me, Takis continued, who do you think rejoices most in masks, in disguises, in debauchery? The clowns, offered little Petros. The circus people, Georgios tried again. It's not the priests, is it? Vasilis asked, suddenly nervous. Mr. Takis shut his eyes as though praying for patience. The answer, children, is Satan. Marco's stomach flipped. He shot glances at his classmates, expecting someone, anyone, to raise a hand and say, wait a minute, this sounds like nonsense. But no. They were nodding. Nodding. Like it made sense. Like they had always known. Like he was the dumb one. The carnival is a time when sin runs unchecked. When people drink, dance, and cavort in reckless abandon, pretending it is all innocent fun. But is it innocent, children? No, the class murmured in eerie unison. And what should we, as good Christians, do during this time? Not dress up, someone guessed. Pray, offered another. Go to church, burn our costumes, Nikos suggested, his voice a little too enthusiastic. Mr. Takis looked horrified for a moment. No, no, my child, that is extreme. The correct answer is, stay inside. Lock our doors. Close our windows. And pray. Pray. For 2 weeks. Marco swallowed hard. His favorite time of the year was apparently a satanic festival, and his proper Christian duty was to barricade himself indoors until it blew over. He felt like he had walked through a doorway and into another world, one where up was down, left was right, and the carnival was an unholy ritual summoning demons into the streets. He wanted to laugh. But no one else was laughing. And then came the final shot to the head. Children, Takis said, folding his hands, to whom do you confess, not do you confess? Just who? One by one, the names came. Father Nikolaos. Father Theodoros. Father Vangelis. Marco's heart started pounding. He stole glances at his classmates. Every single one of these brats had a personal confession priest. Even the bullies. Even Nikos, who had once thrown a dead rat at him during recess. Then it was his turn. Marco, the room stretched. The air felt thick, syrupy. Where do you confess? Who is your spiritual father? He had options. He could lie. He could mumble some obscure priest's name from a distant neighborhood and pray that Mr. Takis wouldn't investigate. But what if he did? What if he asked follow-ups? He could already feel the pit opening beneath him, ready to swallow him whole. Or he could tell the truth. He licked his lips. I have never confessed. The silence was immediate, vast, and smothering. Marco felt the eyes of the room bore into him. The whispers slithered through the air, soft hisses of disbelief. Mr. Takis stared at him like he had just announced his devotion to Mephistopheles. Class dismissed. Everyone filed out, casting him glances, some pitying, most disgusted. Marco the 10-year-old Antichrist stayed. Mr. Takis packed his things, moving slow, deliberate, ignoring him. The church loomed quiet, ancient, humming with unseen judgment. Marco didn't know what kind of trouble he was in, but deep down, one thing was certain, his Sunday school days were over. If he survived. Takis walked ahead, his stiff frame cutting through the cold evening air like a knife through stale communion bread. Marco followed, keeping what he felt was a safe distance. They climbed uphill through the cracked streets of the neighborhood of Arwa, the city sprawled below them in tired shades of orange and gray, humming with the slow pulse of a Sunday. At the top of the hill stood Takis' house, old, respectable, and privileged, like the kind of house that had seen better men than Marco tremble on its doorstep. "Wait here," Mr. Takis said, disappearing inside. Marco obeyed, not out of respect but because he didn't want to risk whatever lay beyond that door. He busied himself watching a stray cat slink past a dumpster, then a beat-up Fiat rattling downhill over the cracked asphalt. Anything to keep his mind off the fact that his fate was currently being decided by a man who thought confetti was a tool of Satan. Minutes later, Mr. Takis emerged, holding a small booklet. Marco eyed it suspiciously. The cover showed Jesus knocking on a wooden door, his sad, pleading eyes staring right through Marco's soul. Below the image, in curling gold letters, it read, "Will you open?" "Take this," Mr. Takis said, pressing the booklet into Marco's reluctant hands. "Read it. Learn what sin is. And once you've studied it thoroughly, go to Agios Konstantinos, our church, and confess to Father Theodoros." Marco nodded mutely, then turned and walked away. He had survived. When he got home, the smell of garlic and tomatoes filled the air. His mother was making spaghetti. "How was Sunday school?" she asked, sprinkling cheese into the pot. "I'm not going again," Marco said, dropping his shoes at the door. "Why, honey?" Marco didn't answer. He was already in his room, flopping onto his bed, the booklet still clutched in his hands. He had bigger things to worry about, like finding the right cowboy costume for carnival and making sure his break dance moves to Big in Japan were sharp enough to impress Jane. Maybe even getting the courage to slow dance with her, if he wasn't too busy daydreaming about Thalia, the classmate he had never met in person but somehow knew was the love of his life. He sighed and opened the booklet. It was an extended breakdown of the 10 Commandments, except each one came with a list of sub-questions that read like they were written by a medieval inquisitor on a power trip. "Thou shalt not commit adultery. Do you crave other people's wives?" Marco blinked. He was 10. He flipped ahead. "Thou shalt not kill. Do you wish harm upon your neighbor?" Marco thought of Georgie, the kid who shoved him into the fence during recess. The answer was a clear yes, but was that really the same as killing? He shut the booklet and chucked it across the room. Lying on his back, he looked around. The wallpaper was peeling in one corner, revealing a pattern underneath that looked suspiciously like a face screaming in eternal agony, probably just a coincidence, but after tonight, who knew? A Knight Rider poster hung above his desk, Kit looking down at him with judgmental robotic eyes. His cassette player sat next to a pile of mixtapes, a collection of Duran Duran, Aha, and some bootlegged Michael Jackson songs his cousin had recorded off the radio. On his shelf, there was an unfinished model airplane, an assortment of action figures, He-Man missing a leg, Darth Vader missing a hand, and a soccer ball with a puncture in it. His closet door was slightly ajar, revealing the mess of clothes he'd sworn to clean up last week. This was his fortress. And he wasn't going back to Sunday school. That much was certain. And more than anything, he wanted to meet Thalia. And if he had to choose between Jane and Thalia, despite having never seen Thalia in real life, he'd choose Thalia. What he didn't know was that almost 10 years later, he'd be standing on Mr. Takis' doorstep again, knocking on his door. February 10, 1996. Marco stood in front of Takis' house, looking up at it. It had been 10 years since he'd last stood here, smaller, thinner, and absolutely terrified. Now, he was adult-sized and just as scared, only the fear had changed flavors. Back then, it had been the fear of sin, of burning in some medieval hellscape Takis had described in Sunday school. Now, it was Thalia. The house had aged well. Someone had taken care of it, maybe even loved it. A fresh coat of paint, a reinforced fence, new tiles on the roof. The yard was different too. The rusting gate was gone, replaced by a sturdy iron one that looked like it could keep out a small army. A stone path led up to the front door, flanked by trimmed bushes and a gnarled olive tree that had probably been there since the Romans. And beyond it all, the city of Patra sprawled out below, shimmering in the cold sunlight. The view alone made the place feel powerful, like some old-world magician's lair. Which, given the rumors, wasn't far off. Marco rang the bell. Then again, harder. A shuffle, a creak, and then the door cracked open, revealing an older, but not ancient, version of Takis. The same sharp eyes, the same glasses perched on the tip of his nose, the same way of looking at Marco like he could see his soul and was already disappointed in it. "Hello," Marco swallowed. "I read the booklet. I'm ready to confess." A beat of silence. Then, "Sorry, what?" Marco grinned nervously. "Bad humor. I'm Marco. Remember me?" Takis frowned, then squinted. "No, you brought me here like 10 years ago. Gave me a little booklet about confession." Recognition flickered. "Oh. Yes. The kid who had never confessed. George Petropoulos' kid. That's me. Guilty as charged." Mr. Takis studied him a moment longer, then stepped aside. "Are your parents okay? Come in." Inside, the house smelled like old wood and something faintly herbal, tea, maybe, or something more arcane. The hallway was dim, the furniture ancient and solemn. The wallpaper curled at the edges, and the wooden floor groaned underfoot. They walked past a shadowy living room with an overstuffed couch. Candles lined a mantelpiece, some melted down to ugly nubs. A grandfather clock stood in the corner, its ticking loud. And then there was the study. It was the kind of room that belonged in an old novel or a movie. A massive desk dominated the center, piled with books, papers, and what looked like an actual quill pen. A floor-to-ceiling bookcase lined the walls, so packed with books that some were stacked horizontally, shoved into gaps. A rolling ladder leaned against it, the kind you only saw in libraries or secret societies. There was a fireplace too, crackling softly, casting strange shadows across the dark wood paneling. Marco sat. Takis sat behind his desk, folding his hands in front of him, glasses catching the firelight. "You haven't changed much," Marco said. "This is exactly how I remember you." Takis said nothing, just waited. I'm sorry I bailed on Sunday school," Marco went on. "It was just a bit much. You asked everyone where they confessed, and they all had an answer except me. I'd never confessed before, and you made me feel, well, horrible about it. And then I read that little booklet, but it didn't help. So I left. I'm sorry." Mr. Takis adjusted his glasses. "How old are you now?" "First year at university," Marco said. "Studying geology here in Patra." Takis nodded. "Good field. We have plenty of earthquakes in Greece. You could specialize in seismology." "Maybe. I'll think about it." Silence settled, thick and expectant. Then Takis leaned forward slightly. "I remember that day," he said. "But let me assure you, half of those kids were lying. They'd never confessed either." Marco blinked. That was not what he had expected. He had spent years convinced he was the odd one out, the lone sinner in a room full of saints. And here was Mr. Takis, casually pulling the rug out from under that memory. Marco let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Well. That's a twist." Mr. Takis smiled slightly. "So what brings you here, young man?" Marco hesitated. He wasn't even sure anymore. But he had come all this way, climbed the hill, rang the bell. He might as well see it through. He leaned forward. "I need help." Mr. Takis nodded, as if he'd been expecting that answer all along. "Then let's begin." Marco shifted in his chair, trying to make himself comfortable in Takis' dimly lit study. The air smelled of old books and candle wax, the kind of scent that clung to the skin. The glow of the single desk lamp was casting deep shadows on Takis' lined face. "When I ran away from Sunday school," Marco started, "I thought you were some radical, unbending religious guy. Honestly, you weirded me out with your ideas about the carnival. Heavy stuff for a kid." But over the years, I heard you changed. That you've read a lot, studied other religions, even philosophies. That you're, I don't know, more versatile now. Takis' lips twitched, as if amused, but his expression darkened again. Yes, Marco. I have read. I have learned. But I am still a devout Christian. And I still believe the carnival is not good. Perhaps I am not as rigid as I used to be, but the truth remains. So tell me, what brings you here? Marco let his gaze drift to the walls of books behind Takis, feeling momentarily lost in their sheer number. Then he exhaled and refocused. Is it possible that I'm possessed? Takis arched an eyebrow. Why would you say that? Marco let out a nervous chuckle. Well, maybe I should have gone to a shrink first, you know, to rule out schizophrenia. But something pulled me here first. I don't know what. So, let me start at the beginning. Takis nodded slowly, his fingers tapping the desk in a rhythmic, thoughtful way. Marco swallowed and continued. I had an English tutor when I was a kid. His name was Jim. Because I was dyslexic, my folks wanted something more focused, so they hired him for private lessons. He was great. I really liked him. I'd even say he was my favorite teacher, at least after you scared the hell out of me about the Patras Carnival. Takis didn't smile. He just waited. Anyway, Marco pressed on, Jim had this other student, Thalia. We were the same age, same level, according to Jim. He kind of made us compete with each other although we had never met. He'd share each other's grades between us, performance numbers, little things to push us forward. And after a while, she became an obsession. I'd look into a crowd of kids at school and swear she was there, watching me. Sometimes I thought I could hear her in my head. A few weeks ago, I met a girl who'd also been one of Jim's students. She told me this was his technique, he used imaginary rivalry to motivate students. She said he'd done the same thing with her, using a boy or two. And suddenly, I started thinking. What if Thalia never existed? Marco paused, licking his lips. That was weird. I also went to see Jim a week before he shot himself. I just wanted to ask about Thalia, maybe get a phone number or an address, say hi if you know what I mean. You know what he said? Something cryptic and weird about doors opening and closing, but never shutting properly again. And then, a week later, he killed himself. Takis inhaled slowly, his eyes flickering with recognition. Yes. I remember hearing about that. The English teacher in Kalavrita. That's right. And I can't shake the feeling that it's connected to Thalia. I went to his old language school in Kalavrita to ask around. Then I snuck into the building, into the empty classrooms. And that's when I saw her. In the shadows. She spoke to me. At first, I thought she was a ghost. Maybe Jim's victim, I don't know. But she said no, Jim was her favorite teacher. And she said she never had a body. Takis said nothing, but Marco could see the shift in his posture. He was listening, really listening. Not like someone humoring a lunatic. Like someone considering a very real possibility. I went back, Marco continued. The second time. She used my body. Walked around the village with me like a goddamn puppet. Okay, saying this out loud, I sound insane. I should just go to a therapist, right? Because if this isn't a psychotic break, then what? Am I possessed? Takis didn't answer right away. He drummed his fingers on the desk, lost in thought. Then, finally, he stood, moving to the towering bookcase that surrounded the study. He adjusted the wooden ladder, rolled it to the left, then climbed up. His fingers ran along the spines of books, reading titles Marco couldn't see. Finally, he pulled one out. A cloud of dust erupted as Takis wiped the cover clean. He brought the book down, laid it on the desk, and opened it with careful, reverent fingers. Marco barely caught a glimpse of the cover before Takis flipped past the title page. There, embossed in gold, was the outline of a fat Buddha. Marco frowned. What does Buddha have to do with this? Takis' eyes gleamed darkly. Maybe more than you think. Chapter 22, Dirt. Marco gripped the worn steering wheel of his father's Cadet, the cheap vinyl peeling under his fingers. The car hummed along the asphalt as he reached the roundabout at Dervini, headlights cutting into the early morning mist that had started to roll in from the Gulf of Corinth. He barely glanced at the signs. His hands made the decision before his brain did, upward, toward the mountains of Corinthia. Takis had given him the map, and with it, a riddle disguised as an invitation. The map was old, the kind you might find stuffed in the glove compartment of a long-abandoned vehicle, its edges curled and yellowing. The name circled in red ink stood out among the faded print, Karma Birchen Buddhist Ground. A Buddhist retreat, right in the middle of Greece. It seemed ridiculous. Even more ridiculous that Takis, hardcore Orthodox, Sunday school preacher, a man who had once told Marco that heavy metal was the devil's hymn, was the one sending him there. His meeting with Takis had been strange. Not that Marco had expected anything different. The previous day, they had sat in Takis' study, surrounded by stacks of old books and the faint smell of incense. Marco had spilled everything, about Thalia, how she had begun appearing in his life in ways that weren't normal. He'd talked about the way his thoughts had wrapped around her like ivy, how her presence had gone from fascination to obsession. How she had sought physical sensation through his body. Takis had listened, had nodded as if he understood, but had offered no explanations. Instead, he had emerged from the shadows of his cluttered space with a dusty tome. A Buddha on the cover, staring with hollow eyes. I shall not tell you what I think is going on, Marco remembered Takis saying as he pressed play on his car stereo and set his Queensryche, Empire CD to his favorite track, Silent Lucidity. I'd rather not discuss it here. But I would like you to go here. Find Grand Lama Tenzing Norbu. Tell him your story. He will guide you. Now, with Queensryche humming through the car's feeble speakers, Marco followed the road that wound its way through the Corinthian countryside, with Takis' map on the passenger seat beside him. Outside, the landscape changed. The coast fell away, giving rise to olive groves that stretched in disciplined rows, their silver-green leaves shivering in the wind. The occasional cypress stood like a lone sentinel among the lower trees. Higher up, the road slithered through dense pine forests, the air thick with the scent of resin and damp earth. Somewhere in the distance, a shepherd's bell clanged lazily, the sound swallowed by the mountains. The sun had risen higher by the time Marco saw the turnoff. A dirt road. His father's Cadet was about to suffer. He sighed, pulling over outside a small, crumbling cafeteria, the kind of place where time had slowed to a crawl, where the men inside had been sitting in the same chairs for the past 50 years. He stepped inside, the door creaking behind him. The air was thick with the smell of old wood, cigarette smoke, and something fried. The walls were yellowed with years of nicotine stains. A single light bulb buzzed faintly overhead, casting long shadows. 3 old men sat at a corner table playing cards, barely glancing at him as he entered. Behind the counter, an old woman with sharp eyes watched him, arms folded over her chest. He cleared his throat. "A coffee, please." The woman said nothing, only turned and began the slow, deliberate process of making a Greek coffee. He watched as she poured the grounds into the briki, added water, stirred it with practiced precision before setting it on the flame. The room was silent, save for the occasional shuffle of cards and the distant hum of insects outside. Marco hesitated, then asked, "I'm looking for the Buddhist retreat. Karma Birchen. Am I on the right road?" He expected laughter. A scoff. Some remark about foreigners and their nonsense. But the woman simply nodded. Straight ahead. Then, she glanced past him, out the window at his car. And it was then that she laughed. She was missing teeth. Marco swallowed some thick coffee. He thanked the woman and stepped outside, back into the creeping dusk. The road ahead was hell. The first few kilometers weren't so bad, just dust and a few potholes, but soon, the terrain turned vicious. Deep ruts, jagged rocks, patches of thick mud. The cadet groaned in protest. He could hear stones rattling in the wheel wells, the suspension taking the abuse like an aging boxer staggering through the final round. On his right, the land dropped away into nothing. A sheer cliff, the kind that promised a long, thoughtful descent before oblivion. The road narrowed, barely enough for the cadet to squeeze through. His knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. "This has to be a joke," he muttered. But there was no turning back now. He had come too far. He pushed forward, wincing every time the car lurched over a hidden ditch. Then, finally, in the distance, he saw them. Rising from the mist like ancient sentinels, a line of Buddhist monuments, their stone faces worn by time, their silhouettes stark against the moonlit sky. It was real. The retreat existed. In the heart of the Peloponnese. He exhaled, tension leaking from his shoulders. He had arrived. But as he turned off the ignition and sat in the silence, he couldn't shake the feeling that the hardest part was still ahead. That the answers Takis had refused to give him were waiting just beyond those statues, hidden in the dark halls of Karma Birchen. And that whatever truth lay there, it would change everything. Chapter 22, Karma Birchen. Marco pulled the parking brake and stepped out of the cadet, stretching his legs after the grueling drive. The engine ticked softly as it cooled, and he shielded his eyes from the midday sun. Before him, an eerie sight rose from the rugged Greek mountains, a Buddhist temple, its golden rooftop glinting under the clear blue sky, flanked by a line of stupas, their black domes pristine against the emerald backdrop of the hills. He had not driven to Tibet. This was Corinthia. A couple of hours from his home. And yet, here it was, a Tibetan place in this landscape. A whisper of the Himalayas transplanted onto Greek soil. He walked forward, the gravel crunching beneath his boots. The temple itself was an architectural paradox, a fusion of Eastern mysticism and the raw, untamed beauty of the Peloponnesian mountains. The main building was modest in size but intricate in design, its wooden eaves adorned with golden carvings of mythical creatures, its walls painted in deep crimson and saffron. The line of stupas stood like silent sentinels, each crowned with a spire, their bases adorned with delicate, hand-painted mandalas. Beyond the structures, Marco glimpsed a garden, a sprawling sanctuary of green where two monks in simple maroon robes worked methodically, tending to the cultivated land. Neatly arranged plots bore an array of crops, deep green kale and spinach, thick clusters of lavender, and low rows of aromatic herbs, basil, mint, and something that smelled faintly of anise. In the shaded corners, vibrant flowers bloomed, lotuses and marigolds, their petals trembling in the slight breeze. One of the monks noticed Marco's presence and approached. He was an older man, his face weathered yet kind, his shaven head accentuating his sharp cheekbones. When he spoke, it was in surprisingly fluent Greek. Kalispera. Welcome. Marco hesitated before offering a polite nod. Kalispera. My name is Marco. I'm looking for Tenzin Norbu. The monk's expression did not change, but there was a flicker of recognition in his deep-set eyes. You have come to the right place. Follow me. Marco felt an immediate wave of awkwardness. How was he supposed to greet a Buddhist Lama? Should he bow? Kiss his hand, like with an Orthodox priest? Shake hands? The monk must have sensed his hesitation because he smiled reassuringly. Inside the temple, the air was thick with the scent of sandalwood and aged parchment. Marco removed his shoes as instructed, stepping onto cool stone flooring that was polished smooth by countless footsteps. The interior was nothing short of breathtaking. A towering statue of the Buddha sat in the center, its golden form radiating an otherworldly glow under the dim lantern light. Around it, walls were covered in intricate murals, scenes of celestial beings, swirling clouds, and mythical beasts that seemed to move in the flickering candlelight. Above, the ceiling was adorned with hundreds of tiny prayer flags, each inscribed with sacred texts. Marco could hardly believe he was still in Greece. The monk gestured for him to sit on a cushion in the corner. "Wait here. I will bring tea." He returned a few minutes later with 2 cups of steaming butter tea, the rich, earthy scent filling the space. They sat in silence for a moment before the monk spoke. "This place is called the Kalachakra Stupa. It was created to protect against negative energies," he said, his voice calm, deliberate. "It is a rare kind of stupa, with only a few existing in the world. The monks who founded this place came here many years ago, fleeing persecution. They brought with them their teachings, their wisdom, and the understanding that certain energies, both good and bad, flow through the world." Marco nodded, absorbing the words. "It's an honor to visit this place." The monk studied him for a moment, then asked, "And what has brought you here, young man?" Marco took a deep breath and told his story. He spoke of Thalia, how she had started as a mere acquaintance through Jim, a virtual presence that slowly became an obsession. He described the strange visions, the whispers in his mind, the overwhelming feeling that she was no longer a voice but had stepped into his reality through his own body. He admitted to thinking he was possessed by some demon, to seeking help from the church, only to be redirected here by an old and wise Orthodox teacher. When he finished, the monk took a long sip of tea before speaking. "Thalia is a tulpa, my good friend." Marco frowned. "A what?" "A tulpa," the monk repeated, his smile widening slightly. "An autonomous entity born from thought." Marco felt a chill run through him. "You mean? She's not real?" "Oh, she is real. But she was created by you. Or rather, by your mind's intent. In Tibetan teachings, a tulpa is an independent thought form, a manifestation of concentrated mental energy. The more one believes in it, feeds it with emotion and focus, the stronger it becomes, until it takes on a life of its own." Marco stared at him, his rational mind rejecting the explanation even as something deep inside him acknowledged its truth. "Tulpas can be harmless," the monk continued, "or they can become something far more dangerous. In ancient traditions, advanced practitioners could create them intentionally, companions, protectors, even entire beings. But if left uncontrolled, a tulpa can take on a will of its own. It can grow beyond its creator's control. And sometimes, it does not want to fade away." A slow dread coiled in Marco's stomach. The monastery walls, ancient and cracked, seemed to press in around him. Across from him, the monk regarded him with a solemn expression, hands folded in the folds of his saffron robes. A single candle flickered between them, casting long, restless shadows. "I see you are a little frightened," the monk said, his voice calm, measured. "What you experienced, your tulpa sensing the world through your body, is a dangerous practice, one that few can master. And yet, somehow, you have." Marco swallowed hard. "Am I in danger?" His voice barely broke above a whisper. The monk tilted his head slightly, considering. "I do not know. But if your tulpa wished to harm you, she would have." Marco shook his head, confusion clouding his thoughts. "I don't understand," he admitted. "Is she real or not?" A long silence. Then the monk leaned forward, his gaze piercing. "You use a computer, yes? Have you ever partitioned your hard drive?" Marco blinked. "Yes. That is how a tulpa comes to life." The monk traced a slow and barely visible circle in the dust before him. "Your brain has partitioned itself, forming a separate, autonomous personality. A sentience born from thought, crafted through meditation, discipline, and patience. Whether you meant to or not, you have created a being who wishes to exist, to feel, to survive." Marco exhaled sharply. His heart pounded against his ribs. "So, she's alive?" "In a sense," the monk nodded. "Tell me, Marco, have you ever considered that you might be different? Are you autistic? Perhaps somewhere on the spectrum?" I don't know. People with a certain neurological disposition often excel in tulpa creation. The monk's eyes held no judgment, only curiosity. Your mind is uniquely suited for this. But you must understand, Thalia is not merely an illusion. She is an independent force now, bound to you. You must make peace with her. Because from now on, you are no longer alone. Marco felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He tried to suppress the growing fear, the weight of realization sinking in. But why do I only see her in certain places? In low light? Why does she appear at Jim's old classroom and nowhere else? The monk's lips curled into the faintest hint of a smile. Because the mind needs focus. When you try to recall a face, isn't it easier when you imagine a setting? A background? Context shapes perception. The classroom, the dim lighting, these act as catalysts, allowing your brain to manifest her more clearly. But in time, and through meditation, you will be able to see her anywhere, anytime. Marco's mouth went dry. So I created a tulpa, by accident. Yes, my friend. And now, you must learn to live with her. The candle between them sputtered. The shadows on the walls shifted, stretching, as if something unseen was listening. Waiting. On his way back, Marco didn't care about the dirt road that was slowly devaluing his dad's old Opel Kadett. He didn't care about the cliffs and the black abyss beyond, waiting like an open mouth if he took one wrong turn. He barely even cared about the fact that he was driving like a lunatic, kicking up dust and pebbles, making the old car rattle like it had just seen a ghost. His mind was fixated on one thing, Thalia. That tech-savvy Buddhist monk had told him, plain as day, that he had an imaginary friend. Only she wasn't just imaginary, she was autonomous. Independent. A sentient squatter in the real estate of his brain. A ghost who didn't haunt a house but the inner hallways of his mind. For the first time in his life, Marco felt like he wasn't alone in his own body. As he took the freeway from Derveni toward Patra, he swore he could feel her there, sitting in the passenger seat, watching him. Not a shadow, not a flicker at the edge of his vision, but a presence. Like when you walk into a room and just know someone is already inside, even if they haven't made a sound. His hands clenched the wheel. The thought occurred to him, sudden and unwelcome, she wants to drive. It was stupid. Ridiculous. But the feeling settled over him like a cold sweat. Jim's tactics, his twisted little educational games, maybe Helen had been right. Maybe Thalia, Petropoulos, and all the other kids with old man names weren't real. Maybe Jim had conjured them up as part of some psychological experiment, a way to foster camaraderie among his students, to stave off loneliness. To give them an invisible team to belong to. And somehow, it had worked too well on Marco. His mind had taken the bait and run with it, fashioning Thalia into something more than just a name. More than just a ghost story. The sun was setting behind the mountains as Marco approached Patra, an orange glow bleeding into the sky. The closer he got, the stronger the pull in his gut became. He knew where he was going. He knew before his hands even turned the wheel. He was going to see Takis again. His so-called spiritual guru. They didn't always see eye to eye, especially about the carnival, but hell, maybe this time, Takis could actually help. Because if anyone knew how to deal with things that shouldn't exist, it was him. Chapter 23, Kill Monday evening had settled over the city of Patra in a cold, unremarkable way. A damp chill clung to the sidewalks and seeped into the bones of its residents. Marco sat once again in Takis' study, a room that smelled of old paper, candle wax, and something fainter, perhaps dust, perhaps time itself, a scent that spoke of forgotten knowledge. The place was now familiar to Marco, a sanctuary of sorts, but tonight, something about it felt different, more oppressive, more claustrophobic. The single lamp on the desk cast a trembling, inadequate glow, its reach failing to chase away the deeper shadows clinging to the corners of the room. The towering shelves loomed high, overstuffed with books that had not been touched in years, maybe even decades, their leather spines cracked and faded, their secrets locked within. Takis, Marco's old Sunday school teacher, sat across from him, fingers steepled beneath his chin, his usually strict eyes now unreadable, clouded with a mixture of concern and something else, fear. He had listened patiently, his face etched with a growing unease, as Marco explained what the monk had told him about Thalia, what she really was, or what she represented. When Marco finished, silence stretched between them, thick and heavy, a silence that hummed with unspoken dread. The ticking of an unseen clock seemed to amplify the quiet, each tick a hammer blow against Marco's nerves. At last, Takis exhaled, a long, slow breath. "I suspected as much," he said, his voice low and careful, each word measured. "But I didn't want to say. And Marco, you should know that although I have studied much, ancient religions, philosophies, even the occult, I have never strayed from Christianity. I study these things for knowledge, for understanding, but I do not embrace them. My faith remains my anchor." Marco said nothing. He had heard the old man's disclaimers before, his insistence that his mind was a fortress against the darkness, a bastion of reason, but tonight it rang hollow. Takis shifted uncomfortably in his worn leather chair and continued, his tone almost apologetic, as if he were trying to convince himself as much as Marco. "If my opinion is of any value, I still believe that Thalia, if she is indeed a culpa of Tibetan philosophy, is ultimately a creation of your own mind. A manifestation of your anxieties, your fears, your subconscious. Or maybe your desires. Which means, Marco, that what you are experiencing is psychological, rooted in your own psyche. And if you were to go speak to a psychiatrist, he might listen, might even play along with your thoughts, attempting to understand the root of your delusion. But in the end, when you left his practice, you'd have a prescription for antipsychotics in your hand. That is what I believe." Marco listened carefully. The words made sense, they should have reassured him, offered a logical explanation. They didn't. They offered a diagnosis, not a solution. He swallowed, his throat suddenly dry as sand, and asked, "Okay, Mr. Takis, that book of yours, does it say how I can get rid of my culpa? Like, kill it?" The word hung in the air. Takis raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Kill it? The monk said she is my creation and my responsibility," Marco said, his voice barely a whisper. "I don't know exactly what that means. But if I created her, maybe I can destroy her. Maybe I can undo what I've done." Takis leaned back in his chair, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on some point beyond Marco, lost in contemplation. After a moment's thought, he stood, his chair groaning against the aged wooden floor, and moved toward the towering bookshelf. He grasped the rolling ladder, its wood creaking under his weight as he ascended toward the section Marco recognized from before, the section dedicated to arcane texts and forgotten lore. His fingers brushed along the spines of countless volumes, searching for the same book, then plucked it as last time, a massive, ancient thing bound in cracked leather, with a faded Buddha embossed on its cover. The book was heavy, and when Takis climbed down with it, a small cloud of dust, like the exhalation of a long-dormant spirit, erupted from the brittle pages as he set it heavily on the table. Marco exhaled sharply, trying to suppress the unease curling in his gut, the primal fear that whispered of unseen presences. His gaze drifted, unfocused, and landed on the farthest corner of the study, the one the lamp's glow barely reached, a realm of deep, impenetrable shadow. The shadows there seemed thicker than before, swollen with something denser than mere darkness, something that pulsed with a faint, malevolent energy. He blinked, trying to clear his vision. And then, she was there. Thalia. The air in the room turned heavy, charged with an almost palpable tension. Marco's heartbeat lurched into his throat, a frantic drumbeat against his ribs. She was forming, her shape emerging slowly from the darkness like a photograph developing in a tray of chemicals, her features sharpening, solidifying. She did not move, did not breathe, just stood there, watching him with eyes that seemed more like pits in the dim light, burning with an unholy fire. She was undeniably clearer than the previous times he had seen her, more present, more real. Like a warning. Marco snapped his head toward Takis, forcing himself to refocus, to pretend she wasn't there, to will her away with the sheer force of his denial. His throat was dry as sand, his tongue felt thick and clumsy. Takis was flipping through the fragile pages of the old book, his brow furrowed in concentration. "There is a section," he muttered, his voice barely audible, "about malevolent culpas. If one goes rogue, if it becomes menacing, threatening, there are things that can be done. Even," he hesitated, his voice catching in his throat, then read aloud, his words echoing in the sudden stillness, "even kill it." As the word kill left his lips, the lamp on the desk flickered violently. Not a soft, momentary flicker, but a violent, shuddering fluctuation, as if the very electricity in the house recoiled at the word, as if some unseen force had taken offense. The light dimmed, faded, and for a breathless instant, darkness swallowed the room whole, a thick, suffocating darkness that pressed against Marco, stealing his breath. Marco's stomach turned to ice. His hands clenched into fists, his knuckles white. The darkness pressed against them, thick and smothering, filled with a sense of malevolent presence. Then, just as suddenly, the lamp surged back to life. Takis flinched, his gaze darting to Marco, his face pale. "What was that?" he asked, his voice now carrying a thread of undisguised unease. Marco forced himself to turn, to look again at the corner where Thalia had stood. She was closer now. Not by much, but closer. Her form was clearer, more defined. The glint of her eyes, the pale suggestion of a mouth curled into something between a smile and a sneer, a mask of cruel amusement. Marco inhaled sharply and turned back to Takis, his heart pounding in his chest. "I think," he whispered, his voice trembling, "we are not alone in here." Takis' fingers tightened around the edge of the ancient book. The old man's eyes, skeptical as they had always been, darted toward the corner Marco had been looking at. He saw nothing, but the air around them felt different now, charged, electric, heavy with unseen energy. A soft sound rose in the room, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, like wind sneaking through a crack in the wall, or the rustling of dry leaves. Marco wasn't sure if he had imagined it, a trick of his overwrought nerves. Takis cleared his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. "We should," he began, but the lamp flickered again, dipping the room into shadow, a more deliberate, more menacing flicker than before. And this time, when the light returned, Marco knew without a doubt, Thalia had moved again. Marco's breath hitched in his throat. He turned to Takis, his voice low, urgent, pleading. "Mr. Takis, please don't read the page. We might be in danger." Chapter 23, Eyes. When Marco disappeared into the distance in his father's car, on the dirt road in front of the stupas, Tenzin Norbu remained standing at the temple steps, his gaze fixed on the shrinking silhouette of the vehicle. The monk's expression was one of quiet unease. He had understood something, something that made no sense. Something he could not fathom. He heard footsteps on the worn stone behind him. Another monk approached, his saffron robes fluttering slightly in the wind. He was older than Tenzin by a few years, his face lined with the kind of wisdom that only came with relentless discipline and time spent in deep meditation. "Tenzin," the monk said, his voice hushed with curiosity. "What troubles you?" Tenzin Norbu did not answer immediately. Instead, he let the wind carry the silence between them, as if weighing his words before releasing them into the air. "I will tell you tonight," he finally said. The day unfolded in the rhythm of prayer, the monks moving through their routine with the serenity of a mountain river. Afternoon chants resonated through the monastery, the harmonic vibrations filling the halls with an ancient reverence. Incense curled in slow, deliberate tendrils toward the high wooden beams. They practiced meditative walking, silent mantras, and deep contemplation. The evening brought debates on scripture, the clinking of prayer beads, the steady hum of monks in meditation. And then came nightfall. Inside the temple, the flickering glow of butter lamps cast shadows against the gilded statues of the enlightened ones. The air was thick with the scent of burning wicks and something else, something Tenzin Norbu could not shake, like the memory of unseen eyes pressed against his skin. He and the other monk sat cross-legged before the altar. The golden face of Buddha looked down upon them, inscrutable, eternal. "Tell me now," the older monk said. "What did you see?" Tenzin exhaled slowly. "The Greek boy. He has a tulpa." The other monk's head snapped up. "A tulpa," his voice held disbelief, but more than that, fear. Tenzin nodded. "That would mean," the monk's voice trailed off. He steadied himself. "But how? He is a Christian." "He is not a tulpamancer," Tenzin said. "And yet," the other monk stared at him. "Then how was it created?" Tenzin's fingers tightened slightly over his robes. "Spontaneously." The air in the temple seemed to shift, grow heavier, denser. "Impossible," the monk whispered. "I know." Tenzin swallowed. "And yet, his tulpa was here. I could feel her presence. She was in this very temple, watching us." He hesitated. "This young man is in great danger." The older monk's face darkened. His hands closed into fists over his knees. "There has never been such a thing. Not in all our histories." "There was one story," Tenzin murmured. His voice felt like it didn't belong to him, as if dredged from some dark, hidden place. "A long time ago. Nearly 100 years. The story was never written, only whispered among those who understood the weight of such things. In 1923, a group of 10 tulpamancers came together, in Tibet. Their goal was to create a collective tulpa, a being of such intense power that it could break the barrier between thought and matter. They focused their minds as one, pooling their spiritual strength. Their creation was stronger than anything ever seen before. At first, the signs were small, whispers in the dark, shadows moving where none should be. But then, it became tangible. It extinguished a candle one night, not by wind or movement, but by sheer will. The older monk's breath hitched. Tenzin continued, his voice barely above a whisper. And then it grew stronger. They could hear it breathing in the meditation hall. It whispered their names, always just behind them, just outside their sight. And then, it started turning on them. The temple seemed colder, the flickering lamplight dimming ever so slightly. One by one, they died. It began with small things, monks waking up with bruises they did not remember receiving, their bodies feeling drained, as if something had been feeding off them. Then the first monk was found dead. His throat was crushed, but there were no hands, no marks. Just as if the air itself had closed around his neck. The older monk shifted uncomfortably. Then the second death. Another monk, found flayed, his skin peeled away in perfect ribbons as if something had done it, methodically. The air seemed to tighten around them. The survivors tried to dissolve it, but they had made it too real. The tulpa did not want to be undone. It fought back. By the end of the week, only one monk was left. He was found wandering the mountains, his mind shattered, his body covered in wounds he could not have inflicted upon himself. He kept whispering the same thing, over and over. Tenzin looked into the other monk's eyes and spoke the words as they had been recorded by the last living witness, "It knows we created it. But it doesn't need us anymore." Silence clamped down on the temple. The lamps flickered again, a faint hiss in the air like an exhale just at the edge of hearing. The other monk finally spoke, his voice brittle. "And the Greek boy," Tenzin took a deep breath, trying to slow the tremor in his chest. "He did this alone. Without knowing. Without effort. Some teacher forced an imaginary friend upon him, and somehow he turned it into a powerful tulpa by accident. 10 monks barely survived their creation. And he," the older monk swallowed hard. Tenzin Norbu closed his eyes for a long moment. A tulpa should never slip beyond the boundaries of its maker. It's a thing of thought and will, a ghost carved from the mind, bound by belief. It can sense the world, sure, but only if invited in, only if its creator lets it. And if a tulpa is strong enough to touch, to act on its own. Then, brother, it's no longer a shadow. It's the one holding the reins. The boy is in danger. Chapter 24. Tanya. Tom flicked the remnants of his smoke out of the open window of the unmarked police car, watching as the glowing ember danced briefly in the sun before disappearing into the dirt. He leaned back in his seat, the leather creaking slightly under his weight, and glanced through the windshield at the weathered building in front of him. The sign above the sliding window was half illuminated by the light of day, the words "A Language School" almost buried beneath layers of grime and neglect. Flapping lazily in the breeze, the Canadian flag hung above like a ghostly spectre of the school's former life. Kalavrita had seen better days, and the closed school stood as a testament to that decay. A chill ran through Tom as he recalled the case that had brought him here, 5 years after a tragic accident that had shattered the lives of everyone involved. A 13-year-old kid, Alex, had been hit by a car, the driver never found. The reopening of the case felt like a Pandora's box that had been cracked open again, releasing whispers of truths long buried. But now, with Jim's suicide, the weight of the past pressed heavier on his shoulders. The old newspaper article, smeared with Jim's blood and brains, seemed to loom over him. Flipping through his notes, Tom felt a familiar pang of frustration. The details of his interviews danced before him, swirling in a haze of unresolved questions. What had led Jim, a seemingly benign teacher, to such a tragic end? Was it the weight of guilt for steering his student Alex into a path of obsession? The boy had been infatuated with some other student of Jim's named Thalia, someone Jim had likely lied about, hoping to dissuade Alex from his relentless pursuit. It was a tragic butterfly effect, Tom thought, as he tucked the notes back into his jacket pocket. The case had drifted far from the original question of who was behind the wheel that fateful night. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had to be here, in front of this dilapidated school. As he stepped out of the car, a cool breeze nipped at his skin, the silence wrapping around him. The alley leading to the school was deserted, the stillness almost suffocating. It was as if the world had paused, waiting for something to happen. Tom approached the sliding window, its half-open frame beckoning him like an invitation to the past. As he pushed the window wider, a sudden rush of nostalgia swept over him. Memories flooded back, his own days in a language school not far from his childhood home, a vibrant place filled with laughter and youthful ambition. He remembered Tanya, a classmate with bright eyes and a mischievous smile that made his heart race. They would sit together, exchanging shy glances as the teacher droned on about irregular verbs and verb conjugations. Tom had been infatuated with her, dreaming of a life where they would conquer the world together. What might she have become, he wondered, an ache settling in his chest. Had she moved away, found success, or faded into obscurity like this very school? The thought lingered as he stepped inside, the echo of that youthful infatuation hanging like a ghost in the air. Dust motes floated in the sunbeams and he felt a strange mix of nostalgia and dread wash over him. The classroom was frozen in time, the desks and chairs arranged in neat rows but covered with layers of dust. The blackboard still bore faded chalk marks, remnants of lessons long forgotten. Books lay strewn across the floor. Tom took a deep breath, trying to clear his mind. The smell of must and decay hung in the air, heavy and palpable. He stepped further into the room, the floor creaking beneath his weight. As he wandered deeper, he found himself drawn to Jim's office, a place that had once buzzed with the energy of students eager to learn. He pushed the half-open door and stepped inside. The office was dimly lit. Tom paused, taking in the clutter. Stacks of papers teetered precariously on the desk, a few dusty bookshelves lined the walls, their contents obscured by time. A large, worn-out chair sat behind the desk, its leather cracked and peeling. He moved toward the desk. As he sat in Jim's chair, the leather groaned beneath him, and for a moment, he felt as if he were slipping into the past, becoming Jim himself. He opened the drawers one by one, searching for anything that might shed light on the dark path that had led them here. The first drawer contained an assortment of paperclips, pens that had long run dry, and a few crumpled student assignments, forgotten relics of a life once vibrant. Tom rifled through them, but nothing stood out. The second drawer yielded a dusty calendar, its pages yellowed with age, and deeper inside several faded photographs of students laughing, their faces joyful and carefree. But it was the last drawer that caught his attention, almost as if it had been waiting for him. It felt different. He pulled it open, revealing a hidden compartment underneath. He reached inside, fingers brushing against something cold and smooth. It was a notebook, its cover worn and frayed, as if it had been hidden away from prying eyes for far too long. Tom opened the notebook slowly. Chapter 25, I Care. Marco lay in bed, the harsh light illuminating his small room. He was too afraid to turn the lights off, he knew all too well what lurked in the darkness. It wasn't just the fear of the unknown, it was the knowledge that once the last flicker of light vanished, Thalia would begin to materialize. She had already made her presence known in Taka's study, wreaking havoc on the electrical system, sucking the light from the lamp until it flickered and almost died. Takas had been scared out of his wits, showing Marco to the door with a polite smile that didn't reach his eyes, insisting he never return. That was the moment Marco had realized the gravity of what was going on. Thalia was no longer just a figment of his imagination, she had become something more, a tulpa, an independent, sentient being born from his deepest thoughts and desires. The monk had warned about the consequences of creating such a being. Once conjured, the responsibility was solely on him. From the speakers, Def Leppard's melodies wafted through the air, barely audible yet oddly comforting. Marco tried to drift into sleep, but the light flooded his senses, red under his eyelids and unforgiving. After what felt like an eternity of torment, he took a deep breath, mustering the courage to reach for the switch. With a decisive flick, the lights went out, plunging him into darkness. He closed his eyes, willing himself to ignore the shadows creeping into the corners of his room. But he could hear it, the sound that signaled her arrival. It was a whisper of energy, like static in the air, as if the darkness itself conspired to bring her forth. Marco, her voice echoed around him, ethereal and haunting. He sat up, heart racing. There was no use in running, she was part of him now. Thalia, he said, his voice barely a whisper, laced with trepidation. Do you want to kill me? She asked, her tone laced with a strange mixture of sadness and challenge. No, Thalia, he replied, his breath hitching. I would never do that. I care about you. He wasn't sure if he believed it himself, but the instinct for self-preservation kicked in, driving him to soothe her, at least for tonight. But in the recesses of his mind, he wondered if she could sense the truth, the wish that she had never existed. Then why did you ask that stupid old man if it's possible to kill me? Her voice took on a sharper edge, a whispering accusation. You broke my heart, Marco. I care about you. I always dreamt about you. I only had Jim's stories about you. It was all I had, and I held on to those stories until the day I would meet you. The words twisted in his gut. I would never hurt you, Thalia. Can I come closer? She asked, her voice a soft, seductive melody that tugged at his will. He hesitated, a battle raging within him. He didn't want her to take over his body again, to experience that sense of loss of control, like she had in the school, like she had on that freezing night in Kalavrita, his flesh and bones driven by her will. All I want is to feel you, she insisted, her presence growing stronger. His gaze flickered to the dark corner where her shape began to solidify, a silhouette draped in shadow, the outline of a dress, hair cascading like a veil. He couldn't see her face, but the shadows that cloaked it were strangely beautiful, captivating in their obscurity. A light pressure on the bed alerted him to her approach. I love you, Marco, she breathed, her voice wrapping around him. He didn't know how to respond. Conflicting emotions surged within him, love, dread, fear, and the rational wish that she would just go away, yet he couldn't help but desire her closeness. He had been in love with her for years. As she hovered above him, he felt her touch, gentle, teasing, a brush against his skin. Can you feel me? He lay back, heart pounding, caught in the chaos of his own longing and fear. He was a virgin, but the thought felt strangely both irrelevant and relevant now. A slight breeze caressed his body, was it a draft or Thalia's ethereal touch? "I want you, Marco," she whispered, her breath warm against his ear. "I need you." His body responded instinctively, the heat building within him. He couldn't help but wonder if this was what sex with his tulpa felt like, this intoxicating blend of fear, warmth and desire. Tentatively, he pulled off his shirt, letting it rest on his pillow, followed by his shorts. He was naked now, exposed and vulnerable, yet the thrill coursing through him was undeniable. The wet sensation began at his throat, a languid trail down his body, igniting every nerve ending, sending jolts of pleasure coursing through him. He was already hard. The rhythm of her touch on his erection matched the mid-tempo beat of "Pour Some Sugar on Me," a haunting harmony resonating in his ears. He couldn't tell if he was inside her, or if it was just a touch of her tongue. But it didn't matter. Everything was in sync, a dance of shadows, rhythm and sensation, until the wave of ecstasy crashed over him, an explosion of senses that felt like dying, the strongest climax he had ever experienced. As Marco emerged from the overwhelming haze of ecstasy, he felt the aftermath wash over him, ripples of hedonistic pleasure coursing through every fiber of his being. Thalia was there, lurking in the shadows, maybe even lying next to him, her presence a comforting weight in the dimness. It didn't matter where exactly she was, he wanted her close. He always had. Their fates were entwined now, irrevocably bound together. He could hear her breathing, soft and rhythmic, a lullaby that soothed the chaos within him. She was near, and it felt good, wrapping him in a warm embrace of desire and longing. The darkness of sleep that enveloped him no longer felt like a threat, it was a sanctuary. Chapter 26, Thirst. Takis couldn't stop thinking about Marco and his tulpa. Against all expectations and beliefs, he had witnessed firsthand the force of something that should have been nothing more than a psychological construct. A tulpa was supposed to be a trick of the mind, a delusion made manifest through obsessive thought. It wasn't supposed to flicker the lamps. It wasn't supposed to shift the air, to feel so real it made the hairs on the back of his neck prickle like static before a storm. And yet, he knew she had been there, watching, warning. She. That's how he thought of her now. Not an it, not a construct. A thing with will, with presence. Marco's tulpa, Marco's problem, at least that's what he told himself. But deep down, he knew that wasn't true. He had tried to retrieve the book that could destroy her, and she had stopped him. That had to mean something. Now, in the heavy silence of his study, Takis knew what he had to do. He needed to read that book. He needed to know what Marco had feared, what his tulpa had fought so hard to keep hidden. The rational part of his mind told him he was being foolish, that none of this should be real, that he should just go back to church, lead the youth group, warn the kids about how the carnival was a festival of Satan, and stop filling his head with nonsense about demons and tulpas and godless philosophies. But another part of him, something deep and ugly and curious, wanted to play God. That part of him wanted power. He hesitated only a moment before crossing the room to the towering bookcase. The old wooden ladder groaned under his weight as he climbed. The book with the worn Buddha on the cover sat among its brethren in the Asian philosophy section, a single unassuming tome that had somehow been deemed dangerous by a creature that should not have existed. He reached for it, fingers curling around the frayed spine, and that was when he saw them. Eyes. Too dark, burning coals peering at him from the narrow gap between the books. He barely had time to register their presence before the whole shelf seemed to exhale, pushing a freezing gust of air over his face. The ladder wobbled, the floor beneath seemed to tilt, and a sound, low, guttural, like something wet and glistening shifting in the dark, reverberated through the walls. Takis tried to scream, but his throat locked, strangled by terror. Then the ladder gave out beneath him. He plummeted backward, flailing, and hit the edge of his desk with a sickening crack. Pain exploded down his spine, radiating outward like a bolt of lightning. He barely registered the thud of the book landing beside him. His breath came in sharp, wet gasps. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. He tried to move his legs. Nothing. He tried to move his arms. Nothing. Only his eyes obeyed, darting wildly around the room, searching for help, for explanation, for anything other than the creeping dread that was unfurling inside his mind. He felt like a head without a body. His limbs were there, but the commands to move them dispersed into the void. Panic clawed at his throat. He struggled to make a sound, anything that might call for help, but his voice had abandoned him, swallowed whole by the horror that had slithered from the shadows. And then he saw her. A dark figure, something amorphous and wrong, moving along the walls. Not walking. Not crawling. Slithering. The shadows bent around her, the edges of her form blurring as though reality itself refused to acknowledge her. She pulsed, flickered, like a candle flame struggling against an invisible wind. She was watching him. He could feel her attention, heavy and smothering. A slow realization bloomed inside him, this wasn't just about stopping him from reading the book. This was punishment for even thinking about it. Retribution. The book still lay beside him, open to a page filled with ancient script and faded diagrams. He couldn't see the words from where he lay, but he knew, deep in his bones, that he had made a terrible mistake. He had reached too far. And now he would pay the price. The shadows around her deepened, stretched toward him. Takis tried to move, tried to fight, but he was just a broken doll, abandoned on the floor of his own study. His heartbeat roared in his ears as the darkness slithered closer, enveloping him, whispering his name in voices that sounded like dry leaves scraping across tombstones. And then, nothing. Just the silence, the stillness of his study, and the realization that no one would come looking for him in time. He had no one left in this world to care within hours. His last moments would be spent here, lying on the cold wooden floor, his body useless, his breath growing shallower, his throat drier, until eventually thirst would claim him. And through it all, she would be there. Watching. Enjoying his last moments from the dark corners, waiting for the final flicker of life to leave his eyes. Chapter 27, Flesh and Bones. Marco was shocked as he read the headline in the local paper. Takis Petropoulos, member of the church, dead. Dead. Just like that. 2 days in a coma, and then gone. The article gave the details in the same detached, clinical tone they always used for deaths. A freak accident, it said. He had fallen from a ladder in his study, paralyzed on the spot. Lay there helpless for God knows how long. Like 2 days. Until a couple of priests, growing suspicious after he failed to show up for mass, broke in and found him. Too late. Poor Takis. Marco folded the paper and set it on the kitchen table. He sat there, staring at nothing, while the smell of his mother's cooking thickened the air. The pot on the stove let out a slow, bubbling sound, but it barely registered. He was still thinking of Takis. Remembering Sunday school when he was in elementary school. Remembering how the man used to talk about the carnival, Patras' great celebration of flesh and sin. Poor Takis. He was the one who had guided Marco, told him to visit the monks in the Greek stupa, the ones who had helped him understand that Thalia was his tulpa. She was real. He had seen her. Felt her. Touched her, or something close to it. That first night, it had been like a wet dream. Since then, they had talked every night. He in his bed, she in the dark corner of his room, barely visible but unmistakably there. He whispered to her, not wanting his parents to hear, not wanting them to think he was crazy. He already felt hooked. Addicted. The fear had melted away, replaced by something even more dangerous, a longing. Tonight, he would see her again. Talk to her again. Thalia didn't seem to understand what she was. Should he tell her? Should he explain that she was his creation, his tulpa, born from years of obsession and fixation? That she only existed because he had willed her into existence. She knew something was off, she had said so. She knew she had no body. Knew that she belonged to the dark corners of his room. Last night, she had asked him again, that same soft, hungry voice, "Marco, lend me some flesh and bones. Just for a little while. Let me walk. Let me touch your things." She wanted to feel the world. She wanted to run her fingers over his CDs, his old posters, his action figures still standing guard on his shelves like plastic sentinels of a childhood not fully abandoned. She wanted to be real. Marco had hesitated. Merging, that was what the monks would have called it. Not possession, not exactly, but something far more intimate. He had told her no, that he wasn't ready, that he needed time. The truth was, it still freaked him out. And yet, he wondered where she went during the day. When the sun was up and the house was loud with life and normalcy, where did she go? Was she still here, just silent, just unseen? Was she watching him as he brushed his teeth, as he took a dump, as he browsed through his CDs, as he ate his mother's food? He tried not to think about it. But he knew, that when night fell, she would be waiting for him. In the corner. In the shadows. Whispering his name, telling him she loved him, asking him again, "Marco, lend me some flesh and bones." Chapter 28, Number 26. Tom leaned in, his heart thumping a slow, heavy rhythm against his ribs. He felt a prickle of anticipation, a sense of discovery that was both thrilling and unsettling. Tucked inside, wedged tight in Jim's secret compartment, was a notebook. He carefully pried it out, the pages rough against his fingertips. He held it up to the pale, sickly light filtering through the dirty windows, the light barely cutting through the thick, stagnant air. A secret student directory. At first, it appeared innocuous, a simple list of names. But as he flipped through the pages, his eyes scanning the columns, the details began to blur and shift. There were notes, scrawled in a hurried, almost frantic hand, numbers jotted down, amounts of cash, payment records, accounting details. A chaotic jumble of figures and names. And then, the pieces fell into place, a sudden, sharp clarity. Tax evasion. Jim had a hidden book, a ledger of his real students, the ones he wasn't reporting. The ones that fueled his life, not the ones that fueled the government. Every name, every monthly sum, meticulously catalogued. And, without a doubt, somewhere in this decaying building was another notebook, a carefully curated lie, the one he'd present to the tax inspectors. A polished facade of legitimate business. Tom let out a slow, frustrated breath, shaking his head. It was a familiar dance, a common practice in Greece. Under-the-table payments, fake ledgers, a delicate balancing act between reality and what the government was allowed to see. Not shocking. Not even particularly surprising. Certainly not worth blowing your brains all over the place. His fingers idly traced the names, his eyes skimming down the list of local kids who had come to Jim's school. Most of them were just names, meaningless entries in a dusty book. Until they weren't. Number 26. Thalia Daskalakis. Tom focused. Alex's girl. The one he was obsessed with. The one he was likely searching for when he took that ill-fated BMX ride that ended up in a deadly hit and run. Coincidence? Maybe. But Thalia wasn't a common name. Not like Maria. He tried to recall if he had ever encountered a Thalia himself, a face, a memory. But his mind drew a blank. He looked back at the directory, the inked-in name staring up at him, cold and permanent. A knot of unease tightened in his stomach. For Tom, it wasn't about tracking down the driver who had run over Alex anymore. He had come to terms with the grim reality that the driver would likely remain a ghost, lost to the shadows of that fateful night. But there was something about this twisted tale, the side plots and parallel threads that veered away from the main narrative, that had ensnared him, drawing him into its dark web. Now, a morbid curiosity gripped him, compelling him to peel back the layers of this story, to explore the hidden corners and uncover the secrets lurking beneath the surface. This was the driving force that dragged him into Jim's school, and now he wanted to meet Thalia in person. And that was when he felt it. A shift in the air, a subtle change in the atmosphere. The school, the building itself, seemed to have noticed his presence, his discovery. Tom's skin prickled, a wave of cold dread washing over him. The dead classrooms ahead of him, the pale wooden desks, the overturned chairs, the chalkboards smeared with the ghost of old lessons, seemed to be holding their breath. Watching. He exhaled, the sound amplified in the heavy silence, his breath visible. He had been in crime scenes, in morgues, in places where violence had left its mark. But this was different. This was wrong. Whatever was in this school, whatever presence lingered in these decaying halls, it didn't want him to go any further. Chapter 29, Fairy Tales. Marco had a best friend. Thomas. Good guy, solid guy, the kind you could trust to hold the other end of a secret. His folks had the house up in Fteri, a remote village past Kalavrita, the kind of place where the road gives up trying and crumbles into dirt. Beyond that, just mountains, raw and jagged, the ones you see looming in the distance from Agio City, looking almost imaginary in the haze. Every summer, when the salt air and tourist stink of the beaches got to be too much, Marco and Thomas packed up their bikes and headed inland. Up there, the nights had a bite to them, even in July. You could wear a jacket, breathe air that didn't taste like gasoline and fried squid. And you could sleep, really sleep. They spent evenings on the balcony, talking about girls, music, the kind of cars they'd drive when they got out of their nowhere town. Later, they'd ride through the forests, dirt spitting up behind their tires. But the best part was at night, when the other summer kids came out. Kids whose parents had grown up in Fteri, kids who only half belonged there. They'd gather and hike up to the old church in the trees, always open, always waiting. That place had a feeling. Not the soft kind you get in the city churches with their incense and their muttered prayers. This was something else, something heavier. Marco would sit on one of the old wooden benches outside, the air thick with damp and candle wax, and talk about how God was a fairy tale. Just a story. A book some people decided was too good to be left on a shelf. The others listened, some nodding, some shifting uneasily. Deep down, they all wondered what kind of punishment Marco was earning for himself. Religion had always been a horror story for him. When he was little, the icons of Jesus and Mary scared the hell out of him. Their eyes, the way they followed you, the way they could move when you weren't looking, because they would, one day, he was sure of it. He'd rush past them in his mother's living room, heart pounding, afraid to look. Because if he did, they'd look back. Sunday school should have helped, but then there was Takis, who stood in front of the class and called the carnival the devil's holiday. Marco had been willing to put up with a lot, but not that. Not the carnival, man. That was sacred. By high school, it was all over. He fell in with the metalheads, guys who swapped vinyls and argued about guitar solos like they were scripture. It was the winter of 7th grade when it happened, his epiphany. Walking home from French class, it just hit him, out of nowhere, like stepping off a curb and realizing there's no ground beneath you. Wait. A virgin gave birth to a god. And that god died and rose again 2,000 years ago, when people barely understood how to boil water. It didn't make sense. Not in the way real things make sense. Not like the strings on a guitar vibrating under your fingers or the way a tire kicks up gravel when you hit the brakes too hard. From that moment on, the fear was gone. He could stare at Mary's painted eyes for hours if he wanted to. He could smirk at Jesus and dare him to move. It was all a fairy tale. And now, years later, here he was. Same village, but this time, Thomas wasn't with him. He stood outside his friend's old house, keys in his hand. The place was empty, his dad's beat-up cadet parked out front. To anyone watching, he was alone, just a guy about to unlock a dark, quiet house in the middle of nowhere. But Marco wasn't alone. Thalia was with him. His cute little tulpa. A couple of days ago, he had met up with Thomas for a drink. They hadn't seen each other in a while, but some friendships didn't need maintenance. Marco had leaned in over his beer and told him he had a new girlfriend. And she was hot. He wanted to take her somewhere quiet, away from the city, away from everything. Thomas didn't hesitate. Just reached into his backpack, pulled out the keys, and slid them across the table. "Take her up to Fteri," he said. "The place is just sitting there." And now, here he was. She had been quiet on the drive up, sitting in the passenger seat, watching the trees blur past. She didn't need to talk. He knew she was there. The talking, the touching, that would come later, inside the house. She needed the dark. The air inside was cold, the kind that soaks into stone and lingers. He left the door ajar for a moment, out of politeness, really. For her. Then he knelt by the fireplace, stacking the logs, striking the match. The flames bloomed and threw long shadows against the walls. The house smelled of old wood and time. Thick beams ran across the ceiling, their knots darkened with age. A tattered rug sprawled across the scuffed floor, colors faded to the memory of what they once were. Framed photographs lined the walls, Thomas's grandparents, their eyes black and flat, staring out from the past. A wooden table, scratched from years of use, stood in the center of the room. The fireplace crackled, its soot-darkened bricks swallowing the light. A staircase curled up to the second floor, each step creaking under the weight of years. There was a television in the corner, its dusty screen reflecting the flickering fire. Marco didn't turn it on. He didn't want noise. Didn't want company. He had come here for one reason. To be with her. To know her better. To talk with her. To touch her. To give her form, flesh, warmth. To make her real. He hadn't known what a tulpa was, not at first. Not until the monk had explained it to him. Now he understood. And now he was ready. The firelight danced across the walls, illuminating some corners while leaving others untouched. Marco watched those shadows, breath slow, steady. Wondering where she would come from. For the first time, he wasn't afraid. He waited. It didn't take long. Marco lounged on the sofa, a beer in one hand and his gaze split between the flickering flames in the fireplace and the encroaching shadows lurking in the corners of the dimly lit room. The atmosphere was thick, almost electric, and he could feel the familiar tug of his tulpa beginning to take form. It was always the same, a darker shade of darkness swirling and coiling, shaping itself into a girl draped in a dark dress, her black hair cascading like an inky waterfall. There was an unsettling beauty in her shadowed presence that mesmerized him. As they made contact, the room seemed to pulse with life, and her features sharpened in his mind's eye, though they remained elusive, hidden beneath layers of twilight. "Marco," she spoke, her voice soft yet resonant, as if echoing from the depths of his subconscious. "I love this place. Can we stay here forever? You and me, in our love nest." He sat up, the warmth of the fire contrasting sharply with the chill creeping down his spine. "Baby, I'd rather we had a normal life," he replied, trying to keep his voice steady. "We could travel together, see so many places." Memories of family vacations flooded his mind, his parents, with their love for adventure, dragging him to distant lands, camping beneath starlit skies. He recalled the fleeting images of lone travelers he'd seen along the way, the ones on their Vespas or bicycles, or roaring past on choppers. Were they truly alone? Could it be that they traveled with their own tulpas, just like him? "I would love that," Thalia said, though her head drooped, a shadow of sadness washing over her. "But Marco, you can sense the world. I can only see it and hear it. I cannot sense it." Marco sighed, the weight of her words settling heavily on his chest. He understood her yearning, but it sent shivers of anxiety coursing through him. The last time he had let her in, when they had wandered through Kalavrita, he had felt an unnerving loss of control. It was a heady experience, exhilarating and frightening, but he had missed a vital part of it. He didn't remember how he had reclaimed his body. The last thing he recalled was touching the old airplane at the kiosk, the one that operated for just 10 drachmas and would go up and down for like 5 minutes, before waking up disoriented in his old man's car. What had happened in between? He never dared to ask Thalia, fearing the answer might shatter the fragile reality he clung to. It was one thing to see while someone else drove, it was another entirely to be a fainted passenger while everything unfolded. "Thalia," he said, breaking the silence that enveloped them, "you can use my body to sense the fire or anything you want." "But what happened that night? How did I end up in my car?" Her response came softly, almost playfully. "You don't remember because I wanted to feel it as much as I could. It was only for a while. Then we got into the car, and you slept like a baby." She chuckled, a sound both cute and haunting, filling the space between them with warmth. Trust began to unfurl within him, a delicate blossom amid the chaos. "You feel like going for a walk," he suggested. "There's a nice church in the forest, just a 20-minute walk through the woods." "I'd love that," Thalia replied, her enthusiasm sparking something deep within him. He let the fire settle, ensuring it wouldn't consume his friend's house in his absence. Pulling on his coat and gloves, Marco stepped into the night, the chill biting at his skin as he ventured out into the pitch-black village of Thalia. It was winter, and only a handful of locals remained, tucked away in their homes, blissfully unaware of the strange connection unfolding in the shadows. As they walked, he could see Thalia as a transparent silhouette, her form flickering like a candle's flame. At times, she would drift from view, swallowed by the darkness, but he would refocus his gaze, and there she would be again, a ghostly presence guiding him through the dense trees. "Are you cold?" he asked, glancing back at her ethereal figure. She laughed, the sound light and teasing. "Make me feel the cold, my love," she invited, her voice laced with a seductive warmth. "Maybe later," Marco replied, his heart racing. They continued deeper into the woods, the crunch of snow beneath their feet filling the silence. The forest loomed around them, ancient and wise. The cold was the kind that could split skin. It wrapped around Marco like a second coat, biting through his gloves and creeping under his beanie, but he didn't mind much. At 19, he was built for endurance, or at least he liked to think so. His body was young, limber, and resilient, even against the relentless mountain wind. Thalia followed a step behind, moving effortlessly despite the ice-glazed earth. She didn't feel the cold, not in the way he did. Her talent, if it could be called that, severed her from physical sensation. A gift, or maybe a curse, depending on how one looked at it. Marco assumed she was there, even when he didn't check. He was accustomed to her presence, but still, there was something about her that made him uneasy. She was a tulpa after all, gradually taking her form. That was creepy enough. The church revealed itself in the fog, small, unassuming, perched on the edge of a slope that looked ready to crumble at the next hard rain. A relic of his early adolescence. In the summers, when the night stretched long and the cicadas screamed in the trees, he remembered how the village kids would gather here. They'd sit on the benches outside, talking in hushed voices about everything and nothing, as if the world revolved around their whispered confessions. Come August, those same kids would return from the cities where they lived during the winter, reuniting as though no time had passed. It was tradition, unspoken but understood. In the summer, they belonged to this place. Now, though, in the dead of winter, the church felt abandoned, its open door swaying slightly in the wind. It was always open. A refuge from the cold, from loneliness. From sin. Marco stepped inside. The scent hit him first, melted candle wax, damp wood, and something older. The interior was sparse, almost monastic. Worn icons stared down at him, their gold leaf dull with age. The faces of saints, solemn and unyielding, watched his every move. A single candle burned on a brass stand near the altar, its flickering light casting shadows that moved like living things. If he were 10 years old, he would have been terrified. But he had long since shaken off the fear of the divine. Behind him, Thalia entered, her footsteps soundless. Marco turned, watching as she took a seat in one of the worn chairs facing the altar, the ones meant for the elderly who couldn't stand through the long ceremonies. Her posture was straight, her hands resting on her lap, her gaze fixed on the candle's wavering glow. "Do you like it here?" he asked, his voice quieter than he intended. She nodded. "Yes. It is nice." Marco sat beside her, the wood creaking under his weight. He exhaled slowly, watching the vapor of his breath dissolve into the cold air. "You know," he said, "your creation comes from a different philosophy, a different religion." Thalia didn't react. "Not at first. You were born through Tibetan Buddhism," Marco continued, "or so I was told." Still, she said nothing. He wondered why. Was she processing the information? Trying to make sense of it? Or did she disagree, and the silence was her way of resisting? Minutes passed. The candle burned lower. Then, finally, she spoke. "Can we go back?" Marco didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached out, his fingers brushing against the armrest of her chair. And there it was, the faintest resistance, the ghost of a touch, like pressing against air that was somehow denser in that one spot. They were holding hands, in a way. A 19-year-old boy and someone, not entirely of this world, sitting in the dim glow of flickering candlelight, under the silent watch of Jesus and Mary. A couple born of different faiths. A paradox in the house of God. He cleared his throat. "I overheard my mom fighting with my dad once," he said. "She said he had never gotten over his first relationship. I think my dad had this girlfriend before my mom, and it made them fight sometimes." He glanced at her. Could that be true? That some people never get over their first relationship? He turned to Thalia then, and something shifted. Her image, usually blurred at the edges, sharpened. For the first time, he could see her clearly, the delicate lines of her face, the depth of her dark eyes. She was beautiful, hauntingly so. And, disturbingly, she resembled a girl he had seen before, long ago. A memory stirred. An English coursebook. His tutor, Jim, pointing at a picture. "Hey Marco, this girl here with the black hair, she looks exactly like my other student, Thalia." Unbelievable. That was the moment it had begun. He had visualized her face then, unknowingly shaping her into being. And now she sat beside him, smiling. "I'm saying this because I think you are my first relationship." Marco's chest tightened as he spoke those words. "You are my first relationship too," she answered, "and I want it to be my only one. Forever, Marco. I have felt this way since Jim told me how you beat me in all the grammar tests. I always knew, you are the man of my dreams. My soulmate." The words should have terrified him. They didn't. Instead, he felt something else, something heady, something powerful. He felt divine. She loved him. He had never had a girlfriend before. Thomas had beaten him to that milestone, dating since the 11th grade, even having sex. Marco had envied him, of course, but he had also been happy for his friend. Until 4 months ago, when Sophia had left Thomas for a 28-year-old barman. Then, he had seen what love could do, how it could break a person. He had seen Thomas cry like a child, shattered, broken in pieces. It made Marco wonder if it was worth it. If love was worth the risk of such a heartbreak. He didn't want Thalia to leave him. "Feel like going back?" he asked. She nodded. They stepped out into the night, the cold hitting like a slap. They walked downhill, side by side, hands brushing, bodies close. They moved as one. The fire was burning low, casting flickering shadows that danced along the rustic walls of Marco's friend's living room. With a couple of seasoned logs and a splash of lighter fluid, he coaxed the flames back to life. The warmth spread through the room, enveloping him in a comforting embrace, the red glow illuminating the wooden beams and the eclectic decor. He sank into the well-worn sofa, feeling the familiar presence of Thalia as she settled beside him. Closing his eyes, Marco surrendered to the moment. Their previous encounters had blurred the lines between fantasy and reality, and tonight was no different. With his eyes wide shut, he felt liberated, shedding not just his clothes but the weight of expectation. The heat from the fire mingled with the warmth of Thalia's touch, as she began to explore him, inch by inch, her ethereal tongue tracing a path across his skin. Each sensation felt more vivid than the last, as if she were no longer a mere figment of his imagination but a tangible, flesh-and-blood woman tasting him with insatiable hunger. Now he could tell, he was inside her. The world melted away, leaving only the two of them in that cozy room, the crackle of the fire accompanying the rhythm of their breaths. Marco's climax had washed over him like a tidal wave, powerful and overwhelming, leaving him gasping for air. As they sat together, staring into the flames, a sense of tranquility settled over them. "Marco, I want to feel too," Thalia said, her voice soft but insistent. He knew this moment was inevitable, he could no longer postpone what she needed. If they were to spend eternity together, he had to embrace the idea of her experiencing the material world. "Sit on me, Marco. I'm right here next to you." With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, Marco positioned himself on the part of the sofa where Thalia's semi-transparent form was. The familiar numbness radiated through his body, reminiscent of that time in Jim's school in Kalavrita. It was as if she were driving him, guiding his movements, and for a moment, he lost himself in her control. They stood up, moving through the rustic living room, which was filled with a medley of textures and colors that Thalia had always wanted to explore. The floor was a patchwork of old wooden planks, some polished to a shine while others bore the scars of years gone by. A vintage record player sat in one corner, surrounded by a haphazard collection of vinyl records, Greek folk songs that seemed to whisper stories of the past. Thalia's gaze darted around the room, drinking in the details. She brushed her fingers along the fraying upholstery of the armchair, the faded floral pattern a testament to countless family gatherings and late-night conversations. She marveled at the shelves crammed with books, their spines a riot of colors, a treasure trove of knowledge waiting to be plundered. "Look at this," she exclaimed, her hand hovering over a battered globe, its surface marked with the remnants of travels both real and imagined. "I've always wanted to touch the world." Marco smiled, entranced by her excitement, but he felt a flicker of anxiety. "Thalia, we need to be careful." Before he could finish, she glided toward the fireplace, extending her hands toward the flames. "No, don't, please," Marco cried, the urgency in his voice cutting through the warmth of the moment. He was relieved to know he still had control over his speech. "We'll burn," Thalia laughed, a sound like tinkling glass. "I'm not going too close, Marco. I just want to feel the fire." As she drew closer, the flames flickered, casting wild shadows across her form. She reached out, her fingers dancing just above the flames, reveling in the heat that radiated from the fire. Marco felt a chill run down his spine, fear gripping him as he watched her. "Thalia, please," he begged, the warmth of the room suddenly feeling suffocating. "Relax," she whispered, her voice soothing yet playful. "I want to feel alive, to understand what it's like to be in a world where I'm not just a thought in your mind." He watched as her fingers traced the air above the fire, the flames licking at their translucent skin, and for a moment, he felt a pang of envy. She longed for something he had, something real. As the flames crackled and danced, he realized that this was more than just a fleeting moment of passion, it was a pivotal point in their existence. "What if you get burned?" he asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "I won't," she replied confidently. "This is my chance to experience the world through you. I'm right here, Marco. Just trust me." As she closed her eyes and leaned closer to the fire, he felt the connection between them deepen. He knew she was pushing boundaries he had always been hesitant to explore. The fear of burning was overshadowed by the desire to help her feel the world, even if it was through him. The warmth enveloped them both, and for a moment, he could almost believe that she was as real as the flames flickering before them. Marco reached out, entwining his fingers with hers, feeling the heat radiating from her spirit. "Okay," he said, a mix of trepidation and exhilaration coursing through him. Let's explore together. Chapter 30. Thalia. Tom drove along the narrow road that stretched over the Ambrikikos Gulf, a shimmering expanse of shallow waters that glistened under the midday sun. The salty air, tinged with the scent of fish and brine, filled the car, mingling with the faint aroma of coffee from the cup in the cup holder. It was a road that seemed to go on forever, an endless ribbon of asphalt cradled between the gentle waves on either side. He had never been to this part of Greece before, and the beauty of the landscape thrilled him. As he navigated the straight stretch of road, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was driving towards something significant. He was hoping to find Thalia, a name that had become a thread woven into the fabric of obsession. His mind was heavy with thoughts of 13-year-old Alex, the boy whose life had been snuffed out far too soon. The driver responsible for that tragedy remained elusive, a shadow that danced just out of reach, and Tom knew he had to let go. Yet the weight of that unresolved case pressed down on him. Perhaps it was that paternal instinct, more than his training as a detective, that kept him going. Before committing suicide, Jim had been a teacher, a strange case indeed, who had poured his soul into his students, nurturing their minds with intensity. Alex had been fascinated by Thalia, the girl whose name appeared in Jim's secret student directory, a hidden archive kept from prying eyes and the tax office's scrutiny. It was enough to set him on this course, to renew his interest in the case. The inquiry in Kalavrita had confirmed Thalia's existence. She was a native girl, a well-known name in a village filled with ancient legends and stories. The woman who ran the local kiosk had shared tidbits of information, hinting that Thalia's family had relocated to Koronesia, an island nestled in the Gulf. She was studying at the Technological Educational Institute of Epirus, located in Arda. Her existence had ignited a flicker of hope within Tom. Perhaps she held a clue, something that could connect the dots, something that could finally bring closure to this weird case. As he approached the village of Koronesia, the road widened, flanked by lush greenery and the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shore. The weather was clear and sunny, the kind of day that made everything feel bright and alive. When he finally arrived at the village, he noticed the quaint charm of the low ground floor houses that dotted the landscape, their whitewashed walls gleaming under the sun. He parked his unmarked police car and stepped out, the familiar creak of the door echoing in the stillness. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and salt, a heady combination that filled him with both nostalgia and unease. Ahead, he spotted the small house he was looking for, near the water, modest and inviting, with a flower garden blooming in vibrant colors. There, tending to her plants, was a young woman, perhaps around 20 years old, who seemed to embody the very essence of the island. Her long, dark hair cascaded down her back, catching the sunlight in a way that made it shimmer. She wore a flowing dress, the fabric light and airy, adorned with floral patterns that seemed to mimic the blossoms she cared for. The dress danced around her legs as she moved, an ethereal quality about her that contrasted sharply with the gritty reality Tom carried in his heart. Tom watched as she knelt among the flowers, her fingers delicately tracing the petals, a look of concentration on her face. She was strikingly beautiful, with a complexion that seemed to glow with health, and her eyes, dark and expressive, were filled with an intelligence that made him feel both drawn to her and wary of intruding on her tranquility. As he approached, he noticed the way she looked up, her expression shifting from curiosity to wariness. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice melodic yet laced with caution. "Thalia," he ventured, introducing himself with a nod. "I'm Tom. I'm a cop. I'm looking for you." She straightened, brushing dirt from her hands onto her dress, the action both charming and revealing of her nervousness. "Have I done something wrong?" Her eyes narrowed slightly, assessing him, trying to gauge his intentions. "I know this might seem strange," he began, searching for the right words, "but I'm here because of Alex, one of Jim's students. Maybe you knew him. Jim was your teacher too. I noticed a cafe on my way here. Can I buy you a cup of coffee?" The cafe was a round glass building perched on stilts, its walls shimmering like the surface of the shallow lagoon below. The scent of salt and earth mingled in the air, while a herd of storks waded through the mud, their long beaks probing for tiny fish and crustaceans. Tom felt as if he had stepped into a living postcard, every detail vivid, every sound crisp. The only customers for the time being were the storks, and they seemed blissfully unaware of the world beyond their foraging. Tom chose a table by the window, the glass framing the picturesque view like a canvas. As he settled in, he noticed Thalia, who was as striking as the landscape around them. Her dark hair cascaded in waves, framing her face and accentuating her warm brown eyes, which sparkled with curiosity. Tom could understand how her classmates would become obsessed with her. She radiated a kind of effortless beauty that was hard to ignore. They ordered coffee, and Tom lit a cigarette, the smoke curling into the air. He offered one to Thalia, but she shook her head, a smile playing on her lips. "I'm a non-smoker, but I don't mind you indulging." As he inhaled, the world around him faded, and his thoughts turned to Jim. "I'm sorry to bring this up, but I have to ask. Have you heard about Jim's suicide?" Thalia's expression shifted, her brows furrowing in sadness. "Yes, I read about it in the newspaper. I can't believe it. He was my favorite teacher." "What do you remember about him?" Tom asked, leaning forward, his interest piqued. "Jim was an awesome teacher," she said, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "We all loved him. He really cared about us. I think he cared a little too much, sometimes. There was always a sadness in his eyes." She paused, lost in thought. "Once, a kid got hurt in Kalavrita. It wasn't even one of Jim's students, but he was devastated. Her father backed up his pickup and ran over the kid's legs, shattering them. Jim had tears in his eyes. He was very sensitive." Tom nodded. "You were his student for a few years?" "Yeah," she said, her gaze distant. "I used to be in his class, but in my last year, I was privately tutored by him for a year and a half. I graduated in a sense, after I sat for the first certificate. I passed it with A.B." She smiled faintly, the memories bittersweet. "Do you remember a student named Alex?" Tom asked, watching her closely. Thalia shook her head, confusion furrowing her brow. "No, I don't think so." "Who was he?" "Alex was a kid who was obsessed with you," Tom explained, the words tumbling out. "He rode his bike looking for you and ended up getting run over by a car near Patra. The driver was never found." Her eyes widened, disbelief washing over her features. "But I never knew him," she said, her voice shaky. "That's awful." Tom felt the need to clarify. "I think Jim engaged his students in some sort of virtual competition with other students. He passed information back and forth." Thalia's expression shifted, a light dawning in her eyes. "Jim did that with me too, but it was with another student, Marco. I was kind of obsessed with him while I was being tutored. Jim conveyed Marco's greetings, best wishes, you know, and we would compete, even though we had never met." She laughed, a touch of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "For a time, I wanted to meet him." "Sounds like he left quite an impression," Tom said, a note of curiosity in his voice. "Yeah," she admitted, glancing away, guilt flickering across her face. "But I moved on after my lessons with Jim ended. Marco's always kind of been in my head, though." "Well, I think there's a Marco in Jim's student directory," Tom said, trying to keep the conversation light despite the heavy subject matter. "I noticed his name in the private student section. I can send you the contact details when I get back." "That would be great," Thalia said, her eyes brightening. "I'll call him or send him a letter. If he still remembers me, that is." As they sat by the window, the cafe filled with a comfortable silence, punctuated only by the soft clinking of their cups and the distant calls of lagoon birds. Outside, the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm glow across the water. Tom left the cafe, the scent of coffee still lingering in the air. He glanced back at Thalia, a beautiful apparition framed by the round glass building, her dark hair dancing with the wind. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the landscape, a deceptive tranquility that belied the tumult in his mind. 300 drachmas lay on the table, remnants of a conversation that had turned from nostalgia to something darker, a swirl of memories. He walked to his car. He thanked Thalia for her time. The long, twisting road to Patra stretched out before him, a serpent winding through the mountains, promising 4 hours of solitude and reflection. The tires hummed against the asphalt, the car a cocoon against the world. As the coastal scenery blurred past, he wrestled with the thoughts that clawed at him. Jim's suicide, the newspaper article detailing the death of a boy who had only wanted to find a connection, echoed in his mind. Tom couldn't shake the image of Jim, a good teacher burdened by a weight too heavy for any man. Sensitivity, he thought, could be a double-edged sword, beautiful in its understanding but destructive in its vulnerability. How could a man so dedicated to shaping young minds spiral into despair? Perhaps it was the emotional fragility that came with caring too much, a delicate thread that had frayed and snapped, leaving only the wreckage behind. Tom missed his daughter, an aching void in his heart that throbbed with each passing mile. Weekends slipped by, each moment spent apart a reminder of the life he'd failed to hold together. The divorce had shattered the illusion of family, leaving him grasping for a connection that seemed to elude him. Tomorrow, he promised himself, he would be a better father. He would pick her up after his shift and spend an evening with her, an evening of quality time. Then he would send Marco's information to Thalia, a small friendly gesture to bridge the chasm of years and memories that had separated them. They could meet, reminisce about the good old times, and perhaps find solace in shared nostalgia. Case closed, he thought, as life continued its relentless march forward, indifferent to the ghosts of the past. As he navigated the treacherous road across Patra, the landscape shifted, the horizon darkening with the encroaching dusk. The Petropoulos Gulf sprawled to his right, a glimmering expanse. He spotted the ferry boat, a beacon of normalcy in a world that felt increasingly surreal. But the road ahead was fraught with obstacles, and the truck lumbering in front of him was the last thing he needed. The driver seemed oblivious to the impatience radiating from Tom's car, the slow crawl maddening as it broke his focus. He pressed the accelerator, the engine responding with a growl that echoed his frustration. With a quick glance at the rearview mirror, he spotted the police flashlight nestled within the clutter. The thought crossed his mind, he could brandish it, light his way through the slow-moving behemoth in front of him, but no. He was more like a civilian now, and this was a simple drive home. "Damn it, you're too fucking slow," he muttered under his breath, gripping the steering wheel tighter. The car jolted as he edged closer, the dull thud of his heart drumming in time with the engine's roar. There was a stretch of road ahead, just enough for him to slip past. He could do this. But as he surged forward, a wave of unease crashed over him. An inexplicable sensation prickled at the back of his neck, an eerie awareness that he was not alone. He turned his head, half expecting to find just his briefcase beside him, but instead, darkness loomed, a shadow with hollow eyes and an impossibly stretched mouth, screaming in silence. Panic gripped him. He swerved sharply to the right to return to his lane, adrenaline igniting his instincts as he fought to regain control. But the rear of his car collided with the truck's front corner with a jarring impact that sent shockwaves through his body. The world spun, a chaotic whirlpool of sound and fury as the car spiraled out of control. Everything blurred, scenery, time, and reason, all collapsed into a cacophony of terror. The sound of crunching metal drowned out his thoughts, a symphony of destruction as the Armco railing shattered under the inertia of his vehicle. Gravity took hold, and he plummeted down the slope, the ground rushing up to meet him like an eager predator. The seatbelt cut into his chest, a cruel reminder of his mortality as branches clawed at the car's frame, seeking entry. Then came the impact, a sickening jolt as a tree branch pierced through the windshield, a gruesome spear driving through his eye and into his brain. The world exploded into a kaleidoscope of light, a flash that seared his consciousness. In that blinding moment, he felt nothing. No pain, no fear, just a sudden, merciful release. And then darkness. Chapter 31, Smile. Thalia felt the fire through Marco's body. The heat licked at his skin, a tingling, pulsing sensation that thrilled her. She had finally done it. After all the whispers, the coaxing, the slow, patient erosion of his resistance, Marco had finally succumbed. He had let her in, let her take the reins. And now, she wasn't just a figment of his mind, wasn't just a tulpa formed from the scraps of his lonely, desperate thoughts, longing for a girl he had dreamt about for years but had never met. Now, she had flesh. She had bones. She could touch. She could feel. She was real. For Marco, though, this wasn't liberation. This was a nightmare. He was still there, buried deep, a passenger in his own body, watching from behind his own eyes, but he had no control. The muscles in his arms, his legs, they weren't his anymore. Now all he could do was watch as Thalia moved his body, heedless of his worries. He could feel the wooden floor under his bare feet as she paced the living room, fingers trailing over every surface like a blind woman seeing for the first time. His voice, his real voice, the one locked inside his skull, whimpered a plea, "Please be careful." She laughed. A light, lilting laugh, almost childlike in its delight. "You're such a worrier, Marco," she murmured. "You never let yourself live." She moved toward the staircase. Slowly, deliberately, she lifted each foot and placed it down again, as if savoring the sensation. Marco's body moved with unnatural grace, each step precise. He couldn't see anything upstairs, she hadn't turned on the lights, but Thalia didn't need them. She had other senses, sharper than his. For her, the house was alive, breathing, and she was a virus moving through its veins. Darkness swallowed them as she reached the second floor. "Where are we going?" he asked, knowing she wouldn't answer. And she didn't. She just kept moving, guiding his unwilling body down the hallway, past the closed doors, until she came to the bathroom. The light snapped on. Marco's stomach clenched. The floor was littered with dead bugs, their brittle legs curled in on themselves. The house had been closed for too long, and nature had crept in through the cracks. Thalia crouched, picking up a dried-out beetle between two fingers, turning it over. Such fragile things, she mused. They probably didn't even know they were dying. Marco didn't want to look, but he had no choice. His own hand lifted, his own fingers caressed the tiny corpse before flicking it away. Then she stood, and Marco's gaze was yanked to the mirror. His own reflection stared back at him. Same face, same skin. But the eyes, oh, God. The eyes. They weren't his. They were black. Wide, bottomless pits of darkness, like the eyes of some predatory cat just before it pounces. Marco's breath hitched. Or maybe it was Thalia's breath, he couldn't tell anymore. The body, the lungs, the beating heart, whose were they now? The lips curved into a smile. He didn't do that. Thalia had smiled. She was looking at him, through him, and she was smiling with his face. Marco screamed, but no sound came out. Thalia lifted a hand, pressed his fingers to the glass. Marco could feel the cool surface under his fingertips, could feel the muscles in his face twitch as she tilted their head, inspecting herself, inspecting him, like trying on a new outfit. And then, she leaned in closer. Her breath fogged the mirror, and with one slow, deliberate movement, she traced a single word in the condensation. Mine. Marcos was weightless, bodiless, pushed into some horrible, watching darkness while his body, the thing that was supposed to be him, lurched toward the narrow bed in the corner of the bedroom. His knees hit the edge of the mattress, and he felt the impact in some distant, numbed way, like a memory playing out rather than something happening in real time. The realization crawled up his spine, cold and jagged, she wanted more. Thalia, his tulpa, his creation, his phantom companion, now his nightmare, wanted pleasure. She had always been the one whispering in the back of his mind, always urging, always providing, but never feeling. She was a thing of thought and will, and she had existed only for him, until now. And now she wanted more. Marcos felt himself thrown back, an observer locked behind the glass of his own eyes. His body sprawled against the mattress, his arms falling limp at his sides, but she moved inside him, the subtle twitches of his fingers, the slow, deliberate rise of his chest, the curling of his lips into a smile that wasn't his. "Oh, Marco," she purred through his mouth, the voice wrong, his voice, but the intonation was all hers. Hungry. Excited. He felt the shift in his body, the way his fingers traveled down his own stomach, how his hips adjusted. She was touching him. Marcos tried to fight it, tried to pull himself forward, to reclaim his body, but he couldn't move. He was a prisoner inside himself, locked in flesh that no longer belonged to him. His fingers, her fingers, pushed down his waistband, sliding over the heat of his own hard-on. Thalia let out a breathy laugh, delighted, unhinged. "You've always felt so good, Marcos," she crooned. "And I have always given. But I've never taken." His hand, tightened, slid, stroked, and he felt nothing but the suffocating horror of it. The intimacy turned grotesque, the pleasure perverse because it wasn't his, it was hers. She moaned in satisfaction, the voice cracking with raw, unfiltered sensation. For the first time, she felt. She rode the waves of Marcos's body's response, forcing it to react, making it succumb. She was inside him, inside his nerves, inside the skin, wearing him like a second soul. In the back of his mind, a memory surfaced, unbidden and sharp. The monk's wary eyes, the flickering candlelight in the monastery when he had told his story. Marcos had thought the man was merely intrigued. But now he knew. The monk had been afraid. He had seen what Marcos was too blind to recognize, Thalia was too strong. His body tensed, the rush of something sickly sweet building in his gut, climbing, cresting, and Thalia let out a shattered, breathless cry of triumph. She had done it. Wetness spread across his skin, and she laughed, the sound filled with a sick, gleeful madness. "I felt it," she whispered, gasping, shuddering with aftershocks of a pleasure he couldn't share, wouldn't claim. "I fucking felt it." Chapter 32, "Proud of you, buddy, I'm so damn proud of you," Jim said, grinning wide enough to split his face in two. "Thalia is gonna lose her mind when she finds out. She got a 95% on the test and was dying to know how you did, but, man. 98%. That's nuts. You're number one, dude." Marco felt the word settle into him, warm and bright. Jim's voice had that tone, the one that made Marco's chest swell, made his eyes sparkle just a little. He'd beaten Thalia once again. But the victory sat weird in his stomach. Sour. Because he liked her. He'd spent hours, days, imagining what it would be like to finally meet her, to see her in the flesh, to stand close enough to hear her breathe. But what if she hated losing? What if she saw his name above hers on that sheet and something in her just changed? What if she never wanted to meet him at all? "What's on your mind, buddy?" Jim's voice cut through the fog. "Nothing," Marco said. "Just happy." Jim chuckled, shaking his head. "You know you're my favorite student, right?" Marco smirked. He knew what came next. The joke. The same one Jim always told, but somehow it never got old. It was like a song that never lost its melody. "Of course," Jim went on, "you've probably heard from other students of mine that I tell them the exact same thing. That they are my favorite. And when you finally meet Thalia, she'll probably tell you I said the same thing to her, too." Jim paused just long enough for Marco to glance up, waiting for the punchline. "But here's the thing," Jim said, quieter now. "I have to lie to them, Marco. Because I only mean it with you." A laugh rolled between them, easy and familiar, but somewhere in the back of Marco's mind, a question sprouted like a weed. Who was Jim's real favorite? Did it matter? Maybe not. "You're the best, buddy," Jim said, ruffling Marco's hair before standing. "Proud of you." Marco watched him go, the warmth of his words lingering, but so did the question. So did the doubt. Chapter 33, Epilogue. Marco had lost track of time. That was the worst part, not the loneliness, not the cold. No, the worst part was time, or the lack of it. There was a time when time mattered. It used to move. Tick, tock, minute after minute, hour after hour. But now? Now it just hung there, heavy and stagnant. He drifted through the house, up and down the narrow wooden stairs, past the old stone fireplace that hadn't burned for him in what felt like centuries. The winters were the hardest. He could see the snow pile up outside, thick and suffocating. He could watch the icicles stretch from the gutters like jagged fingers, reaching for something they'd never touch. But he couldn't feel it. Not the cold, not the warmth, not the heat of the fire when Thomas's family was there on the winter weekends, laughing, drinking, being alive. He couldn't even touch his own arms. Couldn't scratch an itch, couldn't press his fingers against his skin and feel the pressure. Because there was no skin. No body. Not anymore. Thomas's parents came every summer, carrying bags and boxes from their cars, never knowing he was watching them unload from the second-floor window. Thomas came too, sometimes alone, sometimes with a new girl. Marco had lost count of them. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered. He had tried to leave, tried to slip through the door when it opened, but the house held him like a roach trapped under a glass. Every time he made it to the threshold, something invisible snapped him back, an unseen leash yanking him inside. His universe was limited to 2 floors, a fireplace, 2 bedrooms, and a tiny bathroom. He watched as Thomas got older. First the boyish face with sharp cheekbones, then the faint lines on his forehead, then the streaks of gray in his hair. He watched him bring a wife. He watched her belly swell with children. He watched those children grow, taller and taller each summer, until one day, they weren't children anymore. It was the only show Marco was allowed to watch, a normal life played out before him like some cruel, looping documentary. And all the while, he remained the same. Because Marco wasn't Marco anymore. He wasn't anything. He was an idea, a presence, a whisper of what once was. A tulpa maybe, trapped in the walls. He remembered the day he saw himself leave. He had stood in the doorway, watching himself walk out. That wasn't the scary part. The scary part was that the other him, the one with his face, his hands, his heartbeat, had turned back, had looked him right in the eye, and smiled. "Thanks for the body," the other Marco seemed to say. "I'll take it from here." And then he was gone. She was gone. Walking down the driveway, driving off into his world, into a life that should have been his. Thalia had taken it. She had taken everything. And she wasn't coming back. The betrayal still twisted inside him, though he could no longer feel pain, or even love. He had thought about her all the time when he was a kid, about the way she had once made his chest tighten just by smiling at him in his thoughts. He had worked so hard as gym student, studied so hard, just for her. What would she think if he failed his exams? If he didn't get his grammar exercises right? He had cared, back then, because he had been in love. And he couldn't wait for the time when he would meet her up close. But such feelings had no meaning here. Love belonged to the living. Now, all he had was memory. He remembered the time they'd spent together in the house. Oh yes, he did. Much time. So much that days bled into nights, nights into days, and the outside world became nothing but a forgotten dream. They were sealed inside that 2-story country house, locked away in their own fevered dream of love and obsession. Marco had been drunk on her, lost in the deep pull of his first love, Thalia, his phantom, his creation. She let him inside her. He let her inside him. The boundaries of flesh and thought dissolved. There was no Marco the son, Marco the university student, Marco the friend, Marco the gamer. There was only Marco and Thalia, folded into each other, lost in the walls of that house in the mountains. They talked in hushed voices. They dreamed aloud. They made plans, oh, such beautiful plans. Until the day she told him she was leaving. Marco shattered. The tears came fast, hot, shameful. She only smiled, touched his cheek, and whispered words that would haunt him forever. "Thank you for your flesh and bones." Then she was gone. He turned from the window, drifted back down the hallway for the 1,000th time, for the 1,000,000th time. He would do it again. And again. Because there was nothing else to do. A glass toy sat over the fireplace, filled with swirling ink, the kind that bled downward when you flipped it, turning in slow, hypnotic ribbons until it pooled at the bottom. Then you flipped it again, and the dance started over. Marco used to love watching it when he was a real boy. Could have stared at it for hours. And now, he did. But now he couldn't touch it. Couldn't flip it. Couldn't so much as stir the air around it. He had no weight, no force, no way to press himself into the physical world. The ink sat still at the bottom, waiting, like a held breath. If he could just flip it, eternity would have been less harsh on him. His only shot, if he even had one, was maybe to turn into somebody else's tulpa. But how the hell would that work? What were the odds? Probably about the same as rolling the dice on existence itself, some random swirl of genes and fate coughing you into the world. Not great. Not something you could count on. One day, Thomas's grandchildren would sell the house to some people who would neglect it. It would stand empty, boarded up, forgotten. The dust would pile in the corners. The wallpaper would peel. The pipes would freeze and burst, filling the house with rot. And Marco would still be here, floating through these dead halls, watching time pass but never feeling it. And when the house would finally collapse, when the walls would crumble and the roof cave in, when the last of it was nothing but rubble and wild grass, he would still be here. Because some things never leave. Some things never die. And Marco wasn't going anywhere.